Run me my check. Bruce Owen Wayne, you done messed up. You done messed up. Look, I'm doing this just to spite Bruce Owen Wayne. Let me show y'all the comment before we even start the intro off right. Bruce Owen Wayne says I owe him a super chat if he's on time, and there you go. All right, y'all. Let's actually start off the right way. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And I just wanted to do that. Actually, I'm gonna put y'all on pause for a second. Look, Bruce Wayne messed up because I still got him off of a technicality, right? Off of a technicality because I still got stuff to do. But y'all gives you a second and y'all talk amongst yourselves. Look, Bruce Wayne, I got you off of a technicality, sir. Run me my check. Y'all gives you a second. My apologies, everyone. Technical difficulties. Work with me. Work with me. We got maybe a couple minutes to go. All right, y'all. We're back. We're back. We're back. My apologies, everyone, because technical difficulties and one man army over here. And last minute stuff. I couldn't make it too reckless today, so this is a reckless streams. It won't be for too much longer, but it is a reckless streams. And yeah, all right. Let's start off like this. Um, Black women have clearly been played out of position. They played themselves out of position, right? That's something we know for sure. Um, it's looking pretty bad right now. Clearly, um, the numbers are not in their favor. It like Mr. Z said, it's looking pretty bad. And you know, Medium Man put out a video. My apologies for the sound. We got a drag racing Corvette shopping right now. Because of course, Mr. Z don't got money like that, but the people around me do. Um, right. So yeah, y'all give Z. Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Got it? Did I get it? Ah, I didn't get it. Oh, y'all give Z a second. Y'all give Z a second. Something gotta go. What gotta go? What gotta go? This we'll let this go. Okay, so I'm realizing the limits to StreamYards, you guys. So my apologies for that. We're building this as we fly. Yeah, that just happened. So let's do that. Did that happen? Did that work? Yep, it worked. All right. So that happened. All right. So yeah, Medium Man covered Black women and what they've been saying, and I'm going to tie this to something larger in a minute, but we're going to start off somewhat shallow. Okay. Everyone's speaking about Black men not earning enough, Black men not earning enough more than Black women. So that's some of the new talking points now. So some of the women that are somewhat, I guess, on the cutting edge of the conversation, it's moving now. So they still want to hold on to the matriarchy or the gynocracy. And so they're saying now you don't earn enough more. Yes, you do have Black women, and there's clips of Black women who are starting to sound a bit more reasonable. emphasis on the word sound. But those that still want to hold on to, well, you can't buy me out of my independence. You can't buy me out of my negative liberty. You can't buy me out of my freedom because you don't earn enough more. That's what they're saying. Well, you don't earn enough more. And so Media Man covers this. Media Man covers, the Tyler Perrys and the Rebecca Lynn Popes and the Dr. Umar Johnsons speaking on black men not earning more than black women, period, which we know is factually inaccurate. But that's the saying right now, right? And Mr. Z has another clip. Shout out to I think it was Saint Cyr, but I'm not 100% sure. Shout yourself out in the comments. Our Night Queen, Queen Nightwalker, Snowwalker, Queen Snowwalker, Nightwalker, and something she said recently. It looks like to black women, and it doesn't look like she's necessarily playing fair. So what we're going to do is we're going to first tell black women, well, you played yourself.
Congratulations, you played yourself. Congratulations, you played
right?
yourself.
So congratulations, you played yourself. Secondly, we're going to play this clip from our Night Queen, Snow Queen, Snow Walker Queen, white woman out of the UK. So we're going to play a clip from her. Then we're going to, as a matter of fact, let's play the clip that we've been playing from her for a while now. Well, for a couple weeks now. And we're going to play this so that any black woman who's listening understands who you're dealing with and that she's sending you on a dummy mission, or she's sneak dissing you, or she's sending you to get deleted. So let's play this from her first. Y'all favorite clip. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. We're going to play this first. We're going to tie this all in on how black women continue to play themselves out of position. So let's play this first. And here we go.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on, swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Right. So that is the clip that we are used to from the Snow Queen from the UK, right? That is who essentially is saying, she's not going to fight black women for black men first round, right? She's waiting for black women to fumble the bag. She's waiting for black women to push black men out, and she said clean them up, well, essentially paraphrasing, sounding very sexual. Y'all hear it. And so she's saying, I'm waiting for y'all to mess up, because you're going to mess up. You're going to take him for granted. You're going to get divorced, and I'm going to clean them right on up. We're going to have mixed babies, right? We're going to mix. We're going to get on top of things. Oh, boy, right? Giggity. We're going to get on the black women. You heard that, right? The white women said, we're going to get on top of things. We're going to mix. We're going to have beautiful babies, etc., right? That's the white snow queen. And here's what the white snow queen has to say to black women now.
As a single black girl, you're not safe in Germany. You're not safe in Scandinavia. I generally wouldn't suggest going to either of those places on your own. If you don't want to be targeted by men, wear a wedding ring. This is a trick that I do. Everyone thinks I'm married, so nobody approaches me. Apart from the homeless people, but that's another story. So basically, the German guys, the Scandinavian guys, they're blonde, like me, If you're a black woman and you've got a nice saucy accent, like a well-spoken British accent to be specific, or just something nice, sound educated too, they're going to go crazy for you. Like, they have an absolute thing about you. I say, you are not safe. If they've got a wife and they see a gorgeous, beautiful black woman walking down the street, they're going to target you. They're going to chat you up big time. It doesn't matter if you're at the supermarket, if you're at the park. Just fucking put that wedding ring on. That is the only thing that's going to keep you girls safe.
So, Miss Snow Queen is sneak dissing y'all. Y'all hear when she said blonde like me? Ah, first of all, you're doing too much, lady. You're doing too much, right? You're doing too much. You're doing too much. Now we ain't drooling over you like that, lady. Relax, relax, calm down, right? But she sneak dissing the hell out of black women, and she's sending y'all on dummy missions in Scandinavia and Germany. You know, the home of the Nazis, huh? Well, Germany, anyway, huh? So I played this for a reason. In the comments for that video are black women who are a bit confused on whether this is a warning or whether this is her telling black women, hey, go out there and get the best, situation you could get with these white dudes. And if you're educated and you have a nice proper accent, a nice saucy accent like me, and which by the way, she sneaked this in right there, and you're educated, and they'll drool all over you, they'll fall all over you. Where is this exactly in Europe? Somebody tell Z. She's saying in Germany and in Scandinavia. Uh-oh. So Western Europe and Northern Europe. Yeah. Northern Europe. You mean where the places where they bringing in the Asian women? Because the white women are becoming a bit too matriarchal, and those men want black women. Yeah. Okay. So this lady is setting black women up for the super dummy mission of all super dummy missions. And the sisters are in the comments confused as hell. They don't know whether to take her seriously or not, right? And y'all gives you a second because I'm gonna read some of them comments for y'all. If we could get there, that is, and there we go, and there, perfect, perfect, and there we go. Well, we gonna read some of them comments, and once again, this is another one of those. Congratulations, you played yourselves, dear black women, right?
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Right? Because non-black people heard you. Non-black people heard you. Black men are dusty. Black men are losers. Black men are not white men. Black men haven't built anything. Black men are nothing but big D and swag. Non-black women heard you, and they said, "I'll take it." And they're pushing you to the white dudes now, right? The audacity of this white woman sneak dissing the hell out of you. And yes, Chrissy, I saw that think piece you had about Meg Thee Stallion. I'll get to it in a minute. It's like 2 weeks old, so it'll be a minute late review. Huh? Y'all swear the white women are sneak dissing or just straight up dissing black women because black men don't put black women on the pedestal, and black men. No, the white women think she's better than all of y'all. The white woman thinks she's better than all of y'all, and it's not because men of color are necessarily putting her on the pedestal. It's because she know y'all jealous of her. Huh? This white woman is so bold with it. She's telling you she will let you. She won't even fight you for the black men first round, the first marriage. She said, "Y'all gonna divorce. I know you're gonna mess up. You're gonna take him for granted. You're gonna divorce him because he left the toilet seat up one too many times. And on the other side of that, I'll catch him. I'll clean him up. I'll get on top of things. Oh my God, huh? I'll get on top of things, and we'll mix, right? And what she said, quickly forget about them. In other words, black men quickly forgetting about black women. She said, I'll get on top of things. Oh boy. Huh? Y'all are being targeted like this because y'all have been so loud with the black man slander. The black man slander. Y'all have been so loud, so blatant, so disrespectful, so mean with it, brazen with it. Telling non-black people you're telling non-black people mind their own business while you're insulting black men in public, on the internet, on social media, the new town square for the world to see. And these non-black women, because we know, I saw, what's her name, Filipina P or whatever her name is, the Asian chick y'all was going back and forth with. Not a white girl is going at y'all. She's not the first. She won't be the last. We know Soraya Brooks in Germany going at y'all. Huh? Y'all so loud with it. She sneak dissing the hell out of y'all. Let me play it for y'all one more again.
As a single black girl, you're not safe in Germany. You're not safe in Scandinavia. I generally wouldn't suggest going to either of those places on your own. If you don't want to be targeted by men, wear a wedding ring. This is a trick that I do. Everyone thinks I'm married, so nobody approaches me. Apart from the homeless people, but that's another story. So basically, the German guy is a Scandinavian guy is the blonde, like me, If you're a black woman and you've got a nice saucy accent, like a well-spoken British accent to be specific, or just something nice, someone educated too, they're going to go crazy for you. Like, they have an absolute thing about you. I say you are not safe. If they've got a wife and they see a gorgeous, beautiful black woman walking down the street, they're going to target you. They're going to chat you up big time. It doesn't matter if you're at the supermarket, if you're at the park, just fucking put that wedding ring on. That is the only thing that's going to keep you girls safe.
Y'all see it? Dylan James says that's a setup. It's a straight setup, bro. She hitting them with the okie doke. Oh, y'all want white men? Ooh, y'all can come get them. Y'all can have them. I'll take the black man after you mess up. Straight okie doke. God, hey, the white women are getting so brazen, black women, because y'all have been so open with the disrespect. Oh, y'all been so open with the disrespect. Now the white women, shit, I'm telling you, you can come and get all these white dudes. Huh? Wow. Because she know when y'all realize that she plays y'all gonna keep a straight face, but y'all gonna be angry inside. Huh? Y'all gonna be cracking inside. For those of you that don't know this image, this is Gara of the Sand, right? This is from the Naruto anime. Gara wears a sand shield, and there was a fight that he was in when he was a kid, and no one had ever cracked the sand shield before. Rock Lee, super fast fighter, breaks Gara's sand shield, and you could see Gara's actual facial expression because he has a super straight face, right? Looks super stoic, never looks bothered, but Rock Lee cracks the sand shield, and you could see Gara looking like this underneath. Women, y'all, black women in specific, dying inside, trying to play stoic. Play one more Genzi. Huh? Man. She know y'all gonna fall for the okie doke. She know it. Huh? And Black Guru, you're right. I'm gonna play some of Medium Man in a minute. And Black Guru says, great work by Medium Man. Expect the gulf between black men and black women earnings to dramatically increase as Trump obliterates DEI programming. I agree. I agree 100%. Right. They played themselves. That's on them. They played themselves.
He's right,
Huh? So let's play a bit of Medium Man before we get underway. Fair use. Fair use, right? So we got that. Let's put our garage up. Make sure we got the right background. And yeah, let's play a bit of Medium Man. Y'all already know every time I pause it, it's gonna start over. So I'm not gonna pause too much, but there is something that I'm gonna pause after. Well, I'm gonna pause early. And let's play this.
Black men are having a hard time because they can't compete financially with white men currently because white men out earn them, and they also can't compete in their household because even though currently they are making more than black women, not enough to be considered. The gap in income between a black woman and a black man isn't enough for him to get the label of primary breadwinner for his household. So he's,
not enough more.
Average,
Told
he's
y'all.
stuck in this place where he feels like he can't compete with the white male because he's making less money, and he also feels like he can't.
We don't feel that. You feel that.
His household because even though he might be making more than his wife, the gap isn't big enough for him to say, "I am the primary breadwinner for my family."
In America, the black woman out-earns and out-educates your mate.
Okay, let's pause before we get to Dr. Umar Johnson and the rest of them. So y'all see, that's the clip that I kept on referring to. We need to stop allowing, and I know the Black Manosphere, we don't do this, but the rest of Black America, definitely other Black men, need to stop allowing Black women to hide their insecurities, their rage, their anger, their inferiority complex behind Black men as if we're the ones who have the inferiority complex. Ma'am, it's not bothering Black men that we don't, quote unquote, earn enough more. Y'all want it to bother us. The gap is not big enough for you to call yourself the primary breadwinner. Ma'am, that's a Black woman issue, not a Black man issue. The beauty of the internet and social media, once again, the town square, once again, the internet has democratized the town square, Z sayings, is that women have been speaking real loud. Black women have been speaking real loud. Economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage. That wasn't just white women. It was mainly white women, but it wasn't only white women. Ma'am, the men are not the ones that are insecure. The women are. Thank you, Indigo. Projection. The women are. Y'all don't make enough more. We're okay. The men are okay with their 60 and 70 grand a year. They're $55,000 a year. They're $75,000 a year. It's you ladies in the Jason Blacks of the world, ooh, goddamn Z, who keep on minimizing that. Huh? Oh, you okay with that little money? Oh. You're okay with your little 65,000 a year? Oh. He's okay being dusty. Meanwhile, the ladies make less. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. The way y'all patriarchy work, it's okay that you make drastically less. That's the way it's supposed to be. I hear you. I hear you. Huh? Yeah. Y'all heard it. Shout out to Media Man. Y'all heard it. It's not enough more. Thank you, Inspired Truth. Yep, the John Henryism. It's not enough more for him to feel nope, 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 nope. It's not about him feeling, it's about the women feeling. It's the women that say, Negro, you're not bringing in, I'm still paying bills. You're not bringing in money like that. You don't get no say so. You don't get the last word. The women are saying that, not the men. Cowards. Y'all too cowardly to say, we feel like this. So you say, the men feel like that. No. Huh? Exactly, Congru. Are you okay with your studio apartment? Oh, it's cozy. That's their little way of saying it's small. Their little sideways, backwards. backhanded. Oh, it's nice and cozy. Translation: it's small. Huh? Insulting as hell. It's not the men. Thank you, Landon. So you earn more, but it's not enough more. I'm gonna play it again. You heard what the lady said? Huh? Because they have to move the goalposts. Remember, and y'all gonna hear it throughout this. Shout out to Media Man once again. Remember, the words were for the longest that black men don't earn more than black women. This lady is a bit ahead of the game, and she's saying no, black men don't earn enough more than black women. Huh? And to that lady, I say, ain't nobody care what you talking about, lady. We're not the one with the inferiority complex. You are. Huh?
Bye, Felicia.
Huh? We're not the ones with the inferiority complex. You have to earn extravagantly to be the quote unquote head of this household. And if not,
Who gonna check me, boo?
huh? Yeah. I'm glad she said it, y'all. So y'all make sure y'all keep these type of things on record so that they can stop pretending. And so that the Dr. Umar Johnsons of the world could stop going on to Daily Wrap-Up Crew and chastising the men. No, I'm saying it's our fault that the women don't have men to choose from. Whatever he said. Yawn. Right? Whatever he said. Huh? So let's play the rest of this. Hopefully we get through this the second time around. Probably not, but here we go. Once again, fair use, and thank you, Media Man.
Black men are having a hard time because they can't compete financially with white men currently because white men out earn them, and they also can't compete in their households because even though currently they are making more than black women, not enough to be considered. The gap in income between a black woman and a black man isn't enough for him to get the label of primary breadwinner for his household. So he's on average. So he's stuck in this place where he feels like he can't compete with the white male because he's making less money, and he also feels like he can't sustain his household because even though he might be making more than his wife, the gap isn't big enough for him to say, I am the primary breadwinner for my family.
In America, the black woman out-earns and out-educates your mate. What power do we have over you?
More black
Wrong.
women graduating from colleges, which in turn will mean that there, of course, there's black men that are doing well, but if you have more black women graduating from college, more likely more black women might do more than black, financially better than black men.
A lot of women,
Wrong.
black women, and I might get in trouble for saying this, but I will. In our society right now, black women are making a lot more money for the most part than black men.
Black women are
Wrong.
excelling. They're getting accelerated degrees, graduate degrees, doctorate degrees. They're starting businesses. Black women are running circles around this.
This is not about a
Wrong.
competition thing. It's about level setting the conversation so we can have relationship discussions in good faith. For usual weekly earnings of wage and salary workers news release, 18 January 2024. And this is from 2023 fourth quarter earnings. Among the major race and ethnicity groups, the 2023 fourth quarter median annual earnings were Asian men were at the top at 90,000, Asian women 71,000, white men 69,000 annually, white women $55,000 annually, black men $55,000 annually, black women $50,470, Hispanic men, $50,120. Hispanic women, $43,880. Black men are number 5. Black women are right behind them on number 6. And this is 2023 fourth quarter. Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. Usual weekly earnings of wage and salary workers, fourth quarter 2024. I just told you guys that black men were number 5. Black women were right under them at number 6. Among the major race and ethnicity groups, the 2024 fourth quarter median annual earnings, Asian men, $87,000. Asian women, $71,000. White men, $68,000. And look at what we have here. Black men in the fourth quarter of 2024 earned $58,136. If black men earned $1,118 for every quarter weekly, then we would earn $58,000. I just put the approximates up there just to give y'all an example of where we stand, okay? Higher than white women. This is the first time that black men have ever out-earned white men or white women. Black men for the fourth quarter in 2024 increased their earnings to finally out-earn white women. So that puts us for that quarter in the number 4 position. And remember, like I said, last year, fourth quarter, we were number 5. So black men are increasing their annual income moving into 2025. Shout out to you, black men. I told y'all, just keep going, man. Keep going. No matter what y'all see on social media, people calling the black community a matriarch, the black community would be in shambles if it wasn't for black men. In response to what do black men do? Black men, I got you. Out of the 3% majority black-owned businesses, 53% of majority-owned black are owned by black men. 39% had black women majority owners, while 8% had equal male/female ownership. Black men own about 95% of black-owned banks in the United States. Yes, black people do own banks. I have a whole video out there that I'm going to show you guys a thumbnail for. And also, as of February 2024, there were 16 black billionaires in the world. And of those 16, 10 are from the United States, with 8 of those billionaires in the United States being black men, and only 2 are black women. As of 2023, there were nearly 2 million black millionaires in the United States, which is about 8.8% of the total number of millionaires in the country. Remember, black men only represent 7% of the population, the U.S. population. Black men roughly represent 80% of the millionaires in the black community. Black men own 18 of the 20th largest black businesses in the United States, which stem from goods and services, industrial, entertainment, transportation, finance, companies in communication, engineering, food services, and farming. Also, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, there are over 100,000 barbers in America. Slightly more than 20% of those barbers are black men, even though black men only represent 7% of the population. Crazy, right? African American barbers are a significant component of the men's grooming industry that Forbes estimated in 2015 to exceed $20 billion. Yeah, you are doing great. I'm proud of you. So white women were right behind black men for the fourth quarter of 2024 with $56,888. Hispanic men actually jumped from 7 to 6. Unfortunately, black women dropped in the fourth quarter, and this is the second time that this has happened. So 50,856. This is the first time that Hispanic men have leapfrogged black women. You guys are going to see why this matters and why I keep speaking to black women about their economic standing because I did not want to see this happen. Hispanic women are still 8th at $43,888. So what does that mean? The last time I showed you guys this information, I told you that there was a decrease and an increase in the Black community. Black men's annual income increased, Black women's annual income decreased. Now you see fourth quarter 2024, Hispanic men have now taken over Black women in the earnings department for that particular quarter for weekly earnings. I'm trying to explain this as best possible. For 12 weeks, Hispanic men out-earned Black women in the fourth quarter. In 2023, Black men in the fourth quarter were number 5. Now they're number 4 for the fourth quarter 2024. And you see right there, Black women were right behind Black men at 6. Now it's Hispanic men and Black women dropped to 7. So the way that the BLS gets the averages for the year is every time they put out an earnings report for every quarter. First quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. I just showed you guys the fourth quarter. So they averaged out all of those earnings reports from every quarter, which are 4 income reports, and they put them all together and they tell you how much everybody made for the complete year. Median usual weekly earnings of full-time wage and salary workers by selected characteristics annual averages. You have Asian men, 89,000, Asian women, 70,000, white men, 66,000, white women, 55,000, Black men, 52,000. We earned $1,000 every week. But Hispanic men actually out-earned Black women for the whole year of 2024 at 50,000. Black women's annual earnings decreased to $47,944. And Hispanic women are still in 8th at $43,224. So why is this important for the Black community? For one, it shows you guys that whatever you hear in social media about Black men and how we're suffering, it's not true. Yes, of course, we
can do better. That's how he was ending out. But I had to end it before the 10-minute mark, you guys. So y'all heard all of that. Hopefully y'all get the theme of today. Congratulations, you played yourself, Black women. You played yourself right out of position.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Right? Played yourself right out of position. So you got the White Walker women coming after Black men, trying to literally send you to your deletion. Playing in your face, insulting you to your face. You let go of Black men. You spent the past few decades, 5, 6-ish, throwing Black men under the bus. It really got really bad over the past 2, 3 decades. You spent the better part of the past 15 or so years on social media defecating on Black men. Definitely the past decade. Oh boy. On a blowhorn. You dance on the graves of Black men, Kevin Samuels, Kobe Bryant, Terry Nichols, etc. In front of the world. Remember, the internet and social media is the new town square. White women heard you, Latina women heard you, Asian women heard you. They do the feminist thing with you, the rah feminist thing with you. And they plot behind your back to end up with those same Black men. And then send you on dummy missions to go end up with the white man.
As a single Black girl, you're not safe in Germany. You're not safe in Scandinavia. I generally wouldn't suggest going to either of those places on your own. If you don't want to be targeted by men, wear a wedding ring. This is a trick that I do. Everyone thinks I'm married, so nobody approaches me. Apart from the homeless people, but you know, that's another story. So basically, the German guy is a Scandinavian guy is the blonde, like me, you know. If you're a Black woman and you've got a nice saucy accent, like a well-spoken British accent to be specific, or just something nice.
Insulting you to your face.
Sound educated too. they're going to go crazy for you. Like, they have an absolute thing about you. I say you are not safe. If they've got a wife and they see a gorgeous, beautiful black woman walking down the street, they're going to target you. They're going to chat you up big time. It doesn't matter if you're at the supermarket, if you're at the park, just fucking put that wedding ring on. That is the only thing that's going to keep you girls safe.
Playing in your face. Huh? Sending you out there to get deleted so she could end up with the black man. Playing in your face. Huh? And Nick says she's a 4. Landon says the Zara chick is actually way too narrow to be select for black men. Not the point, you guys. Look how she's sending black women on dummy missions to be so that she could be with a black man. Need I play for you again? Her and how she was getting at black women, right? While speaking flirtatiously, kind of, sort of, to black men. Here y'all go. If you haven't seen it before, y'all seen it before. Mr. Z done played it a million times. So I go 1,000,001.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean you right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
So while black women are telling us we don't earn enough more, right? While we have our supposed elders and wise ones, right, saying that black men actually earn less than black women, and this is like a subtle shot, not so subtle shot at black men for not being quote unquote men enough and earning more than their women. Here's what the white woman has to say. Oh boy. Huh? Playing in black women's faces. Everybody has been insulting black men, belittling black men. And now the rent is due.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Huh? Now the rent is due.
I am inevitable.
Huh? But these are the same people that claim they want some type of egalitarianism or some type of fairness, while also you being a paymaster. They're trying to find new ways to get everything out of patriarchy they want without putting anything in, while also keeping one foot in feminism. That's why Mr. Z says patriarchy by feminist specifications. But what women in general, black women specifically, are advocating for, all the hypocrisy that's in that, that's perfectly okay, because why?
Man, that's a female.
Huh? And now white women gonna play y'all right out of position. Those Latinas are gonna play you right out of position. And at the end of it, how you gonna be looking?
That's not fair.
That's not fair! That is not fair!
Huh? How you gonna be looking after they play you out of position? That lady is sending y'all to go get deleted or disappeared or held for ransom or whatever the hell. So y'all could go live that hostile life. Uh-oh. Huh? Exactly, Dusty. Salad bar feminism. Huh? Intrell says there's no subtlety in their shots. None. No. Landon said she's a black man's 5 and a white man's 8. Right. Black Uru says she is actually very helpful for smart. Oh, sorry, y'all. She is actually very helpful for smart and wise black women. Problem is, most of them are neither of those. Oh man, right? Wow. Congratulations, black women. You played yourself. You played yourself out of position. You allowed yourself to be played out of position. You played yourself out of position on top of that. Huh? Y'all been so goddamn loud to everyone that will listen about your disdain for black men. Huh? Everyone's heard you. They're making fun of you. They're doing whole skits about how black women are talking crazy. And by the way, Chrissy, this is directed towards you. How black women are talking crazy about black men when they're on dates with white men.
She had a weird conversation with me, like 2 months into us dating. It made me think that she had some like different motives to dating me. Made me uncomfortable. She was like, Jeff, I'm happy to finally be with a white man. Black dudes, you can't trust them. They're just gonna cheat on you. They ain't. You know how uncomfortable you feel right now? Imagine how I felt. This is in real life for me. This is just a story for you. I felt uncomfortable as shit. I didn't know what to do. So I talked to a black friend of mine. His name's Josh. I was like, Josh, told him the whole story. He's like, Jeff, I'll tell you what you got to do, but you might not like it. I'm like, all right, let me have it. He's like, Jeff, for the culture, you got to cheat on that. That's what...
Right. Oh man. By the way, that the white man is not. That's not the actual comedian behind the words. Right. Black women. Y'all played yourself. Now you got Trump as president. DI. Affirmative action. And white women gonna go off with they white men to a certain number, as many of them would want to be with white men, and the rest of them, huh? The rest of them that don't want to be with white men, but would rather be with black men, are out here waiting for y'all to fumble them in high school, fumble them in college, fumble them when you become an adult outside of school, because they're telling you, I will catch him second round. I don't need to get him in high school. I don't need to get him in college. You gonna mess up, don't worry about it. Huh? You allowed yourself to be the mascot for the most extreme form of feminism. Huh? White women got what they wanted. They wanted to be able to work outside the home if they wanted. They wanted their own bank account. They got it. Now they're going back home. You, on the other hand, black women, oh man. Huh? And she's telling you she's plotting on black men.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
And this is not the only clip like this. I remember watching something a few years ago in Latinas. They were talking about the type of guys that they find attractive. They were in one of their homes, and it was nothing but black guys for both of them. There's so many clips on the internet. It's just it really for the most part gets down to either black guys or white guys. Black guys or white guys. Sorry to you East Asians and South Asians. No wonder y'all dislike black men so much. Oops. Keep our peanut out your mouth, haters. Huh? Wow. We've said it before. Those women are looking at black men as a fun time. They look at black men as charismatic. They look at black men and their athleticism, their physique, and they want to work out. They want some exercising. Huh? Oh man. And where does that leave black women? Huh? Where does that leave them? Because they never did the math. And here we are, 2025. 2024 was what, the year of exposure? 2025 is continuing that. And the ladies never did the math. 40, 50, 60 years, they didn't do the math. They refused to do the math. No? And we're here now. And shout out to Media Man for the statistics.
Check the statistics.
Huh? Thank you for the numbers, Media Man. Right? 50, 60 years, and we're here now. And extra women gonna have to feel it. Millennial women are gonna have to feel it. Pretty much all of Gen Z for the most part. Some of them are salvageable, yeah. Obviously, some millennials are salvageable. Xers that are they're married. If they were salvageable, they're married. But they ain't doing the numbers. They're gonna have to feel it now. And those numbers are gonna come crashing down.
2 + 2 is 4. -1, that's 3. Quick maths.
Huh? Trail says fieltistic social math, and that's what it is. Huh? Yeah, it's not fair, ladies. Oh, it's not fair. Oh, it's not fair. Yeah. Huh? But as black men go, you're going to hear black women complaining more and more. Huh? Some of them are going to try to keep a stiff upper lip, right? Some of them are going to they're going to try to stay stoic and, sound like the sister we covered the other day out of the UK. They're going to act like they've resigned themselves to being single. They're okay, but really they dying inside. Huh? They want to torch the whole place. And that's what it really is. That negative PR they're spreading about black men, it really is torch the whole place. Huh? Salt the world. Huh? Fire everything. Y'all should never let Z get the back of StreamYards. I promise y'all. Huh? So give me a second, y'all, and I'm gonna bring y'all up in a minute. Y'all give Z a second though. Give me a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. All right, y'all. And we're back, right? And we're back. I had to handle something real quick, you guys. And KMS is, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS is the Michelle Obama effect. After the stunt she pulled, all these other chicks are like, hell, why wait for black women to F up full court press? Look, it's a scramble. And we already know, for those of us that know the term austerity, I'm gonna give y'all the definition in a minute for those of you that don't know. America is going through serious austerity measures. And we already know Europe went through this, much of Europe, not all. And that squeeze is going to be real. And so other women are going to try to get in where they fit in. And it may not necessarily be with the white man, right? It may not necessarily be with the white man. And then coming for, well, black men. All these other women are going to try to get in where they fit in. And I think some of them are willing to fight black women, maybe even literally, right? I think some of them are willing to fight black women for black men. Not everybody trying to reach up to the white man.
Could have saved your child.
Huh? We understand what white men are on planet Earth, but not all the women are going to be trying to scramble for him. Huh? So yeah, with what former First Lady Michelle Obama did, how loud black women have been on these interwebs, social media. For many of them, they're disdain. For many of them, they're just anger and rage that they're not politically, socially, upper middle class white women or above. The public displays of disrespect towards black men, them demanding that people throw black men under the bus in their presence, insult black men in front of them to show them some type of fealty to the gynocracy, the black female gynocracy. People have been watching. You left the barn wide open. Huh? When y'all talking like this about men, black men in specific.
Miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Huh? When y'all talking about men, black men specifically like this.
If you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
Huh? When you're speaking about black men like that, right? People see that. Women see that. Other women see that. Huh? You left yourself wide open. When you talking like this.
Who gonna check me, boo?
Huh? And by the way, she was speaking to a black man. Now he was a little saucy. But she was talking to Sheree was speaking to a black man when she said that, by the way. Huh? So now the white women are laughing at you as they come after black men. They're going after black men. They're laughing at you. Huh? Y'all see her? She was sneak dissing the hell out of black women there. Blonde like me. Wow. Huh? And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? And you get one of these. Give me a second, right? Huh? But yeah, when Michelle Obama did, look, white women already think and feel they're insecure. Let's be very clear also. This is a woman thing, not just a black woman thing. They do feel a certain way about how loud black women have been and how should be loud, but actually how Asian women are moving. Asian women are loud in their own respect. It's not as brazenly loud as black women. but they're loud in their own way when it comes to white men. Black women are walking around here on a goddamn blowhorn, though. Right? So everybody sees this. So white women already felt like they could get just about any man if they want to, any non-black man if they want to. But when you have the Michelle Obamas, when you have the Paris Malons, the Real Talk with Yannies, when you have the K Michelles, when you have these loud ass women, or their actions are loud as hell, right? White women and Latina women and even the Asian women that are into black men, they hear that, they see that, right? They hear that, they see that. Detroit, I see you, I see you, right? Look, and Black Guru says, in fact, a white woman being willing to take an ass whipping from Keisha would probably endear her to Daquan. Hey, huh? Because for black women, it's all about what can you do for me? Huh? What can you do for me? For the white women, on the other hand, maybe it's a little different. Huh? For black women, it's all about give me everything. Right? Give me everything. I'm not saying that there are not white women that move like that. Clearly, they the OGs of this. Right? Mr. Z is not going to speak like that. White women aren't on it. Huh? Y'all give Z a second. Give Z a second. Oh, that goes away. All right, there we go. Okay, right. They're loud and brazen. Let me read this next one. What else we got? Okay, and KW Don says, Umar doesn't earn, he panhandles and e-begs. Look, y'all not gonna get me entangled with Dr. Umar Johnson. Right, and thank you for KW Don, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and you get excuse me, and you get one of these. Nothing one, right? Inspired shoots its facts. I don't even remember what part you were saying facts to, but you get one of these also, right? But that's what it is, and we're bringing this. So let's wrap all of this up with what Media Man was presenting to us. If black people weren't so atomized, if black women were coupled up with black men, their income decreasing while black men's increase wouldn't be the end of the world. You would be coupled up with a black man. You would be okay. You would definitely be doing better than you are now by yourself. Huh? Oh, man. Black men, if their income is increasing and they're attached to a black woman, she automatically benefits, especially if her income is decreasing, especially if she finds herself on the wrong side of Trump and Elon going after DEI. Huh? Because black women have been giving black men their ass to kiss for the past 5-6 decades since the plantation. Anyway, guess what? Now you're out here by your lonesome, right? Looking sick. Huh? And that's on you. And once again, Inspired Truth, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Mr. Tallbert says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Mr. Tallbert says, should black women date Hispanic men since they are on their level? Actually, what it looks like is that Hispanic men surpass black women also in income. By the way, Mr. Tallbert, you know what else that speaks to? Recall that they were speaking about black men like black men made the least out of all men. Clearly not. So that's another thing. Not only did black men earn less than black women, black men earn less than all other men, recall. So black men clearly, from what we can see, at least for now, black men are earning more than Hispanic men and just now surpass white women. Uh-oh. Huh? It ain't looking good. Not for black women. Not after they gave black men their ass to kiss for decades. Huh? Now they out here single with the rose toy. Huh? Engaging in same-sex loving activity. Just looking sick. Right? Allowing their non-black co-worker to pogo stick up and down their esophagus. Huh? As a way to make up for not being attached to you because they gave you their ass to kiss for decades. Huh?
Who gonna check me, boo?
And all that means is some of these ladies are going to wake up, especially I think some of your younger women who are late to the game, didn't realize how much they done messed up. When they wake up, all the tears. All the tears. Hey, man, look, I'm telling y'all now, you're going to hear it from your sister and some of your girl cousins that their black girlfriends are going through it, crying in their house by themselves, probably living with a parent, going through it, crying their eyes out. Because they're about to go through, they're going through it now. They're really about to go through it.
So we don't have the capacity.
Huh? They're really about to go through it. If they were attached to a man, namely a black man, not so much. This is why you have husbands and why you're in an intimate relationship with a man, a black man, right? Oh man, Black Ruru said rose toy all worn out and discolored, right? Wow. Afro National says Western black men, US, Canada, Europe, are third and second wealthiest men in the world, but these broads are so dumb to publicly talk down on black men. Stupid. Right? Well, they can't stop. They don't know how to stop. They don't know how to just watch what they're saying. These ladies are incapable. Huh? They can't help themselves. Because that Who Gon' Check Me Boo, the reason why I play it so much is because it perfectly encapsulates the spirit of your Western black woman, namely your American black woman. That's why I play it so often. It sums up everything in a few words.
Who gonna check me, boo?
Right? It says everything. And when you have that attitude, Miss White Walker, Queen, Night Walker, Snow Walker is waiting. And clearly, what it's looking like is she's not actually waiting anymore. She's making moves. So while you're passing black men with this face, causing black men to respond like this, huh? The White Walker is talking to black men and black women like this.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Right? That's how she's speaking to black men and black women. Right? And Spain Man says, Z, you should add the I do what I want, Eric Carmen. Yeah, no, I didn't forget about it. It's coming. It's coming, right? And he says, wait, is someone using that already? I'm not. I feel like somebody might be, but it's not a constant. It's not circulating all over the black manosphere or the manosphere. Not that I remember, right? And that same lady, and Mr. Tobin, I'm still answering you. That same lady is also sending black women out there to potentially get deleted by German and Scandinavian men.
As a single black girl, you're not safe in Germany. You're not safe in Scandinavia. I generally wouldn't suggest going to either of those places on your own. If you don't want to be targeted by men, wear a wedding ring. This is a trick that I do. Everyone thinks I'm married, so nobody approaches me. Apart from the homeless people, but you know, that's another story. So basically, the German guys, the Scandinavian guys, they're blonde, like me, you know. If you're a black woman and you've got a nice saucy accent, like a well-spoken British accent to be specific, or just something nice, someone educated too, they're gonna go crazy for you. Like, they have an absolute thing about you. I say, you are not safe. If they've got a wife and they see a gorgeous, beautiful black woman walking down the street, they're gonna target you. They're gonna chat you up big time. It doesn't matter if you're at the supermarket, if you're at the park, just fucking put that wedding ring on. That is the only thing that's going to keep you girls safe.
Do you not feel like you got played, black women? Huh? Do you not feel like you got tricked?
Congratulations, you played yourself. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Huh? Do you not? Now, did you play yourself? Yes. It should have never been that easy. Dear black women, it should have never been that easy. Right? Oh, man. But you did it to yourself. And so, should black women date Hispanic men since they are on their level? That's up to black women and Hispanic men. From what I'm seeing, you know, I see there are a number of Latino men that might have sex with black women. They find black women attractive too. An attractive black woman is an attractive black woman. Will they marry black women? Will they do anything more than, you know, spend a couple dollars on a black woman so they can get easier access to the vagina? In any significant number of Latino men moving like that when they come to black women? Huh? Is that what we're seeing? Or are Latino men just trying to pogo stick? Huh? Are they just trying to get their peckers wet and pogo stick up and down black women's esophagus? Is that more likely what Latino men are on when it comes to black women? And trying to put the pound gain on her. Right? I don't know, Mr. Talbert. That's up to Latino men. But that's sketchy because remember, this is the group of people that say Mahalo Raza. Hey, I don't know. Right? And once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? And Eric Deadman says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. The 2025 NFL draft will take place on April 24th. Y'all be killing me with the NFL draft. So let's say that again. The 2025 NFL draft will take place on April 24th to 26th, 2025. Get your popcorn ready for Keisha Cope conniptions fit of 2025. Cope they are going to be throwing conniptions. And you know, some of them are going to play the whole Marion I'm not bothered thing, but they're going to be dying inside. Huh? They're going to be dying inside. Going absolutely ape inside. They're going to want to scorch earth everything. Huh? You better believe it. But, hey, y'all don't care what black men think. Y'all don't ask black men what they think or what they feel. You try to dictate. You don't ask. Huh? So, Eric Denman, yeah, no, we see that with the draft every year. They feel a certain way. Some of them act like they don't, but they feel it hurts them, it bothers them, and yet the majority of brothers are still ended up with black women. The majority of the NFL is still with black women. It's still with a black woman. We know the media try to mess with them. Because dear black women, y'all have made y'all insatiable inferiority complex so public. Of course they gonna mess with you. Huh? Why don't they try to pull out with black men? Huh? Of course they messing with you. So y'all could be angry as hell, looking at black men around the corner, angry as hell. Huh? They know. So yeah, Eric, you know, we know that NFL draft. We know what every time there's in the NBA, the NFL, whenever they see athletes or entertainers with non-black women, we know how they feel. Right? Because that's for them, that's another black man with resources that they don't get to tap into. We know how they feel.
Fair. That is not fair! That is not fair!
Huh? Once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Eric Denman. And I'm gonna bring y'all up. Where's Mr. Z? Has to do something real quick, so we'll bring y'all up and have y'all talk for a little bit. Give me a second. See, how many things do you be doing when you streaming? And don't ask. Don't ask. Right? Reckless streams for yeah, still reckless for a few more minutes. Yep. Y'all give me a second. Y'all give me a second, and here we go. Link in chat, everyone. All right. Oh, I gotta read that Giyogami comment. Where is that comment? Where did it go? Hopefully. Let me see. Where did that comment go? And Giyogami says someone might have to do a montage of year-by-year draft days for both NFL and NBA to compare the companionship variations through time. That would be nice, right? Y'all gives you a second. Look, what's going on here? Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, y'all up? What's going on, y'all?
I'm not sure if he's up here, but
and what's up, Z?
What's good, Mr. Z?
Yeah. Y'all could, yeah, oh yeah, y'all can't see each other. Okay, give me a second. I gotta find a way to. AB did tell me how to do this. I'm gonna have to fix this eventually, like sooner than rather than later. But here y'all go. What's
Blame
going
it
on
on
with
the
y'all?
Obama phone.
Give me a second.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Lion, Chaos.
Hey, what's
How
good?
y'all doing?
I'm good.
I'm good.
What up, though?
Hey, yo, I just gotta give a little pushback on something before we continue. Regarding this, nobody, what you were saying about, black women not being safe. Now, like what the old saying goes, we can't be red pill for black women and white. No, we can't be red pill for black women and blue pill for white women. But I have to give a little pushback about, what she said about black women in certain countries. It's not completely accurate. That type of behavior, you're more likely to see that in places like Spain, Portugal, Italy, Belgium, and France. Not so much in Germany, not to the same extent as you might think. Denmark, because because the whole issue about ladies of the street and shit like that. But in Scandinavia, no, nobody's being threatened like that.
I mean,
But those populations, no. She's just BSing. But I know what she's saying. What you guys say, just to push their buttons a bit.
I mean,
not everybody can fail for the okie doke. But go ahead.
But at the end of the day, that's an okie doke for black women to fall and figure out and fall for, not for black men. That's not our problem.
I understand that, but she's talking about black women in general. But is she talking about specific groups of black women, or is she talking about black women worldwide? That's the thing you have to consider as well.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't give a fuck. I mean, at this point, because they don't care when it's the other way around. You think they care for black men?
My apologies, y'all. I didn't hear anything you said. My bad. I'm, preoccupied. Regular streams. Anyway, because I know Neighbor was talking, but I couldn't hear much of what he was saying. Because there we go. Okay, y'all give me a second. Go ahead. Neighbor, repeat some of what you said, because I think you were just trying to say that it's far safer there than what she's giving on. I get that, and I understand. Go.
Yeah, here's the thing y'all failing to realize. First of all, these countries are not as violent as what everybody's saying. I mean, in Scandinavia, in Sweden and everything, they're talking about, there's been uptick in violence. Yes. Most of it is gang related and whatnot. And it's spread into Norway and Denmark. But what she's talking about, like black women are not safe in certain countries, that is not completely true.
No. I agree with that. No, I don't think that's all she's trying to get at. I think she's just trying to get black women out the way. I think that's what she was really. She's really trying to say, like, yeah, just you know what, you right. Black men ain't ish. Move out the way. I got them. Other white women and non-black women like me got them. Go ahead.
And she is being facetious about that. So shout out to Terrell Bentley for saying that. And if El Zactor could come on up here, because he could break it down exactly what type of chick this is, because this is more up his wheelhouse. But what I'm trying to say is, first of all, the subjugation, because you already have black people here. Most of us are coming from Africa as well as the Caribbean. Okay? So with that being said, as far as African women in Europe are concerned, I mean, many of them can find themselves being harassed and stuff like that, mostly in places like Italy, in Spain, in Portugal. Well, not so much in Portugal, but in Spain and Italy, where you have a lot of racism. In parts of France, that happens. In Belgium, I think, but in Denmark, in Finland, Norway, Sweden, the population is not to that same extent, because the population is very small. Also in Germany, you do have a lot of Africans, but most of the time, these Africans keep to themselves. And it varies from nationality to nationality. Because first of all, nobody's picking a fight with a Somali chick.
Yeah.
And if they do see an Eritrean and whatnot, nobody's interacting with her to that extent. They're keeping to themselves.
That's beside the point. Here's the question though. Neema. Are black women in these parts of the world being chosen? Are they being chosen by white dudes in any significant number?
No, not to the same significant. Not to the same extent as Asian women are. However, I will say this: the flip side about that is this. I'm gonna land with this. The flip side about that is this: a lot of Scandinavian women will interact and be involved with black men, And if they cannot get with a man of their own ilk, they'll deal with somebody from neighboring countries within the EU. But it's not uncommon to see Scandinavian women with British, Irish, Canadian, or American men. Usually men they met over there when they were attending college or doing work over there for a period of time. And then when they decided to come home, they brought them with them.
Yeah.
And now those men are reintegrated into that society.
Yeah, but no,
Can
either.
I ask a question? I just want to kind of clarify something. Namer, what would be her motivation to lie or exaggerate the issue of Scandinavian men preying on Black women? What would be her motivation to lie about that?
Well, like Z said, just to get them out the way. But the thing she has to understand is
get them out the way from white men.
Get them out the way of white men. Also keep them away from Black men. But when she's
but how does
talking
that
about
keep them away from Black men? If the predator of white men, how is that? What does that have to do with keeping them away from Black men? I mean, if anything, if I interpret what she says correctly, if anything, if I were a Black woman in that environment, I'd be more inclined to cling to or favor Black men if I felt I was being threatened by white men.
That's true. However, as somebody who lives down here, who lives up here, and I understand what she's trying to say, what her motive is saying is, and understanding the intellectual dishonesty to extent, I have to give some pushback. Because we can't take everything that's being said at face value, sir. Correct?
No, you misinterpreted my question. I'm not questioning the authenticity of what you're presenting. I'm trying to understand why she would lie about this.
Sounds like reverse psychology to me.
I'm going to ask the question that
that's
nobody else is
I
asking. I mean,
where's the reverse psychology? Okay, I want to get a Black man. Let's say we're her. I want to get a Black man. I want to limit the access to Black men. How does scaring Black women from dealing with white men, how does that help me as a white woman in my pursuit of Black men?
Because she's not doing that. She's actually saying, hey, you're desired over here, so go over here. But instead of just coming out right and saying that, she's saying, oh, be afraid of them because they'll be so aggressive about pursuing you.
Okay, but you're saying them, brother. You're not. Who are them?
But my time out, because we're going down a rabbit hole, and let's ask the main question: why should we give a fuck?
Well, I mean, the only reason we're asking is because Z presented the video. We're analyzing the content of the video. So, I mean, he presented it. So we're talking about what he presented.
Am I wrong for saying what I said?
No, we're at the end of the day, what we're really asking is why, but what Black Roo was saying, why present this? I would forward, she's actually kind of saying, you know what, they want you over here. Come over here. The white men want you over here. She's really moving she's trying to move Black women out the paint. She's trying to move Black women out the paint. But it's coming off weird because and that's what I was saying is, are you saying that these men are violent and that's what you just getting at? Or are you saying, hey, they really actually do want you, but you actually know better than that? And it's significant numbers.
But the tone of it is that Black women should be fearful. I mean, she's not presented as like, hey, it's great over here for you Black women to get a good white or good Scandinavian man. That's not the tone in which she's presented.
I agree with that.
She's presented as if the women are being preyed upon.
But Mr. Z, I was just in Italy, and I took my wife to Italy, and then we went to Germany.
But wait, give me a second. Turn around. Give me a second. Turn around. My apologies last time. I saw you in the back chat. I didn't bring you up because I thought you were a troll, maybe. So my apologies. That's why I didn't bring you up last time. Y'all gotta let me know who y'all are, because I saw you in the back chat and I was like, oh, who the hell? And I forgot, like, I don't know, y'all know Mrs. Z anyway. But yeah, my apologies for last time. But yeah, that's why I brought you up this time because I saw you on BGS channel. I was like, oh yeah, I'm sorry about that, y'all, because I did that to Bruce on Wayne too before. So my apologies. Y'all go ahead, turn around.
All right, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was just like that. I was just in Italy, and then I went to Germany, and it is truly. It is a great place for Black men to go, but it's not a great place especially for a single Black woman. You know,
I mean, why do we care?
Just to say that, you know, because I mean, guys are going there to look for women, for Black women. It's not probably the best place to go. If you want to find a Black woman, you're gonna have to go to Africa.
No, but I'm just saying in the context of Black women, it's fine if this information was for Black men, okay, we can go down the rabbit hole. We going down the rabbit hole for Black women who just called you broke.
Well, I would just say if you have a family member, or if you have a daughter or something like that, I would not recommend them going to Germany by themselves.
But you would tell them to do it, but like anybody else, we would, like men or women, we would tell them to do their research before they go there. They didn't do their research. What are you supposed to do?
Because we have Black girls that go to Germany and come back crying because of, you know, quote unquote, it's not, you know, don't say racism and all this other stuff, but being a single woman and traveling the world is very dangerous.
I get it, but
okay. Well, let me say,
I don't seem to care.
To address your question, I don't really care, Lion. I was only trying to understand. You know, Z presented a video. The authenticity of it was questioned, and I was trying to clarify. You know, what the logic behind what was being presented. I'm not making any broader argument or concern about the safety of Black women traveling abroad. And I don't know if any of us are. So if you guys want to move to another subject, that's fine. I just, you know.
Look, I'm not trying to start. I wasn't trying to dig a rabbit hole or anything like that. I just had to get the pushback a bit because, you know, like I said, you know, I'm just going to look at, because I understand what she was saying. I saw it for what it is, and I could see that there's some was amiss. There were some red flags.
Naaman, when you get a chance, read this comment for me too, also.
And you know what? I'll do it for you right now. Let me write this first.
After that, we got chaos.
Okay. Let me try this voice.
Z, everyone has heard them, and the thing is, they don't believe the rumors about Black men.
Nigga, you don't even sound like me. Jesus Christ, that's scary. God damn, that's scary.
No, I switch up the voices every once in a while. Come on.
Naaman's like the mystique of voices, y'all. I swear to God.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. But yeah, no. Look, everybody did hear them. I agree with Saint Cyr here. Everybody has heard them. It's not a good look. It's not a good look for them. It's not a good look for Black men either. But it's really not a good look for Black women. And they're gonna be hurting. I'm just preparing y'all. And going back to what Black Uru said, the reason why I presented this is the congratulations you played yourself. I'm gonna keep on stressing that. And because some of these people are our girl cousins and our sisters and our moms and our aunts and et cetera, if you care about them, be prepared. Get your couple $100 to the side. Keep it to the side because they'll be calling. And if you care about them enough, you gonna shoot it to them. But I'm just preparing y'all, you know. But they did play themselves.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
And I'm just preparing y'all because I think we are on the cutting edge in a way that I don't know how much we appreciate. And I'm not just saying that to kind of you know blow smoke up our end. But no, we are on the cutting edge of this, and I literally, when I paused a minute ago, I had a anyway, I had a person talking to me, and they were telling me anyway, I had a person talking to me about a 41-year-old white woman who is living on her own and who just lost her job, and is still sounding like she's goddamn 22 years old. And he was just kind of telling me about this. And I'm like, yeah, they don't really, and once again, that's a white woman. And I'm like, yeah, they don't really appreciate what the environment is and how this is going, goes. So Black men, just be prepared for the desperate cooch that we were talking about yesterday. It's gonna be desperate out here. They're gonna be looking sick. right? Go ahead.
Good.
Well,
So
it's funny. The income or earnings reports that media man presented, applause to him for providing that level of detail. Those gaps between black men, black women, white men, white women, even between black men and white women are going to increase as we go through the Trump administration and the obliteration of the DEI program. Because a lot of, not just black women, a lot of white women, and maybe even some Latino women, are benefiting from that program. So him drawing a thick red line through those programs those gaps are gonna increase between men and women of all groups in this country in months and years to come.
I agree with that, and I think, I think it spreads, and that's look. Black Widow, I'm kind of channeling you right now, because I don't want us to be like, hey, that's what you get too much, because by the way, this is going to affect black men too in a negative way, initially at least. But I'm just preparing us for the onslaught, because it's not just DEI. There's sisters that are doing jobs that it's not necessarily connected to DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. For those of you that don't know what it means, that's what it means. But yeah, no,
look, if
go ahead.
They're going to be doing, if he's putting technocrats like Musk and Vivek in positions of power, and there's going to be greater institution of technology in government as well as government-related activities, that is going to, outside of DEI, that's going to profoundly affect employment and contracting.
Exactly.
For black women, especially, they're more as on a per capita basis. There's a higher percentage of black women in the federal government than I think any other demographic, including even black men. So that's gonna you combine the technocrats taking over with the anti-DEI faction, or affirmative action or whatever faction. Yeah, it's going to have a huge effect, and it is going to negatively impact a lot of black men. But I think this proportionate scale of the impact is going to be even greater on black women.
I agree 100%. And Saint Cyr, once again, thank you for the super chat. You get one of these, and go ahead, Chaos.
Yes, I did put some in the chat room this seat to ask, who's this lady you keep, the Caucasian one? What's her name? They keep playing. The one.
I don't know. I don't actually know her name. I gotta find her page.
All right,
I've been searching. You know it? Go ahead.
Her name is Zari Delete. She has Instagram, and she has all other social medias.
Put that information, if you don't mind. Put that in the chat for me, please.
In a second. I'll do that in a second. But my thing is this, because now you know who she is. I'm examining her, and I might agree or probably maybe disagree with Namer, but Namer, I understand because you live in Europe, and we should not be fooled by the European woman or the European man talking about what's life outside of America coming over there. But here's the twist to a lot of black men here. A lot of black men don't like and really don't give a F now what black women say or do, or their mate guarding with their so-called zaddy that they so desire love for the amount of years, even on social media, and they express their love and affection that most black men overall, I'm gonna be honest with you, just don't give a fuck. And not only they don't give a fuck is because they have damaged the image, not only themselves, but black men. So for this woman, she is an actual whore. If you look at her social media, it speaks for itself. There's some things we can probably take seriously, and some things we can't take seriously. At the end of the day, is because of the black woman, or what most black men in their mind will refer to black bitch reputation. Most men today, they will take more of what's going on outside America in regards to what they do outside here and what they can get, and has proven the fact from data over here that you just don't got like that. And that is why you see, like, I think Lion or anybody that would probably agree with just me, they just don't give a fuck right now. You get me?
I
Because
damn sure don't.
it is twist. They will use Zaddy and put him about their views about black men, and then express how they're better. Some of them on their social media to galvanize black women, and they will take it verbatim. They will not question, like you say about, well, we need questions because something is not good over there. It's not like sweet over there, but they won't question it. So we as black men, we're not gonna take no question out when the European woman starts exposing these so-called black chicks, or what they refer to Jezebels, or what we like to call in the back of our minds the black bitch. Hope that was clear. Hope I was clear to everybody.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's do this, y'all. Let's get Gil Gammy in here. Inspired Truth, I don't know how much you've said. We just got G back, so we'll flow through. And Nema, we did not forget about you. We did not forget about you. Actually, your perspective is important here because she was saying Scandinavia. So yeah, y'all. So let's see if we can get Bruce on Wayne also. So yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yellow, ain't nobody talking yet.
Let me know when I can speak. Peace to the gods. How the brothers feeling?
Wait, go see Gil Gammy.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Gil Gammy, and then we'll get G. Go ahead.
Okay. To go along to what woman was saying, I think she was, as others mentioned, she was actually luring black women, especially the black women in the UK, to go towards Germany and Scandinavia to essentially reduce the market of black women in the UK, so that they would actually, the black women would be hoping to get something out of German and Scandinavian men without knowing that they're not really that interested, except maybe for some short playtime. And then she would have more opportunities to, quote unquote, jump on things with the black men in the UK. She was essentially trying to reduce the population of black women in the UK. And she was also mentioning the points, the educated black women. She actually used the points of black women against themselves to lure them more easily away from her own targets. If you notice,
Gayogami, can I ask you a point of clarification before you continue?
Yes.
Okay, so she's trying to lure them from UK to Scandinavia. Okay, now maybe I misinterpreted what was presented, but as I'm watching this video, she appeared to be kind of warning black women about the prospects of being preyed on when they enter Scandinavia.
Let me do this, Black
Did
Guru.
I misinterpret that, or
let me do this, Black Guru.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it again, and then we'll talk about it on the other side. I'll play it one more again, and then you to kind of give us a bit more context. And here y'all go.
As a single black girl, you're not safe in Germany. You're not safe in Scandinavia. I generally wouldn't suggest going to either of those places on your own. If you don't want to be targeted by men, wear a wedding ring. This is a trick that I do. Everyone thinks I'm married, so nobody approaches me. Apart from the homeless people, but you know, that's another story. So basically, the German guys, the Scandinavian guys, they're blonde, like me, you know. If you're a black woman and you've got a nice saucy accent, like a well-spoken British accent to be specific, or just something nice, someone educated too, they're gonna go crazy for you. Like, they have an absolute thing about you. I say, you are not safe. If they've got a wife, and they see a gorgeous, beautiful black woman walking down the street, they're going to target you. They're going to chat you up big time. It doesn't matter if you're at the supermarket, if you're at the park, just fucking put that wedding ring on. That is the only thing that's going to keep you girls safe.
Yeah,
so I think she's saying it in the way, like, for example, you were saying to children, don't go over there. There's a lot of candies over there, and the candies want to eat you. But I would, if I were you, I would not go over there. You listen to me, children. Don't go over there. There's a lot of candies and cookies, but you know that the children want the cookies and the candies. So it's a. I think it's a.
So that's like a major. I mean, and I can definitely see that that being a way of in which that could be viewed. I guess my question would be, and again, this is a woman, she's a foreign woman, whatever, you know, I'm not telepathic. Why not just say, you know, go to Scandinavia, black women, they love you over here. This is the most wonderful place that a black woman can be. I mean, why do it that way?
Well,
Yeah,
here's the
I'm a
thing.
bit confused too.
Here's the thing I have to mention here. Like I said, you already have black people here up here in many parts of Europe. Giogami, what's his name? Snakeman, Elzak could back me up on this. But the thing is like it's a bit of a tier system regarding black people. Because if you're coming here if you're an African immigrant or something like that, they're gonna see you one way. If you're coming here if you're coming to Europe, anywhere in Europe, and you're from the Caribbean, they're gonna see you in a different light. If you are a U.S. or a Canadian national or a British national, because remember, the UK is out of Brexit. So if they want to come into Europe, they have to go through the same immigration process as Americans and everybody else, but with greater restrictions though. They're going to view them in a different light. That's the thing that people fail to realize. The passport and citizenship that you have can protect you up to an extent in certain countries. But if you want to talk about like, in places like Scandinavia and Germany, they're a lot more reserved when they interact with people. I mean, oftentimes they keep to themselves. Unless you're with someone, or even if you're traveling by yourself, nobody's really going to bother you like that. Especially in a major city.
Yeah.
And this is coming from somebody who's been in Oslo and been to Stockholm, and I've never been bothered.
Okay. Let me do
I
this.
know I'm a black man.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Go because I think that's Inspired Truth and then G, because I know G was trying to speak earlier. Train tracks. Go ahead. Inspired Truth and then G.
All right, so the way that she dropped that, she did it in a way where it was an appeal to the rebellious nature of the women in the first place. Like, that's why it was sent out there as kind of a reverse psychology situation. It's like, okay, I know you're going to do rebellion. I know that you're rebellious. So I'm going to try to, like the other brother said, I'm going to present these cookies and candy. And like, these cookies and candy are bad for you. You shouldn't eat all these cookies and candies. But these cookies and candies are right here. And that's what that was about. In my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with Black Roo on this. I'm not as well versed on European sarcasm and kind of reverse psychology. So I know I get the sneak dissing though with that when she was like blonde like me. Yeah, that was straight like a gut punch to black women. And I'll go ahead.
She also talked about like the British accent too.
Yeah, she did. She did.
And again, it could be just me not being familiar with how those women are inclined to try to manipulate other people, other women, or whatever. So it just could be that. It just I don't see the value of that over just saying, hey, black women, they love you over here. You should get over here as soon as you get over here.
I mean, it's
I think the value comes because other people in the audience, black women could say, you're saying now that they want us over there, but in your previous video, you were saying that you were waiting for us to fuck up and so that you can get our men. So if he so abruptly changes the script, the black women are going to be suspicious. But if they say, you might be in danger over there, I'm not telling you to go. That way she preserves the plausible deniability. That way, if they get rejected in Scandinavia and Germany, they'll say, hey, I told you not to go. But now since you left, the black men over there, free, have opportunity.
Okay.
Let me say this and then we got G. Real quick. Yo, let me say this and then we get G. So I messed up because I should have gave y'all the link to this. So what I'm gonna do is y'all gonna have to give me a few minutes because I'm in transit. I'm gonna put the link in the chat so y'all can read through those comments and see how the sisters are taking it, right? The comments, because that is definitely what it's not Inspired Truth, but what Giogami was saying, that they are, because I don't know how many of them saw that first video that I play here often. So yeah, because that will gauge for me how it might should be taken, right? Not saying we should follow behind black women clearly. But yeah, so I'm gonna put the link in the chat in a minute. So but I'm in transit right now. As a matter of fact, right now, no, I'm not. Okay, let's see if I can hurry up and do it. Okay, and go ahead, G. Go ahead, G.
Oh no, I'm gonna let you guys finish you guys' train of thought. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, y'all.
No, I just want to know where the white girl that the Nosferatu was looking for at, because that's the one I need.
You talking about Johnny Depp's kid?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm looking for Jasmine from Aladdin. I'm here. I'm going to the white side, man.
Well, Germany is a great place to go if you're looking for white girls.
No, man, no. I want the motherfucker from Turkmenistan. I need a Arab trader's daughter. I don't even. I don't want
no. Wait. They're Turkish.
Turkmenistan or Afghanistan or something, man.
I
need somebody from the Middle East.
Stay away.
You're talking about Persian.
Don't.
You're talking about a Persian, right?
Man, I don't care what it is. I don't want no Britain, French. I don't want no Europeans.
So for those of you, I just put the link in the back chat. So, and by the way, I might go through a dead zone. If I go through a dead zone, Black Rule got it. Yeah. So yeah, no, I put the link in, not in the back chat. I'm sorry, I put the link in the chat. So y'all go ahead and read through some of those comments, because we're not the only ones that are like, what are you saying exactly? So we're not the only ones. People are a little, confused. And I think Chaos was telling us something anyway. Chaos, you said you know her page, and you're like, she's coming off kind of hoey or whatever. I think that's what you were getting at.
Yes.
Oh, did he follow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
If you do a quick search, most of these ladies that's on social media, they have links from the follow, and they have what they call that, special links, and it shows all their social media. And like anything, like most Europeans or most modern or Western women in general, they're gonna have one of them sex page where you can subscribe and all that dumb shit. But
I mean, even her choice of
that's what I discovered when I sit there and found her.
I mean, even her choice of lipstick is kind of trampy and
yeah, it is. And how much she had on exactly.
Yeah,
it is. I thought that
too.
Right. Either way, that thought process, and that thought process, giggity. No, the what she was saying though, that message, is she's not the first, and it's not just coming from maybe some of the ones that might be out here. I've seen I've seen Latinas definitely. I've seen Latinas express this like crazy. Like Latinas really. Let me say it again, because I don't know how many of you are new that never heard Z say this. I foresee a day when y'all gonna see Latinas and black women literally thumping over black men, like fist to cuffs, fighting over a black man. And I don't know if a black woman gonna get it too. I don't know if she's gonna win. I'm just saying it's gonna be on camera.
I mean, as black men, the income numbers that that Media Man presented, where you show black men ascending along the earnings ladder, so to speak, with each, as black men ascend, the lure of other women, especially Latino women, particularly because there's a closer phenotypical connection between many Latina people and black people.
Yes.
Sometimes cultural, closer cultural connection, social connection. So as black men do better, and as that gulf of wealth earnings widen between black men and all group of women, then yes, certainly those Latino women are going to become much more motivated to scrap for black men. So I agree. I definitely foresee them becoming much more active and visible combatants or gladiators. I don't know what the female term would be for gladiators.
Hey, Uru, it's perfect that you mentioned gladiator, right? Because I want a female that'll love my son like Lucius' mother loved him enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all seen Gladiator 2?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that yet.
Okay, in Gladiator 2, Gladiator 1, they send Maximus' son away, right? To another, like, to get him so they wouldn't kill him, right? And
don't give away the story. Don't give away the story. Don't give away the story.
Oh,
don't give away the story. Don't give away the story.
But the whole issue is that's why I need me a motherfucking
I did see it also. Yeah. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Forget all this talk about where black women want to go. we need to talk about what group of women love their sons the most enough to sacrifice and give to them. And that's the ones we need to go deal with. Whether they're Asian, Persian, Lithuanian, New Zealand. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I want to go to the culture where the group, that's why I'm like, no, I'm looking more towards Eastern European from the Levant because they actually love their men. Like it's not about, oh, I'm better than the man in one culture.
There is a rate. G, if you can hear me, don't say it out loud. And for all of you that saw the movie, and I actually agree with a lot of FD signifiers breakdown because I was in the movie huffing and puffing like a mug. If y'all can hear me, hopefully I'm not breaking up. There's a racial element to that movie, and I can't wait for Black Uru to see it because I really want to do a breakdown about and I hope BGS sees it also because there's a racial element to it, and I was in that movie huffing and puffing. And I think FD broke it down.
I wanted
and he
Denzel to
said
do
certain
that shit,
things.
boy.
Hey, don't give away the movie. Don't give away the movie. But hey, G, you see what I'm talking about with the racial element. It's like,
You already know.
So that's how we playing
I'm
it.
deep.
Hey, bro,
you already know I'm
like,
a motherfucking nepotist. You know what I'm on.
Hey, bro, when I was like, oh, just like him and Shady, oh, you dirty motherfuckers, right? So,
Hey, he need an
Black
Oscar
World, when you see them,
he said, you remember when your motherfucking father owned me?
Hey, don't give it up too much. But Black Uru, when you see it, please let us know, and I'll do a lot about it so that we could break that movie down. Trust me, it's really good.
Well, I
It's
guess
really
now you kind of motivated me to go see it because I was kind of waiting for streaming or whatever. I hadn't really thought a whole lot about it, but yeah, maybe I'll go catch it.
Z, now I need to see Denzel play Hannibal. Oh my God, if he play Hannibal,
that would be
I'm
good.
gonna have an
That would
orgasm
be
in the
fun.
theater.
Hey, no. Hey, to be honest with you, I don't really know who else could play Hannibal.
Hey, if I see that in Hannibal, if I see Denzel in Hannibal, I'm gonna just be jumping up, screaming in the middle of the theater.
I don't know who else could play Hannibal.
Hey, I'm gonna think I'm a
I wanted to say Will.
Like,
I wanted to say Will, but it got it.
Definitely not Michael Jai White.
It could be Michael Jai White. It
gotta be Denzel, or it gotta be like.
It gotta be an over 50-year-old brother. I don't want it to be somebody young.
Because Denzel still has the physical stature too, so it can't be like an old man.
Yeah, old, yeah. Well, Denzel old, but he ain't old.
He's still a young man. You know, he's in his 50s still, right? He's still a young man.
It soon,
no, he's in his 50s.
Denzel's getting ready to hang it up.
Yeah, I don't think you're an old man until you're like 65. Like old men are 65 plus.
Yeah, he's over 65.
Isn't Denzel almost 79, almost 69 or 68?
Let me check. Let me check.
70. He'll be 70 this year if he isn't.
Oh, Denzel will?
Yep.
Oh man, he look good, but I'm trying to age like him.
He already turned 70.
That's why I said it got to be
already
like
70.
Him or Will. I think Will also. Will be. Will could play it too.
No, man.
He turned 70 last month.
I can't see Idris either, man. It got to be somebody serious, man.
Idris would be good too. I think. Yeah,
I don't think
anyway, let's not go too far.
Actor, man. He's not a good actor to me for some reason. I don't know. Maybe because he always try to act like a nigga instead of a brick. I don't know, man. Like, why don't you just be yourself and be a good actor? Why you always trying to? He's a bad nigga actor. He's not a good nigga, man. No, Idris is not a good nigga, man. He don't know how to play the nigga.
Wait.
I don't think.
Wait, y'all. Let Black Uru land with that. Elder privilege, y'all. Let Black Uru land with that. Go ahead.
Career, I don't think Idris has, and I don't know if it's his own doing or Hollywood or whatever, but I don't think he's been given much of an opportunity to really do a great performance. I mean, I haven't really seen him be in much where you would see where you would have an opportunity for a great acting performance.
Hey.
It seems like everything I've seen him in is to kind of play on the fact that he's supposedly some sort of sex symbol, which is kind of what they tried to do with Denzel early. But the trick is, I think Spike Lee made Denzel what he became, because Spike Lee featured him and allowed him to be presented as a great actor and not just some property that Hollywood could use to, oh, this is the next new pretty black man we want to, present him.
Mo Better Blues.
So I think ironically, Idris would have benefited from having sort of a Spike Lee or a current version of that, or like a John Singleton or something like that, or the who's the brother that Denzel works with now, Equalizer and Training Day.
What is that guy's name?
Fuqua.
Fuqua.
He would benefit.
Fuqua.
He would benefit from having a Fuqua. He would greatly benefit from it.
But you know who else? You know who else I think can play Hannibal? Like a Michael Ealy type. Like Michael Ealy type.
The problem with
probably
Ealy
not
is
in look.
He's a little squirrely, and he's a little too, with the blue eyes and everything. He's not really. I think you want Hannibal to look more kind of.
What about the dark brother? I think he passed away. The dark brother that played Doctore. He would have been a good Hannibal too.
No,
I don't know his name,
but I don't think he's a big enough name to. I know what you're talking about.
I don't want it to be. I want it to be. See, Denzel's just a good actor. I want it to be an actor. You feel what I'm saying? Like somebody that's going to. Like I don't know.
When you got a chance, read this comment for me, please.
Okay, I'm about half of the comments, but it's facts.
Okay, we would have moved way past, and we would have lost it. This is what I get.
Yeah, maybe we can come back to
it. And thank you for the super chat, and you get one of these.
One alive that can play Hannibal, man. It might only be Denzel.
Right now, it does feel like that. Right now, it does feel like that.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with a role like that. You need somebody who not only is a great actor, has great physical presence, and is a big enough name, because that would be an expensive production. So it'd have to be a big enough name where someone will want to sign off on that $100 million plus $100 million cost for it to be done right.
Yeah, because didn't Hannibal have to cross the ocean? Because think about it, didn't Hannibal have to cross the ocean to get to Rome too?
He did.
Didn't he have to cross the peninsula? Yeah, he crossed the. Yeah, then he had to do that. Then he had to march across Europe to the heart of their empire, and I think that was like in France or something, right?
I think it would be very.
The heart of the Roman Empire was like in France or something.
I think it would be very difficult to. I don't think Hollywood would do that. I don't think they would not do that movie for the same reason they would not do the Haiti Revolution. Why they didn't want to do the Nat Turner film. I mean, I just don't think they want to see black men.
They ain't gonna let you
killing up that many other people, man. They just don't want to see that. They don't want to see that.
Because didn't Hannibal cross he crossed the ocean, then he marched across literally every stronghold they had, right? Until he got
beating them down and burning stuff down.
He was getting also assistance from native tribes who had an axe to grind with Rome. From what
no, I know that, but I know the seat of the Roman Empire was actually in France, so that's why I'm like, okay, that's where Hannibal ended up somewhere in France. Yeah, because Rome was an empire; it wasn't a place. The actual people that controlled it was in France or something, right?
No. See, France, what France is, parts of France, Belgium, everything, that was called Gaul at the time. And during the time of Julius Caesar, they conquered that region. But even when they conquered it, there were still occasional, even then, there were still occasional uprisings and whatnot. So the seat of Rome was in the city of where present-day Rome, the city, is at. What Hannibal had to do was he crossed into the Iberian Peninsula, where Spain and Portugal is. Got with he interacted with some of the tribes who had an axe to grind. They volunteered to help him. He won certain battles, defeated certain tribes who were still loyal to Rome, gained the respect of others who had an axe to grind. And then instead of going through France straight to Italy, he went first into Switzerland, into the Alps, and then crossed the Alps to come up and head into from northern Italy, which is
He
still
did.
our
He went the
country, which
long
is
way,
still,
the really long way.
he went the long way. Thousands have froze, and some of his troops froze to death because they were not prepared for the winter. And he crossed with all the elephants. Some of the elephants died along the way, and they made it into the heart of Italy, into northern Italy to be exact.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Okay, most
What was
definitely.
that?
Most definitely.
Okay. Y'all, you know what? I remember somebody did play Hannibal. The closest thing I can think of a black man who played Hannibal, there was a BBC production. And the actor is a man named Alexander Siddiq. Y'all might remember him he played in the Kingdom of Heaven. But the only reason I say he's the closest thing is because he's biracial. His mother is British, but his father is Sudanese.
Yeah.
Hence his name Siddiq.
Oh yeah, he was a good actor. A good.
He did portray Hannibal in a British production of it. There was a British film about it. A British docuseries he was involved in about it by the BBC.
And what's the Hispanic brother name? He'd be a good one. Carl Esposito or something. He played the
Giancarlo
bad guy
Esposito.
in Breaking Bad. He's the bad guy.
No, he's not
a
Latino.
dark-skinned brother, but he's
He's not
Hispanic.
Latino. No,
he's
no,
not
he's not.
Latino?
No, he's not.
He was
No,
on.
he's
He was on Deep Space Nine. He was on Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, Alexander Siddiq was in Deep Space Nine. But the thing about Giancarlo Esposito is this: he was born in Denmark, but he's not a Danish national. His father is Italian. His mother's African American. That's why he's got the name Giancarlo. It's not Juan Carlo. It's Giancarlo. That's Italian.
Okay, Giancarlo. Okay. You're looking out. Yeah, he a good actor too, though. I like him too.
Yeah. He would he trained.
Hey,
he worked
we're
under
being
Spike
told
Lee
to get
too.
it back on the tracks, y'all. We're being told to get it back on the tracks. We a million miles off the expressway. We
Guy Incognito.
we damn near in the middle. We damn near in the middle of the Pacific.
Time we were on the track was when I was saying that I think.
Okay, can I say something, please?
Come on in, Bruce.
Go ahead, Bruce. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Respect. How you doing?
Good evening.
Yo,
what's going on with you?
And the other said he wanted to watch Gladiator 2. I'm here to tell him that Gladiator 2 is available on Paramount Plus. Their streaming services.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Well, then I'll check it out. I'll check out. Maybe not today is football day, but I'll probably check it out tomorrow.
But
you saved him a lot of money, man. You saved him money.
But
Good
honestly, though, let's go back to the video. To me, it sounded like she was kind of warning black women that you're only going to be a side piece over here. She was saying basically if they marry and they see you, they want to have sex with you and stuff, but
I did get that vibe too. I did get that reading also.
That she was warning them that y'all just gonna be side pieces. They don't really want y'all. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, now unless you just think black women are gonna say, like, well, I'm gonna show them the German men or whatever that I'm more than just a box. I mean, I don't know. Like I say, I
mean,
disclaim any telepathic ability over women a long time ago. So.
But Black Ruth, there is the heavyset sister in South Korea did say that. She said the Korean men just see her as a body, right? A black body, and they want it. And she did say that exactly what she said. And there was a part of her at one point. She was like, "I'll show them that I could be loved, and I'm a black woman, and I'm here." And yeah, exactly what you said. So it's not beyond black women. Exactly, it's not beyond black women to get it. And we already know how stubborn they can be to get it in them. Like, oh, I'm gonna show you, I can get one of you. Oh, all right,
Well, yeah,
all right,
to
ladies.
kind of pick up on that, like there's this Hulu series, Queenie, where basically you see a whole heck of a lot of that. I mean, she's on the Caucasian teen chase, and I guess maybe there might be some chicks like that. A good number of chicks like that. They'll hear that message that was in the video and it'll resonate.
But and I think that
G,
she was
real quick.
warning them. Oh, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
You know what? Land, go ahead, land with that, and I'm gonna play this because I played it before. But speaking to Germany, I'm gonna play this afterward. Go ahead.
And I think us as a people, a lot of us, we're from pseudo matriarchal cultures where intimacy is something kind of sacred to us for real. in their culture, it is, but they have a thing like in European cultures about using other people's bodies for pleasure. It's like in the Roman culture, all the Scandinavian Viking cultures. Yeah, they had wives and they never were like restrictive with their women sexually, but they practice like prostitution is practically legal in all of those countries. They practice that. So I think she's more so trying to warn black women, not like I don't know. That's what I'm getting, and I know a
And I'll
little
put
bit
my
about
two
their
cents in.
culture.
That's how I
Yeah,
interpreted it.
yeah, and I know a little bit
That's
about
how
their
I
cultures,
interpreted
Uru. Like
it.
I used to, I did book reports on like Scandinavian and Viking culture. Like they've never been restrictive to their women sexually, but they've always had like a weird thing about sex slaves and harems and shit like that. And they're really into having women from different, like there was a real big Viking in Europe when they were like making the deals with Ethelred to make Europe, that he had a harem with a woman from Africa, Libya. He had like that was their thing, to have a woman from every single. But still, the only woman that could inherit shit was the Scandinavian women's kids. Like that's part of their culture. I'm gonna stop. Yeah.
Well, that sounds like conquest. That kind of piggybacks on that idea that sex is about everything but sex. It's power.
Let me play this real quick.
Sex is about power.
And I was thinking that earlier, the Oscar Wilde quote. But let me play this for you.
Oscar Wilde, yeah.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
And Mr. Z, I was just want to say.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, when I was over there, that's what I saw. I mean, in October, I saw, women looking at American black men with a lot of, interest. And I seen them looking at black women from Africa most of the time with invisible. They couldn't see them unless they were the top, the top of the top. And then it was just for, maybe just for a short thing, for a short time. But, and that's when you see some of especially the African sisters being disillusioned because, they were trying to be, they wanted to be looked at as important and, sexy, but it was just a thing for some of these German men, and they just couldn't get what the brothers were getting. The kind of interest and the kind of attention.
So you're basically confirming what the video presented.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not a secret. It was very obvious. You could see how they were treating, especially American black men, and how they were treating other people, and you could see the it's super obvious. It's super obvious.
Now, when you say American black men, so like, what was the identifier? Were they military or were they?
Oh yeah, yes, a lot of military men over there. And,
okay, but what about a black man who was not an American black man who was not military?
Oh, you could see some of the recent immigrants from Africa. The ones who speak English have that, the same accent that some of the Africans have that are here, and just certain a lot of ways. Some of the Americans were just a little bit more. I guess to say
so
Americanized.
If you conveyed the aura of an American black man in Germany, even though you weren't in the military, but it was clear by the way you spoke or kind of moved or presented yourself. If you appear to be an American black man, that would be an advantage to you.
Oh, definitely. Okay. Yeah, wearing definitely wearing the jeans and the pants and all of that. Typical.
Having an airline.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm fucking with y'all. Some of y'all African brothers be tripping with y'all hairlines, bro.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's
y'all gotta line that shit up, man.
Very obvious. It's very obvious in a lot of these countries. You can see the difference between some of the, I mean, some
I
of
know
the
that
American
ain't Zoe
guys.
laughing. You Haitian niggas be tripping with them hairlines.
Look, we won't take the slander, sir. We won't take the slander.
Hey, Zoe, I know you're not talking about us like that, man. No, he's just talking about Z.
I don't want no smoke,
Hey,
Zoe. I don't want no smoke, bro.
Who replaced G and put Tariq Nasheed in here?
Oh, well, no smoke, Zoe. Y'all, hey man, y'all be getting on us.
I'm right here.
Hey, no, I got a Haitian partner. We drove trucks together. She my partner. His hairline fucked up though. I'll be on that nigga head.
He literally just did. I have black friends. I'm just saying.
Okay, all right. I got you.
He talk about how we all fat. Listen, he talk about how we all fat. So don't get mad, bro.
By the way, G, if you don't mind reading this for me.
I was hoping to do it. Okay.
No, go ahead, bro. Read it.
Go ahead. You go ahead, Neymar.
Especially because this is more up my alley. Like Detroit 313 says $5 Holly said play Friends and Frasier song for the super chat. Just for him, I'll make it short and sweet. I'll just play the Frasier outro for him. Hey baby, I hear the news are calling, tossed salad and scrambled eggs. Quite stylish. And yeah, you may be confused. Well, maybe, but I got you bad. But I don't know what to do with those tossed salad and scrambled eggs. They're coming again. Dun, dun. Good night, Seattle.
The fact that you remember it. The fact that you remember it.
I have you. My memory is I don't know how to say it. Sometimes a certain smell or a sound, or if you say something to me, if I hear a certain word, it will trigger a memory. It's just how I'm wired.
This nigga name of that kid off.
It's official. It's official. Name is the elephant. It's official. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey Z, this nigga name of that kid off.
I'm not Ivorian.
You the kid off Patriot Games. You be cracking military codes and shit based off of TV programs. Nigga, get off TV, boy. Oh, slightly autistic, intelligent ass boy. Get off the
You already know that's what it is. You know that's
First of all, I gotta give Z pushback. I gotta give Z pushback. First of all,
information retaining analytical.
He gonna give you pushback. He gonna say he's not slightly autistic. He's all the way autistic.
No. I mean, what you called me an elephant and everything. Because first of all, one, I'm not Ivorian. That's it, because the elephant is their national symbol. Two, being Eritrean, I have no shame in saying that, I'm a Red Sea camel, because that is our symbol. And we have a reason for that. But, I have a good memory. Camels have good memories. Men, we all understand the importance of memory, photographic memory. People who have dyslexia, who cannot read, they can't put when they try to read, it doesn't process right in their minds. There's a part of their brain they compensated by holding vast amounts of memory. So if you read something to them, they will remember it easily.
No.
Photographic memory.
Hey, Neymar, ain't you in Treason?
Huh?
Ain't you in Treason, right?
Eritrean.
Eritrean.
I don't even know. I'm a nigga, bro. Come on, give me some grace, bro. Give me some grace. All right. Yeah, you just.
I'll give you some grace, but I'm helping you out.
I'm claiming you for that for a month, nigga. For a month straight. Go ahead.
Hey. No, you just got nigga memory. You got what I call nigga memory. Everybody from countries like America and the Eritrea got good memories because we had to remember shit to survive, nigga.
Yes.
You're from a nomadic tribe, nigga. You had to have a good memory to survive, boy. If you wasn't have a good memory, you'd be dead as fuck.
It was important. My father told me when I was young, sometimes what you understand and what you learn in this world can sometimes be the difference between life and death.
Hey, Indigo,
Let me read this. Indigo says, "Ain't you interested?"
Hey, you know what a Trusted is?
Indigo, dumb as hell, boy.
You know what a Trusted is? Z, do you know what a Trusted is?
Isn't that somewhere in Europe or something?
No,
Go
the
ahead.
Etruscans were one of the first were these people that the original Romans were battling inside
Yes, that's what I
along
thought.
the
Okay.
Italian
They are dead
peninsula.
people.
Yep,
They
yep.
are dead people.
No, some of the Italians are
Z, I'm
of
gonna kill
Etruscan
him with
descent
this
because
one.
they mixed in with the Romans and became Romans. Same with the plebes.
Hey Z,
In
I'm gonna
fact, it's
kill him
from the
with
word
this one.
Etruscan you get the word cavalry.
Wait.
Hey,
Let me go ahead, G. Go ahead.
hey, my Eritrean brother, nigga, I ain't from Africa.
Yeah.
I'm from Crenshaw Mafia.
Ah, come on.
Hey, that shit.
You said he's in prison. That's what
Yo,
I
that
heard.
shit.
No, you remember the part
Let
because
me.
we
G,
can't
Hey,
say
hey,
all
y'all.
the like we
Let me
can't
address this.
speak
Let me
our
address
language.
this.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Let me address this, y'all. Let me address this. And Guy Incognito says, and this one I want to read. And he says, as we advance, protect your reputation as black men. So I agree with this 100%, and this is why I wanted to read it. That this is gonna be something that we have to protect damn near with our life, not even damn near with our life.
Mm-hmm.
The world is changing fast, and
Very.
we have a chance to, I would argue, and that's what it's looking like. I don't want to call it too soon. What it's looking like is we have a chance to repair black men's image and our likeness. And as the world is globalized. So this, and you as you can see, y'all see Soraya Brooks, y'all see what that black woman I just played said about black men in Germany. You see what the white woman was saying. You see what's her name, Filipina P or whatever her name is. You see how she speaks on black men. Some of the women are going. Some of the women that are not black are going, and it's not just about the women. We have a chance with our careers. We have a chance with how we show up in the world and how we're viewed in the world. We have a chance with our reputation. And I agree with Guy Incognito 100%. We have to protect our image because it's not just about you individually. It's about other black men, black boys, right? Especially if you're not trying to watch black boys go through it as they become men. What you portray when you're overseas, how you act is a reflection of it's how other people will internalize and see other black men. So if y'all gonna go passport bros, if you're gonna travel overseas, what you do, what you say, how you act, when I get over there, I don't want to have to clean up your mess if I can even do it. When other brothers get over there, I don't want them to have to clean up your mess if they can do it, right? And these things have people have long memories. Shout out to Nema, and they'll remember, hey, when I interacted with this one black American 12 years ago, and and I'm passing through, and they looking at me crazy, right? So, this is something to
Z, I
remember.
can.
So I
Well,
agree with Guy
here's the
Incognito
sad part
100%.
about that.
Overpaying too.
Here's the sad part about that is we have been here before, and there's a rather famous and haunting cinematic representation of what you describe, the dilemma and the complexity of what you describe, that was represented in one of the great, I would say, in one of the great black film featuring black men ever, and certainly in the last 45 years. And that's the movie Soldier Story. If you recall, that was the issue with the infamous sergeant and the soldier who killed himself. And that was the image of black men going into the future. And how do you police that image? You know, and the dilemmas and the complexity and the trouble of policing that image. Because that's the biggest impediment to policing that image is going to be other black men. You know, in that video that you presented, the very first couple you presented, the black man and a black woman. And I said in your chat in the beginning, because I've observed their videos before.
If you don't mind, Black Guru, I read that comment. If you don't mind sending me the link to their channel, go ahead. But go ahead. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Sure. Well, I'll have to look for it because they're not a favorite of mine, so I didn't save it, but I'm sure I could find it.
Okay.
Because I've observed a number of their videos, and this is what I repeatedly see. Now, these people are married, right? That woman, to kind of clarify who is a woman with a big, probably a wig afro,
Yep.
Sort of split
And the glasses.
image there. They show her, and below her, they show the man, which, interestingly enough, in almost all of their media, you got the woman at the top in the split image and the man at the bottom. So let's consider how that looks visually, right? This is a married couple. They're presenting themselves image-wise, woman on the top, man, husband beneath her. And all their videos, you have her saying disparaging, negative, and in some ways even misandrous things about Black men. And you see her husband just sort of nodding or sort of asking for clarification, never at all challenging anything this woman said. Never at all. This is a Black husband helping his Black wife to disparage Black men in media. So when you talk about the image or policing the image of Black men, the most dangerous opponent you're going to face in that effort is going to be Black men.
I agree.
I agree with that. On top of that, there's the overpaying. Like when we go to some of these other places, from what I've heard from the travel brothers out there, like we have a tendency to overpay, and that's kind of like a mindset that we've taken in our society. It messes up for everybody, including the locals. So when we go and we buy, rent a place, we rent a place for like twice, 3 times as much. The whole area ends up becoming inflated, and then the locals end up kind of disliking us because of our mindset of overpaying. Yeah, break that too.
But honestly,
Mr. Z,
go ahead.
I just wanted to say the reason why we have that image, a good image in Germany, and like Black Guru was saying, is because its military soldiers are most of the Black men that are over there that they know of, and they are under control by the military, and so they are not.
They're disciplined. Yeah, they can't be us around.
So that's the people, the Black men that they actually are interacting with. Most of them are soldiers, and so that's why we have a good image in Germany, especially American Black men, because the ones they deal with have some discipline, have some money. And they have
they're disciplined.
All of it.
They have resources. Their resources. They have discipline, and they also have the external threat, frankly, of if they do misbehave, they have to answer to the United States government. There's a diplomatic issue connected with their misbehavior, and that's the fundamental issue. There is no overriding diplomatic control over brothers misbehaving in the Dominican Republic, for example.
Yeah, there's no cookies in Germany.
So who's going to compel a standard of some sort?
And then can I speak on the brother talking about us overpaying when we go places?
Go ahead.
We do not overpay. We stimulate their economy. That's why the government wants us to come there. That's why they give us incentives. That's why they tell us to come do business, because we have to raise their sense of living. They wouldn't never, they have to understand it costs money to maintain the flow of information. So you can't, they have a system of pay once it's over. That's not how you maintain society. Society is based off of subscriptive pay. You have to keep it going. For us to have a plumbing system, we have to use water every day. So we have to pay a water bill to keep the shit going. That's the purpose of bills. This is how society and civilization is structured. Primitive people or people that's not on that level doesn't mean they're dumb or slow. You have to make them understand, nigga, this shit costs every day. You have to pay a plumber every day. You got to pay an electrician every day. We're not overpaying.
But no, I think, I think the question is, are Black men, and I don't know, because this could be one of those things where, everybody's doing it, but Black men are the only one who are actually blamed for it. That could be, which is often the case with a lot of things. But I think the question is, are Black men predisposed to overpaying on a unit basis, on a per item or per service basis?
Yes, we are, and you know why? And you know why we are? You're an older man, and my grandfather told me this. I tip so they remember me when I come back in. You feel what I'm saying? It's not.
That's a real thing. But maybe in some cases an
No,
issue
I'm
of
buying. Listen, I'm buying
paying
my
too.
social,
Wait,
but
wait,
I'm
wait, wait, wait,
buying
No,
wait,
my.
wait, wait.
but
Go
Let,
G,
let
ahead.
him land.
I
Let him land.
understand
G. Let him land.
I understand your point. That's a
Mhm.
real thing. I will typically more times than not pay above your traditional tip rate, but I'm not paying twice as, you know what I'm saying? I think there, even if you want to be generous or have that create that favorable impression, are you doing it at an exorbitant rate to the point in which you are eschewing the overall market? I think
No,
that's a real question. But what I am not sure of is whether or not black men do it any more than any other men do, or is this again, this is just the next thing to put on niggas that everybody else is doing.
well, honestly,
That's what I don't know.
honestly,
Yeah,
other men do it more aggressively. Other men
Well,
will their
again,
money.
I mean that could be true. I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know
No, well, this is
if
the thing.
again this is just something that's being put on black men and everyone
Well,
else is doing. I don't know.
we'll just think about it like from a business perspective. Every other group of men do it predatorily, whether if you're bargaining for a price or anything you're doing. So let's say I know that I'm not African or I know I'm not Haitian. The only way for me to get acceptance is to show love to them people, to show them that I'm one of them first. And then as I get to know people and people realize this dude ain't no scumbag, now I can hit them with, hey man, y'all charging me too much for this shit, bro. And I'm one of them. I'm not seen as an
Well,
outsider no more. I mean,
okay,
that's just some street game. That's just
that's a
some
I'm
shit I
just
learned
saying
with this
fundamental thing,
game.
though.
let's look at it from a broader
You got to remember.
business.
I mean, I'm remember. Don't listen to me because I'm applying street logic too. Like I took over niggas
Well,
apartment buildings like this. Like,
apply your
you know
street
what I'm saying?
logic, not you being internal to America on the streets of America, but rather you come in as an outside agent. This is a smaller country or whatever where unit pricing can greatly influence inflation at a much greater proportionate rate than here in America. So if you have a situation where you have a flood of men coming into a small country and they're really kind of throwing a lot of money around, at a certain point it becomes disruptive, not only in the market that you're dealing with, but even in the community, even in and amongst relationships between the local men and the local women. So I think sometimes the complaint is, look, okay, it's one thing to pay a rate and pay a high rate, but if everybody's kind of coming in and damn, I'm going to out trick the next guy, so to speak. At a certain point, it does become disruptive. Again, not just to the tricking market itself, but even to the broader community markets and the
That's
expectations and the
And then
behavior
we
of
get
the women.
that's a fact because when Mansa Musa traveled to Mecca, that's one of the stories. Is like wherever he went, it just inflation just skyrocketed for the next few years because
because the amount
they
of
were just
gold he
flooding
brought with him.
everything with money. Go ahead, name.
But inflation is good.
Because he brought
Oh.
the
no.
hold on, G. Hold on, G.
Mm-hmm.
Because first of all, he went to Mecca for Hajj,
Mm-hmm.
the obligatory pilgrimage that you're supposed to do as a Muslim. But the thing was, he brought with him caravans. In those caravans, they had plenty of gold, and every time he went somewhere, because he was paying in gold or something like that, it would cause the inflation because the amount of
Mm-hmm.
gold that the Mali Empire was producing, he brought with him on his way to Mecca and back.
Yes.
All right, my turn
Yeah.
now.
But it's
And time
duality,
again,
Go.
too.
Flo.
Wait,
Can I say some?
wait,
Can I say something about the subject?
go ahead. And I think I don't know if I heard Gil Gammy also, but go ahead. Bruce Wayne, go ahead.
I think all that they've been saying is all cap. I'm
Mm.
from Haiti, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've worked in the tourist industry. Ergo, I was a translator, and I worked at restaurants, resorts, all that. American people are known to be cheap where I'm from. Yeah, American people are not known to be generous, to tip and give to the locals. American people are not known for that. So this idea that wherever Americans go, it creates quote unquote inflation, it's not what I've experienced myself. Okay. Matter of fact, American people are known to be so cheap that at a restaurant where I was working at, the waiters avoided Americans altogether. avoid
I
them.
can't
Wow,
believe
that's
that. I can't
wow,
believe
that's
that one, bro.
crazy.
They're not gonna serve them.
We have a tip culture here.
It's
Like they don't have a tip culture in a lot of other places, a lot of parts of the world.
okay.
Like
You have a tip culture, but you never use your tip culture when you were there. That's the
Man, we
problem.
invented okay, never mind.
Now, wait. I was there. I was there. I've seen it. Literally, just avoid them. If he or she said she's from America, all the waiters say, "Okay, I'm busy with this customer over there. Now serve that customer." Okay. And I remember one time I was bartending, and this white American woman walked up to me and asked me, "Do we accept coupons?" I said, "What do you mean coupons? What?
I think that's anecdotal.
What do you mean
I believe
coupons?"
it.
Yeah,
I believe
coupons.
that part.
I
I
have
believe it.
coupons. I said, "The fuck you mean?
what in like
You're in a
English?
so-called third world country and you're offering us coupons? What is that? No, we don't accept coupons." So this idea that American people are quote unquote extremely generous, I've never experienced that.
But when you say
I'm gonna
American,
leave it at that.
are we being race specific, or you just saying American in
All of you,
general, or are we leaning more
white,
towards
black,
white?
green, purple, all of them. If
I
he or
just
she
find stuff
says
like
she's
that hard
American,
to believe. I find stuff like
if
that hard to
he so
like.
come on, man. I
So,
won't
so
lie
let me
about
play
you
I
like
just
this.
that.
find stuff like
So
that hard
now,
to believe, man.
so now, in one respect, we're saying that because the other brother said, "Well, we're paying too much,"
We're overpaying.
but now you're saying we're cheap and spendthrift or too thrifty. So I don't know. Is this country specific? Is
I was
this
about to ask that.
service
Yeah.
specific?
Mhm.
You know what?
Can I jump in?
I'm not saying that it's not country specific,
Hello?
but this idea that
Give me a second.
you're out here
Who that?
tipping and being generous to people, I personally have never seen that. I've worked in restaurants in Haiti for years, hosting Americans, after Americans. I've never been tipped, not even once.
You got to
And I
work at the bad. You
rarely,
got
and
listen. You got to work at the bad restaurants, then, bro. Your
Yeah,
restaurant must be trash.
really,
Reference drop dollars.
like
Well, I mean,
We have
like the
whole
three top
industries.
restaurant
We have whole
Wait.
industries.
Everyone, wait. G, wait. Black Guru speaking. Go ahead, Black Guru, and then whoever that was trying to speak
well, I
earlier.
mean, he said he worked in Haiti, right?
Mhm.
You know, I mean, white people tend to misbehave in Haiti. As
Yeah.
best
oh
I
yes,
can.
definitely.
So I
Definitely.
mean, it would not at all surprise me that you got white people down there in Haiti behaving a certain kind
Acting
of
a
way that
fool.
they may not necessarily behave elsewhere.
Yeah. My and going to what Black Guru said, and whoever that was trying to speak earlier.
It was me, yeah.
My younger sister, her and her husband, they taking trips to Bahamas, like that's their spot now, right? And the one thing, like it almost makes her not want to go, is she say like you could feel the racial dichotomy, the hierarchy there. You could feel it with the white tourists. You could feel with the way they speak to the black help and stuff like. And she said that's the thing that if when she's get on the plane going, she has to mentally prepare herself for that, because of course being black women, so she want to jump in and who the hell you talking to like that, even though it don't have nothing to do with her. But she says that's the thing. And so I'm backing Black Guru up by saying, yeah, white folks, when they go to some of these, especially the blacker, darker places of the world, they do misbehave. And my sister's not the only one. I've heard this from multiple people. As a matter of fact, I saw this clip online, maybe even just a week ago. I don't even know if it was that long ago, where a number of people were talking about being black in Brazil. And that it was triggered by Austin Holloman. There we go. Now I remember. Austin Holloman was talking about black in Brazil and how it's not as harmonious as people like to portray it as. And there was just loads of black Americans that have visited Brazil that was like true. And even a Kenyan sister was saying she went over there on business, and she was staying in a nice hotel, and it wasn't until they realized she's not Brazilian that they stopped harassing her. Right. So like in these different places in the world, we have to be mindful of that. But and going back to what we were saying earlier, especially the women, like black women, anyway, yeah, go ahead.
But listen
So
though,
somebody
G,
was saying,
listen, G.
wait,
G,
G, somebody was speaking earlier, because I'm purposely give me a second, G, because who was that trying to speak earlier on the?
I think it was like me and then some other guy. But I think that other guy needed to get in. Which one was that?
I don't know who that was, but yeah. Speak now, forever
Oh,
hold your
that was
peace.
me. That was
Yeah.
Coach.
No,
That was
G,
me.
it wasn't
Go
you.
ahead.
It wasn't you. G, it wasn't you.
Yeah, go tell
I'll
bro to
take
go.
up the
Tell bro
rear.
to go though. I don't want to go. I'm saying tell
Okay,
bro to
okay.
go.
Okay, go. Inspire Truth, go ahead. Then we got you, G, and then yes, then we got you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Inspire
So
Truth.
so before I kind of got into like the whole disagreement there, I was going to say that the overpaying thing does become another part of the ethnic image that we have. If we overpay, then we end up looking like tricks, and if we end up looking like that, then that's not a good look for us either. Now, in regards to the difference between the other ethnicities that go to some of these other places like Haiti and Jamaica, like I could second that one. Like they kind of the palm colored folk going from us going, let's call it us, is so annoying. American palm colored folk going to places like Jamaica, they act out. They totally act a fool sometimes, and we end up sometimes having to kind of check them. Just
say it. They are known to be cheap. Okay, always
they're
trying
known
to
to be
lowball
rude,
people.
I
Like
don't think
not
it's just
just
the
cheap, but
money
cheap
though.
and rude. Like
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
mean.
exactly. Thank you, Inspire Truth. I don't think it's just the money. When there's a certain level of entitlement that we know that comes with us as Americans, but I think as Black Americans, it's a bit different because we're still Black, right? And there's still the racial element of it all. But I definitely think yeah, yeah, it's different. It's different. Oh man.
Mm.
I'll tell y'all that on a different stream. Anyway, go ahead, y'all.
And I think it's a lot of brothers who don't travel don't understand the prices of things. So they would tell you something like, this coconut water costs $6. And some guys think, oh, that's a good price, or $3. But when they charging the locals $1.50 or 50 cents. And so you get gringo price, as they call it. So it's a lot of places you don't know, you just don't know. And you think
But
it's a
listen
decent
though,
price.
that's
Let
not.
me let me
Listen,
let
hold on,
me
bro.
let
Let
me
me
see
land
this
with this.
real quick,
Can I land?
real quick,
Go
G.
ahead, Z.
Yeah. G, you got it right after this. Let me do something. All the people that are in the back, say put your hand up if you're in the back chat and you can't get up because I got a number. Like I keep on getting the sign that that might need to upgrade the
Let's
stream
see.
yard.
I gotta drop that anyway. 'Cause I gotta do my stream. So
Okay.
you need some more people. If you're full of the miss, you gotta drop 3 people.
I'm
It's,
gonna drop
it's
too. Yeah, I'm
flooded.
gonna drop
It's
after my
flooded right now.
statement, Z. I'm gonna drop after my
Okay.
statement.
Okay. All right. And thank you for coming up, Chaos. All right, y'all.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, G.
This is what I'm gonna say.
Hmm?
That's not us overpaying, brother. If they're charging the locals $1.50 and charging us $5, nigga, that's them overcharging us. Nigga, we didn't overpay shit. You know what I'm saying? But
Better you
regardless
try
of that,
again. Keep going, G.
regardless of that, that helps them when they get to do that to us, and it doesn't hurt us. Like, I'm not rich. I'm not a rich man by far in America. But nigga, to them, I'm rich. I make $1,700 a week, nigga. I think you need like $600 a month to live in Africa, or some shit like that. Like a dude quoted me like I can live over there like $900 a month comfortably, and I make $1,700 a week. So regardless of what they think, I'm still poor and middle class over here though. So it's the way you look at it. And
working class,
when the
maybe
brother
not
was
poor.
saying that we don't listen, bro. We have our damn near half of America is social systems where we give shit away. We come from shit where we give people food stamps. The white people, the black people, the Chinese, the immigrants that come here with no cards get food stamps. So I can't fathom that you said there was Americans in other places not paying when that's all we do. That's our culture. We have a capitalistic culture. Our money, everywhere we go, everybody spends money to
I
buy
know you want.
acceptance.
I know you don't want to go there with me. I know you don't want to go there. I know you don't.
Okay, I'm gonna drop
Wait,
down.
y'all.
Wait for it. Wait
Let
for
Black
it.
Girl go.
They be
Wait.
delusional
Bruce
like there's
Wayne,
not
G.
whole countries built off of,
Wait, everyone.
hold on, they be
Wait.
delusional like there's not whole countries' economies built off of American tourism and tricking and pimping and shit.
No, that's true. That's true.
Just sound
That's
crazy,
true.
bro.
No. Wait. G, no, you're right about that. But that Haiti's not one of them. But you're right about that, though. You're definitely right about that. But go ahead, Black Girl, go ahead.
Well, I think, G, you don't have a full appreciation of how white people look at black people outside of this country, in the Caribbean, in places in Africa. I mean, they be on some Christopher Columbus type shit.
Yep.
I mean, they be on some, going back centuries type shit when they go into some of these other countries. So underpaying people, hell, a lot of them act like they gracing your ass
With they press, yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
talking about paying somebody some premium tip, they not thinking like that when they go into a lot of these other countries outside of the United States. We don't see the full ass of white people in America the way people outside of black people outside of these countries.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
We don't see that whole colonizer face. So
no, you don't.
Again, I'm not saying there aren't some generous white people or et cetera or whatever, Americans outside of country, but I know enough about how white people carry on to know that when they leave this country, man, they'll show their whole ass in ways that they will get the ass whooped if they tried to do it to you or I in the United States.
Thank you.
Let me say my piece. Real quick. L's Active says, it says to better you. I'm gonna have you up in 1 second. When G or whoever else drops. And L's Active says to better you. Z Stream is like a packed club right now. And StreamYard bouncers are moving bougie.
Honestly,
look, thank y'all for participating in the conversation.
Mike. Just hold on.
Thank y'all for participating in the conversation. But no. So, and I'm adding to what Black Guru was saying. Look, what was I watching? And it was speaking about like, was it about Ibiza? It wasn't about Ibiza. I was watching something and it was speaking about like tourists from Australia, from the UK, and from the US. Them white boys in their 20s mainly, right? On college vacation, acting a goddamn ass. I can't. Where were they talking about? I can't remember. It might have. Was it Ibiza? It wasn't Ibiza. It wasn't Ibiza. Was it?
Wait a minute.
I can't remember. But anyway, yeah.
Let me think. Maybe no, because maybe I could help. Could you describe it? If it's not Ibiza, it has to be somewhere either in Greece, or in the Netherlands, or if we're going to someplace like Southeast Asia.
No.
You said
I watched something about Ibiza. There we go. I watched something about Ibiza and it said the same thing, and then I watched something about Thailand, and they said the same thing. These white dudes from Australia, the UK, the US, and Canada go over there and act a goddamn and they interviewed this lady that said she wasn't even in the red light district, and white dudes are like try to grab her hand on some bitch, come here, right? like get over here type shit, like Scorpion type shit. And she's not Pattaya. Yes, and she was not in the red light district, and that's not her life. She's not part of that life. But that speaks to something like that level of and you saw that with that documentary where the white dude was showing how easy it is for him to pull Asian women. Like just the ease at which these white guys be moving overseas.
It's bad out there in Singapore.
Yeah. See, I can even tell you this. Like when you mentioned the Kenyan woman in when she was in Brazil, and people didn't realize until they were harassing her until they realized she was Brazilian. I remember I went to France for New Year's with my brother and a couple of his buddies. Oh, hang on a second. Detroit 313, thank you for the $5. Sorry, we can't play that because we don't want to get Z getting a copyright strike.
No. Not the song, but I know what he's trying to say. I'm gonna play the White Walker for y'all in a minute. Go ahead. Okay. As a matter of fact, when I turn this off, go ahead and land with that. Whoever's gonna drop, go ahead and drop so that I can bring better you up. And because it is a packed club. We got
I want to get I'm gonna drop too.
Let me land.
Okay. Let's do this. Name it. Go ahead and finish what you're gonna say. Then we get Zulu, and then go. Yeah, go ahead.
When I'm in Norway, because I talk to people assume I'm American, but I tell them no, I'm actually from here, and explain to them what it is. I remember one time when I went to France with my brother and everybody, and we had to be on our best behavior, of course. We couldn't just act a fool because we were all reuniting because we were all over Europe and everything. But one thing I made it a point doing, because we speak in our native language or we speak in English, I made it a point that anytime we were lost, I would start conversing in either my native tongue or in Norwegian sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I ask somebody in English, the French people give me an answer. But if I say something, say something in Norwegian, then they would like open the door, like, oh, you're from Norwegian. Oh, you're Norwegian, Or if I say I'm from Eritrea, like, where's that? And then it would just and then they would just leave me alone, or they wouldn't bother me. But I see a lot of black people. Sometimes they look at me, they say something to me. I just say something in my native tongue. I was like, because there were other people who were looking because there were Africans who were looking to, start other shit with other Africans if they saw some shit. Like they saw you were some tourist. They would say something. I would say something in my native tongue, or I'd say something in Arabic. They would back off immediately. It was just to protect myself, because I understood I was coming into an area where you had a lot of black people, and my ass, if I got lost, it would not mean anything.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just gonna say a few things necessarily. When most Black Americans, I can't speak for white people because I can't speak what other folk do, but mostly I see us overpay. Like I know that was my thing, especially when I went to restaurants and places and everything like that. You usually like somebody else said, you get the gringo price. So when you go to a place, you get a stick of gum. It's like was it 2 CDs, but they're charging you 10, right? And then my thing is, when I used to go to a place, I used to add a tip just for the hell of it, right? Figuring out that was, apparently that's the insult in some countries, and that's all in some places. It's not necessarily, I don't want to say it's not allowed, but I had to stop doing that, because over time people start looking at you like you're a mark. That's what I started to figure out, because if you overpay, you will become a mark. If you don't pay necessarily enough or whatever, right, then it's like whatever, right? So that's like a 2-part sword, right? And when it comes to the reputation of like Americanness, like we're having like at least in the passport area, I'm gonna speak that much, right? You're having an issue, but the issue is like you go down to Colombia and places like that. You have white guys out here, let's say, soliciting younger women. I'm not going to say the age range, but younger women from the age of, let's say, 15, 17 range, right?
You being nice, let's be honest, but go ahead.
Yeah, right. I think they had an issue where they had white dudes out there, quote unquote, messing with girls of that age range, right? But the problem is they try to blame it on black dudes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's why I kind of hated the whole passport bro thing, because the very first thing they said was, you know what? This is all black men want to do. They just want to sexually exploit people. And then I realized, I'm like, wait, if that's true or not, which hopefully for the most people it's not, but people are going to do what they're going to do. It is really weird to hear that only with black men when they say we're going to travel for wives. That was kind of the whole thing, or wives or women, whatever the case was. Sexual exploitation was put on the forefront, even though that's exactly what white, Asian, Hispanic, men have been doing for decades, centuries, all over, and it's just been overshadowed.
Yes,
I definitely had a Latino coworker that used to be going to all these different countries in Latin America, and he would come back and be like, "Z, bro, let me tell you that me and my brother, and then we had and he would in exactly what you just said, Gio. And bro, the second I saw him at work, when he came back in town, like, hey, bro, let me tell you, we had my brother had dinner, and I had, and it's like some real incriminating stuff. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Y'all stay breezy. I'm
the craziest part about it, right? So like when I think I was on BMT's channel, right? And then he, I'm talking to him. I keep telling these guys, right? Well, they eventually started to, start doing it now. But passport bros need to be black men from America traveling. It can't be everybody, right? And it took them about like 2 years of these dudes basically tarnishing they're trying to tarnish their name, because they would go down to places and say passport bro, go down there and mess with some little kids or something like that, and then all of a sudden it's black men from America, and I'm like, whoa.
Let me say this Zulu real quick. Better you let KMS beat you. Quick draw McGraw. Come on, quick draw McGraw. I know it's a lie.
I'll drop.
No. KMS, you good for that? Okay. And let me say this though. Look, we only let pretty girls in the club, y'all. It's only pretty girls going in the club.
So
VIP is only going to be bad. It's only bad chicks in VIP. Look.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. So that's when I had to tell people, like, usually when you get like that mix of a personality stuff, they thinking about white people, right? But the thing is, it's funny how, like, when as a white person do it, then it's Americans. If a black person do it, it's
Then
just
it's
that
black
black guy,
men.
right? And
Exactly.
I'm noticing necessarily, especially like we have people who go down there to Colombia. Like, I don't, that's not my spot personally, right? I've only been there twice, but they have people who go down there personally. That's their spot. They get checked necessarily. The whole group of white dudes necessarily is going down there. They don't pull them out the line. They pull the black guys out the line and say, "Let me check your phone. Let me check your whatever." But then we know for a fact, like every time I go down there, it's a new case of some white dude messing with somebody underage kid or something like that. But then all of a sudden they always pulling the black people out of the line. So like they have their own little weird thing about that. And stuff. For me, I'm like real kind of iffy
You know what,
about that stuff.
real quick.
Gio, before you go, let me play the White Walker for let me play the White Walker for Detroit real quick for the super chat. Once again, rereading this, and Detroit said, play the Buffy the White Girl Vampire Slayer for this super chat. And there you go.
Kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are gonna clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Charles, actually, give me 1 second. Gio, you got it right after me. Give me a second. Let me see who this is, because we do have somebody in the back that I'm not familiar with. Moizdu. Could you give me a couple of comments so I can know who you are, please, and thank you. But until then, I'm gonna let Charles up here, and go ahead, Gio. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess it was just a comment on the collective guilt thing. And actually, Guy Incognito and Chase said, act right and protect the black male image at all times. And honestly, that's kind of a part of it. Like, not only as an American, you are overcharged wherever you go. Obviously, we all know about the gringo tax. Like, if you don't know about that, then you probably shouldn't travel. Like, if you are going into another culture, country, whatever the case is, if you don't know the ins and outs, you're setting yourself up for some type of manipulation, whatever. That's just what it is wherever you go. I mean, shit, even if foreigners come here, if they really don't know what's going on, you can kind of screw yourself over. But it's just that, like he said, the black male image, it's like, well, kind of like what the guy said earlier with the passport bro thing, it became putting yourself within, like, under this umbrella, like, okay, well, this is what I am, now I'm traveling, rather than just being a black man or man traveling. Once you put all these other
Charles, come up.
Not standards, but I guess rules on you. Like, I can't, like, not rule. I'm trying to think of the word. Basically, when you put all like this extra baggage on yourself, you are going to overcompensate. And it's not like people don't know that. It's like then we talk about the whole restaurant thing here. We all do understand that people serve you based on how they want to serve you, right? We all understand that if a certain person walks into a restaurant, if they smell terrible, they're probably not going to be as happy serving you. Well, as black men, we know for an absolute fact when we go into restaurants, into pretty much any establishment, we are not going to be served as well. But at the same time, and we, again, with protecting the black male image, they abuse the fact that we know that, but we're still expected to tip. If not, it just gives them that whole reason to say, oh, look, see, black people don't tip. Black men are broken bums or whatever the case is. So it just reinforces the negativity that they are also feeding into by typically not serving you well. Because really, like, how often do us as black men, we go anywhere and you are served to just a solid standard? You almost expect to have, okay, well, let me just get my food, get in and get out. Exactly. You can't escape blackness regardless. Exactly. So trying, like, again, that's not something you can escape. So you should, I would hope, be a good man simply because you want to be one.
Yes.
But like putting the baggage on you, it's like, well, regardless of whether you do that or not, I mean, you are still going to be black. You are still
But
going to
going back to the
be
original,
knowledgeable of where you are, basically.
Okay.
Going back to the original point of that you present about protecting the image, how does the logistics work for you to protect your image when the sources of misrepresenting your image, there's motivations for a lot of different people to misrepresent your image.
Correct.
You don't have any control over any of these people. And you don't even really have any control over the group of which you're a part of. So you can't even establish a standard amongst Black men that you would presume to present a favorable image of. I mean, it's
Exactly,
just so
that would
much
help
out of your
everybody.
control that it seems difficult to do, especially outside of the U.S.
Let me say this real quick. Black Guru, if you don't mind reading Compassionate and Callous, because it's a Chicago Negro reading a Chicago Negro's comment about a Chicago Negro. So if you don't mind reading this comment for me, please.
Sure. Compassionate Callous. A great African-American poet once said, even in a Benz, you still a nigga. In a coupe, I guess you still a
Shout
nigga.
out to Kanye. Shout out to Kanye.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's always gonna be there. I don't know how you do it. I think to the extent that at least amongst brothers of some somewhat close-knit group, you can attempt to impart a standard within that group. But once you extend beyond that group, it gets very precarious.
Yeah, but but at that point, you're also not in America. So like even within the culture, even dealing with other Black people, we commonly say, okay, well, I'm gonna be the example. I want everybody else to follow. If that's not what they want, it doesn't matter. Like, I was actually thinking about this earlier because it always seems like the onus is on Black men that aren't fucking everything up to not fuck everything up. But we're already not fucking everything up. So how do you want us to fix things we're not fucking up? And again, it's constantly on us.
Isn't that the Black man's burden, though, Gio?
But
isn't that like
we talked about man?
That's been the Black man's burden since like goddamn.
Something we didn't do. It's like hey, fix the community. It's like the one I'm.
We got you, Charles, in a minute.
It's like, how do you want me to do that exactly? And I guess it's just that. I'm saying, like, regardless of how you feel or the collective guilt, you're still Black wherever you go. Simply know where you are, but trying to outlive these stereotypes that people, like you said, people in your own group, your own women, some of your own men reinforce. America as a whole reinforces around the world and misrepresents you because it helps them. Like carrying that collective. I mean, I don't know. I guess you say guilt and all that on your shoulders. Like, I don't know what that does for you. Like, be the man you want.
It's a weight. It's a collective weight. I don't think we have the luxury, and I've owned that over a decade ago. Right. I don't think Black men have the Black people. I'm gonna say people because Black women don't have the luxury too. I don't know what they talk about. We don't have the luxury of thinking of yourself as just the individual. It sucks. I know. Oh God, Z, you just said it. I said it. You don't. You never, and quite frankly, pretty much since white folks sailed the ocean blue in 1492, you pretty much haven't. Right? It is just, it's a burden. It's a burden that we just have to shoulder for the foreseeable future, maybe, and we chip away at it, and hopefully one day our descendants won't have to deal with this crap because we would have handled business. Hands on spikes, anyway. But yeah, but for now, this is a undue burden that we have to carry, which is you don't just get to be judged by your own merits. And it's been like that. That's why I hate that talk about meritocracy. That's a bunch of crap. But yeah, and that's just the way it is, unfortunately. And Detroit, there you go. Right. No, we gotta get Charles in here in a minute. And then we got you, Neyman. And then we got you right after Charles. Right. And that's also for Detroit again. Go ahead.
Okay,
All right. And thank you for coming up, Turner Runner, and my apologies once again for last time. All right.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. And whoever else want to come up, you got a slot now, right? We letting people out the back door. They met somebody. They driving off. y'all got space in the club now. Go ahead, Charles.
I'm here, niggas. Don't worry. Shit.
Put down the cigar, will you? Put down the cigar, will you?
What's up with you?
There's actually something, and it's kind of the point I was trying to make. Just you.
Wait. Let's let Charles get it, and then we got you again, Joe. Well, let's let Charles get it, and then we got David, and then we got you. Go ahead.
Sheep doop doop doo doop and a sheep doop doop and whoa. Yeah, I need to listen to some more Frankie Beverly. I don't think
Charles
I don't give a Charles. I don't think, you know what. I'm just wondering, like, do Haitians listen to Frankie Beverly? You know, that would be great.
Yes.
But I would love to hear them. I would love to hear them sing it.
Don't do that to us, bro. Don't do that to us. Don't do that.
Oh yeah, I'm videoing that shit.
Don't do the accent, bro. You don't do the accent. That shit.
I'm videoing that shit.
Wayne, bro. That shit is
I'm videoing that shit. Here's my shit, right? When it comes to how females think and how they breathe and how they, I'm sorry. You don't feel protected, but you're not obedient. You don't feel loved, but you're not loving. That sounds like a me problem, not a us problem, okay? One of the greatest indicator of how you feel about something is how you view your children. How can you love a man that you're screwing, but you can't love the men that you birth? It's like, look, nobody gives a damn of how you feel. We shouldn't conquer. Why should the hell should black men conquer shit if you're not giving us inspiration? Men give women purpose. Women give men inspiration. Are you inspirational? No. You haven't been for quite a while.
Let me play the inspiration for you real quick. This is what we talking about. Look at this, Charles. I'm gonna play 2 clips for you back to back. Here you go. Here go clip number 1. They're short too. They're like a minute long. Here you go.
Black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are gonna clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
As a single black girl, you're not safe in Germany. You're not safe in Scandinavia. I generally wouldn't suggest going to either of those places on your own. If you don't want to be targeted by men, wear a wedding ring. This is a trick that I do. Everyone thinks I'm married, so nobody approaches me. Apart from the homeless people, but you know, that's another story. So basically, the German guys, the Scandinavian guys, the blonde, like me, you know. If you're a black woman and you've got a nice saucy accent, like a well-spoken British accent to be specific, or just something nice, someone educated too, they're gonna go crazy for you. Like, they have an absolute thing about you. I say, you are not safe. If they've got a wife and they see a gorgeous, beautiful black woman walking down the street, they're gonna target you. They're gonna chat you up big time. It doesn't matter if you're at the supermarket, if you're at the park, just fucking put that wedding ring on. That is the only thing that's going to keep you girls safe.
There you go, Charles. That it's a straight set. We were talking about like black women playing themselves out of position, and then having women like this be so bold to pretty much slap them in the face with, "Bitch, I will take him after you. I know you're gonna mess it up, right? Like I know you're gonna file for divorce on him. I'll clean him up and get on top of things." Her words, right? Yeah, and you know, yeah. Go ahead.
See, I never saw the magic of the snow money because they, you know. Them, like Asian women, make me itch uncontrollably. I just don't see what the hubbub is about because I don't find them attractive. Um, I look at it as most black men really don't find white women attractive.
I agree
Here's the
with that
real deal.
actually.
Here's the real deal. They rather deal with what they don't find attractive rather than what they find agreeable. Because if you look at these bitches, by the time they hit 30, 35, they look older than you.
I actually agree with that
So,
part too.
so when we look at this, black women have first dibs on so many people. And my ex, her son's with a white girl in Iowa. And take that as you see. And she
Damn.
said she's gotten used to it now. She says, I can't believe my son's with a
Charles, was
white
she like
girl.
this initially?
She was like,
She looked.
you know, I mean, she made Gar look happier. But here's the part about it. Here's the initial part about it, right? You instead of saying why my son's with a white girl, ask yourself this question: why does the women suck so badly that they had first dibs on my son? And her son's not a bad looking dude, traditionally handsome dude, as most girls would say. It's the fact of the matter that you suck so badly that a raggedy snow bunny outranks you.
Ooh.
And not because of looks, obviously not. It's because out of temperament. Let's get that shit straight. Only white men can say their women are anything of the class of beauty. So that's only because he just wanted to cheer her up because while he was fucking the slaves. So they believe the lies
Charles,
of
what did you
shit.
say about temperament again?
I am out of control. Yeah, I use drugs. I can do what I want, bitch. Yeah, I have sex and I don't use protection. It's my hot body. I'll do what I want.
Exactly. Exactly. You know. Hold on.
And after Charles, we gotta keep on going. We gotta get better you because he hasn't spoken. We gotta get L's active because he hasn't spoken. I really want to know what he think about the UK system. I almost say UK
Wait, where's
system. I had to
Els?
choke on that. The UK white woman. Damn, their culture system. Goddamn.
Yeah, you know.
God was like, oh no, you don't. I started choking before I got the damn word out. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. Let me
See,
just say something before we continue.
here's the hidden part of it, right? A lot of this shit that goes on continually is a failure of what? Not black men, it's of black women. Why? Because y'all the ones who wanna check out. Y'all the ones who said we don't want to cooperate. That's you. You left the most sophisticated black man in the planet, right? The man who brought you out of slavery, the man who brought you out of bondage, the man who did all this shit, the man who gave you civil rights. What did you do? You stabbed him in the back. You have proven to everybody on the
But
planet
Charles,
you're
though.
this. It's called nature. Nature has checked you, and everybody else has checked out. We don't get look. Y'all championed a slut for president. Okay, let's just keep it out. Keep it a buck. I'm not. I didn't go with hard because I actually have respect for offices. But since she's out of office, you championed a slut for president. So what does that say about you?
Allegedly. But no, I'm yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. And, let's get better you in here, and then we get L's active. Goddamn, Charles. Go ahead. Charles came here in here and just scorched the place. Yeah, go ahead, better you.
I agree with a lot of Charles' points. And I came up because I want to speak on that economic point.
Go ahead.
We do overpay a lot because we're so used to the way that we purchase in America being so transactional. There's a sticker price, and in certain places in the world, there's an expectation of haggling to where, yeah, I might tell you $10, but I know that's overpriced. Everybody over here kind of knows that's overpriced. But, I say 10, you're supposed to say 2. You go back and forth a couple times. All right, hey, I'll let you get it for the 5. So not only that, but corporations also play a role in it as well when U.S. businesses go abroad, because a lot of times we don't understand currency in their terms. Like, I throw a 5, 20, a 10 at you, you kind of have an idea automatically of what you can get here. But over there, like, there are countries where a dollar might be basically 1,000 of their currency, and you kind of get detached from that. And sometimes what has happened in the past, in particular, Nike is one of the more notable ones. Some businesses have gone abroad and paid wages similar to, I guess you say, like U.S. minimum wage to those workers, and basically kind of like the chaos that you could imagine that would happen if you tripled or doubled the billionaire class in America overnight. That's essentially kind of what can happen sometimes, because some people they're getting the equivalent of $1 a week, and you mean this motherfucker is getting $7.25 in an hour?
So in other words, they become the guys. Those are the guys to be with.
Well, not only that, but now you have this small elite class that also consumes, because those billionaires typically don't consume a ton in relation to things, but now you have consumers who've gotten that type of wealth, and it fucks up the economy, because it does drive up that inflation for everybody who doesn't have those type of jobs. So now the going rate for services and things start shooting up dramatically, and it kind of like fucks everybody, because the price of bread, just for use one piece currency, price of bread, hey, you can get bread, a loaf of bread for 10 berry. This motherfucker, he got it now, so like, hey, he paying like 20, 30, 40 berry for a loaf of bread. The average wage is like 100 a week. You know what I'm saying? So like, real quick, like, stuff can get inflated and out of whack. So like that's one that it's a big ethics debate. I remember it and going through my college program, like businesses going out using foreign labor, setting up shop. Like, what's an ethical wage?
Thank you, Betty. If you would,
Look,
are you done?
there are several ways you can avoid getting gouged in a foreign country. I mean, first of all, we live in a world where we can know the retail value of anything on earth, with a mere Google browse, right? So, I mean, all it takes is a little research to avoid being gouged. And then the other two is you just decide for yourself how much you're willing to comfortably pay for a particular goods or service. So even if you're paying some what might be considered a premium for that country, as long as you're comfortable with what you're paying for that item, that's really all that should matter to you. Ultimately, I mean, if look, I'm only willing to pay the equivalent of an American dollar for a Coca-Cola. So regardless of what that translates to in, pesos or dinara or any other, whatever that translates to in that particular currency, that's what I'm willing to pay. If a dollar is equivalent to 20 pesos, I don't know if it is right now, but if it is, then that's what I'm willing to pay for Coca-Cola. If you're saying 40 pesos, I'm not paying it. That's how. I mean, you can easily avoid being gouged in another country, provided you have your own internal personal governance over what you're willing to pay.
Or as you said earlier, you could just Google it and see what a fair
You
price
can just
is.
Google it,
Like,
right?
Gio, this is your first time up here. I'm putting you to work anyway. Gio, if you don't mind reading this comment for me from KMS, please and thank you.
oh yeah, of course. KMS with the 10. Thank you. One question: why should I, as a black man, give a fuck about whether or not this white woman is baiting black women? Even if I did care, which I don't, black women, wouldn't listen to me out of spite.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Hey,
KMS,
I don't know who disagrees with you with this
I
KMS.
totally agree.
Yeah, no one
This profound comment. Thank you.
Now, here's the only potential value of it. If you're engaged in a propaganda or war of propaganda or rhetoric, you could use it against black women. You can use it, from a standpoint of, information is powerful. We're making an argument about the so-called relative value of black men versus the so-called relative value of black women, particularly not just in America, but abroad. You could use it to that effect, and I do think in this environment in particular, there is some value about with juxtaposing the value of black men to that of black women. I think there is a value. I think it does help to some degree bolster the esteem of black men and maybe in the opposite effect to black women. So in that regard, and so the war of words, the war of rhetoric, the war of propaganda, there's some value. I don't know if that information in of itself helps black men per se, but I do think there is some value in that war of rhetoric.
Yeah, I'd agree. You just don't want to fall into the pandering trap. And I feel like that's what a lot of black women do when they have videos of like some random super tall, buff, rich white dude, like, oh, what? I love black women. I'd do anything for one, even though he has never been with one in a serious relationship and would never marry one. He would still have no problem putting such information online for the views.
Propaganda war.
That's exactly. That's kind of how I'm seeing.
Shout out to Chris Evans anyway.
Because you'd have to, because like I would assume a few things, right? If you're posting something online, you're not doing it to your own detriment. You would assume that in some way, even if you do get some type of pushback or just negative feedback overall, you're going to gain more than you lose, right? We would just assume that. When it comes to
that
the
should be the goal
online
anyway.
space, precisely. So when it comes to the online spaces, why would a European, and I don't know what part she's from, exactly where she is.
She's British.
Or even if she is European, she's what?
She's British.
Okay, so British. Okay, what exactly would a British woman that I'm assuming is not living in America, what would she gain by saying such things to a predominantly black audience about black men on the end? Like, what she gain from? Is she with black men? Has she ever been propaganda? Well, I would assume.
It's
Go
called
ahead,
notoriety.
Charles, and then we'll get Jesse after that. Go ahead.
It's called notoriety. Here's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
When I told you before, when your product sucks,
right?
If somebody comes to you and say the product sucks,
I ain't go through now.
When the product sucks, it's nothing. It's nothing else. There's no real competition. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me excuse me, real quick, Naaman. Let me actually give him as one of these, and then we're gonna have Jesse, and then we got you, Naaman.
So the thing about
did I skip you? Better you? My bad. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Jesse, and then better you, and then you, Naaman. I'm sorry, Naaman. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it wasn't me. I was just being smart. I was saying, don't choke on that biscuit, bro.
Oh, I'm not eating Popeyes. Hysterical. I'm not eating Popeyes. That's hysterical, but not right now.
What are you eating?
Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, so the thing about Googling prices, I mean, that's not really an effective way to kind of gauge the pricing in a country. But number one, most of these foreign countries that you're going to, they don't really have a lot of available accurate data like on that type of stuff. Number two, the little data that they may have, a lot of time is averaged out by the country. And when you literally look at the prices within a country, let's say like a capital city is going to usually be a lot higher than a lot of the smaller cities and areas within that country. Not
Right.
only that, but the different parts of the capital city is going to be higher. Just to give you a real world example, in Accra, Ghana, right? There's one neighborhood in Accra, Ghana called East Legon, which is a upscale neighborhood, right? A lot of expats, a lot of wealthy people there. And there's another middle class neighborhood called Malam Junction. In Malam Junction, you can get like some tilapia plate, right, with some sides and stuff like that. You could get it for like 25 CDs in that in the middle class neighborhood. In the upper, middle class neighborhood or wealthy neighborhood, that same tilapia plate won't be 25 CDs. It'll be more like 120 CDs. So you see the big difference. The easiest way really is to kind of deal with locals, try to get information from locals so they can kind of tell you and negotiate. One of the brothers spoke about this earlier before I got on. He said that a lot of these foreign countries, they expect you to negotiate. That's true. Like specifically in Ghana, they're going to start, I don't care what it is. It could be food, a house, clothes.
Anytime you're
They're
in
gonna
the
start
African
you
or
with the
Arab,
craziest price, the craziest price that most people like. Oh hell no, you know what I mean?
so
And they
anytime
expecting
you're in the
you
Arab,
to
I mean,
negotiate down.
anytime you're in the Arab
if
or
I am touring, if I'm touring the country, if I'm visiting, how much haggling am I gonna want to do for
you're
everything?
gonna that's cultural. That's cultural because
So it's
anytime
only so much if I'm visiting. It's one thing if I'm going there to live and I'm not going to become a
well,
black.
that's part of the culture.
No,
That's
To be
part of
honest
the
with you,
culture.
I agree with
I'm saying,
Charles.
hold on, let me make my point. If I'm just visiting a country, briefly, I'm not going to want to haggle over every damn thing that I'm buying over there. I'm not going to want to do that. And here's the other thing, bro. When you Google something and they reveal a price, what's the likelihood they're going to be averaging or revealing the price of a town of a couple of hundred people? No, they're going to show a price of the area, the average pricing of the area of the country in which people are most likely to visit. That's what's going to appear in
Correct,
Google.
it's based off of
The
tourism,
places
anyways.
where the tourism, that's the pricing they're going to show. They're not going to show an
Correct.
average price of the whole country. There's no value in it.
A lot of times you get a lot of that haggling shit in African and Arab countries. That's just. But do
That's
you want
true.
to always do it? No. Sometimes you'll come out. Most 90% of the time you'll come out better because you did, and it's pretty much, think about it. Black men hate haggling, but we do it all the time for our women.
Ain't that a trip?
No, I don't mind haggling, but I'm not going to be haggling over a Coca-Cola, right?
No.
Here's a dollar equivalent of a Coca-Cola. You either take the shit or not. I'm not going to haggle over.
No, nothing that small you're gonna haggle over.
I'm gonna come back down tomorrow.
Well,
Right.
I
So
think
yeah. Another thing is, from my experiences overseas and speaking with people overseas. First of all, I'm a light skinned nerd girl. So when I go overseas, most people don't know what the hell I am. They don't know if I'm Arab. They don't know if I'm mixed. They really don't know Black American or what. I get about four.
Ethiopian with a big forehead.
I get about 4 or 5 different you're this or that, Ethiopian and Eritrean. So for what I've seen, black men's reputation is very positive. In most countries overseas. Our worst reputation as Black American men is by far in the U.S. But when you go overseas, Africa, Latin America, you know, certain, and it all varies, right? It's not just like, okay, you have one reputation in every African country and one reputation in every Latin American country. Like there's certain Latin American countries where there are populations of women that do specifically by name prefer African American men, right? And then there's certain countries where the women may be different or the people in general may be indifferent. But overall, Black American men, we are probably, in my opinion, I'll probably say like top 4 reputation as far as guys. Like we're probably up there with like white American guys, white European guys, and stuff like that. Depending on the countries. Now the person that does not have that good of a reputation is our counterpart. Unfortunately, I've talked to several people in different countries where it was like, you know, I didn't like y'all at first because I had some bad experience with, you know, this one African American lady doing this, doing that, doing that. I mean, I've had that at least 3 or 4 times where people tell me like, you know, I thought this and I thought that based on experiences with women, because you know the women do travel more than we do. I mean, we've already established that years ago with the passport numbers.
And I'm gonna tell you this, and a lot of y'all niggas need to actually get your passport and travel more.
Thank you. True.
Yeah, you actually need to do that because it's gonna make it a lot easier for you because everybody loves you.
Let me say this to what Jesse was saying. So once again, Jesse, you telling me them not being coupled up with us, doing they probably passport girl thing, going to get smashed out by some Italian dude or some freaking West African or East African dude. They are leaving bad reputations all over the place, all in the Caribbean, all over the place. So you're trying to tell me they played themselves?
Congratulations, you played yourself.
It works for me because they're helping to build a distinction between the two demographics overseas. They already created the distinction in the U.S. Like, okay, we're more educated, blah blah blah. But now it's like the inverse overseas. Like, okay, the guys are all right, but these women. I mean, you had the chick the lesbians a couple years ago that got deported from Bali. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
You got a whole bunch of incidents that's going on, and 9 times out of 10, it's a lot more of them that's getting into. I mean, even in, you know, we talked about Gambia. You know what I mean with the pay for play in Gambia.
So you're telling me that they're somewhat moving like the worst type of white men.
Well, I'm not gonna go.
So nobody wants to say it. Wait. We're gonna let Black Guru go after me. But wait a minute. Y'all don't want to say it, but what I'm hearing y'all say is they moving around like some of the worst type of white men. I'm just saying.
Here's the problem with that, right?
Well,
a lot of them are not even getting banged off because here's the problem. A lot of them are so obnoxious that motherfuckers see. We think in the lens of the thirsty American black man lens, okay? And not everybody's like that. They like, wait a minute, I could get something better than you for a cheaper price. They thought about that shit decades before we even said it. So stop believing what all these bitches talking about. I could get a better man than you. I'm like, bitch,
you know what?
You have never got a man that outranked me. How can I tell?
Wait, let Black Guru go, and then we got AL up here now. So Black Guru, AL, and I know Jesse wanted to finish up what he was saying. I don't know
I'd
who else
respond
was trying
to Charles
speak.
after whenever. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Who's supposed to go next? Mr. Zeno lost his train of thought. Black Guru, AL, and then we'll go continue. And then Jesse.
I mean, I've been left behind. I don't
want to. You guys hear me? Or?
Yeah, no, we can hear his name when he said left behind. I don't know why that was funny.
Yeah,
anyway.
I don't want to hold up. I don't want to hold up AL. So
okay. Go ahead, AL.
You're not holding me up. You the elder. You had something pertinent to say, and I do want to hear it. Go ahead. I'm just a peon.
Well, I mean, maybe this helps. A man and a woman is a different thing.
Thank you. Say that again for the niggas in the back.
Expects of men and what people expect of women are just entirely different things. And so even if black men and women are similar in some ways, because we are a little more egalitarian and women have been liberated in the bullshit, all that sort of thing, it's going to look very different on a man versus on a woman. It's going to be feel and experience very different on a man than it is on a woman. So the very strength that a black man may exhibit is going to be something that men aren't going to want to have anything to do with in the form of a female. And so that's like the fundamental issue. It's not even just, yes, of course, it's their own behavior and countenance and misbehavior very often. But it's just the fact that liberation on a woman don't look good outside of America. Regardless of how you think it looks or plays in this country, it don't look that good outside of this country. It's expensive outside of this country. Being a liberated woman is incredibly expensive outside of the fiat money, the trillions of dollars of fiat money outside of the United States of America. So it is their own failings in particular unique to them, but it's also just the broader value or valuelessness of their liberation outside of this country.
I object. We shall never call it fiat money anymore. We'll call it thought money.
No, Black Uber gave me something to think about. I never thought about. Oh man, Black Uber, that opened a whole nother gate of the idea. Liberated women cost money. That shit right there. You know when somebody says something, you be like, wait a minute, wait. Liberated women is real. It's really expensive. Yeah,
They are.
yeah,
They are,
yeah. No,
because you got to
it
think
is.
about
It
it.
is. Yep. Go ahead.
You got to think about it. How much more
We got to get AL
protection?
after this, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to be short, but how much protections and protocols do you have to put out there to protect these motherfuckers from themselves? How many safety? You're only as liberated and as free as the men and the government allows.
Yep, the system.
If men actually said, fuck this government, get the fuck back in the kitchen, or else, what could they do? They're going to fight back? Think about this. They only fucking put you in these bubbles because you believe them.
Good point.
That's the only thing about it. The funniest, you have to teach a man how to be weak. I want you to break down very quickly what the fuck I just said. You have to teach a man to be weak. Okay?
Yes.
So you only believe this bullshit because who taught you this is the way you should be?
KMS, I ain't messing with you, bro. KMS in the comments acting a fool. I know exactly what he referring to too. I ain't messing with you, KMS.
Well, let me
go
get
ahead,
out of
AL.
here.
Go ahead.
Let me get out of here.
Thanks for coming up, Charles.
I'm gonna do my rounds whenever people chat, and everybody tune in for me coming tonight.
Okay, Charles came up and set the place on fire as usual.
I'll be there to wreak havoc.
As a matter of fact, give me 1 second, y'all. Let me have Nema because I think he's gonna do the best. Because Nema is not as embarrassed as Z is to sing. And Nema, if you don't mind reading this, please.
Play "Living Single" the intro. First of all, I don't remember that song, but first of all, I have a question for Detroit.
You don't remember the "Living Single" intro out of all things that you remember?
I don't remember the rap part of it. I don't remember the rap part of it.
Then sing it. The "Living Single" intro. It's played in my head. I'm not gonna sing it, but it's played in my head right now.
Okay, hang on. Let me get some water. But by the way, before I do, I just want to ask. Detroit 3131 question. Was it Kim Coles or Queen Latifah you had a thing for?
Oh man. I'm pretty sure he's gonna say Kim. I doubt it's gonna be Queen Latifah.
Kim Coles is funny. She fine. She was cute back in the day.
Y'all better admit that y'all be liking that y'all like Queen Latifah.
Kim Coles was the first season of In Living Color. That's the peak Kim Coles.
Oh, I forgot it. How did it go? Just tell me how the words go, OC.
We're living single.
They're living single.
We're living single.
No. AL, because that was AL's generation, definitely AL's
that's
age.
AL,
That's
sorry.
definitely AL shit.
I can't
AL,
remember
you
living
take that?
singles.
Y'all about to have a Texas
Unless you
nigga
want me to
sing
do
this shit.
TC Curse's version.
Wait, who got a thing for Queen Latifah?
I do.
Wait a minute. Thank you. See, there you go.
You got a problem with it?
Let me say this. Let me say this to Gio. Let me say this to Gio. Gio, you'll be surprised. I said this to y'all. I'm not joking. I've been in conversations with brothers. Brothers like Queen Latifah.
No, Queen Latifah has a beautiful face.
Yeah.
That's why whack on her. Y'all keep forgetting. Just because y'all don't, I mean, that's cool. It's some dudes that do. I don't knock no dudes.
In the 90s kind of world. Exactly, Trail. Thank you. The song is in my head, but yeah, I'm not singing that shit.
Yeah. All right.
Not me for what I like. See, that's always my principle. I refuse to let any man shun me for what I like. What I like is what I like. I'm not talking about what you like. All right, Charles is my homeboy. I love him to death. But what's he tell you all the time? He despises a thick, big girl. Me, I'm born and raised in the Lone Star State. Oh, she better be thick. If she's not thick, I think she got the lick. Real shit. Anything Charles like, I swear to God, I'll really tell him to his face. That girl got HIV. She's got to have
Yeah,
HIV.
you must be an old head.
No, I am old and proud of it.
Respect it. Yeah. No, fuck.
Proud of it.
No, respect.
No. Wait. But I'm still in my 30s, and I know brothers my age. When we were younger, when we were in our 20s, they would have took Queen Latifah down.
I mean, you got dudes openly saying that they want young MA, so like, I'm not surprised by this.
Hey, look, I'm gonna need us to get off the Kodak like that. Get off the Kodak. Get off the Kodak. No, I'm playing with y'all. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's not just Kodak. This is quite
Y'all
a
know
few.
some brothers out here trying to take down some studs now. Come on now, y'all.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey,
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not surprised. You're right.
For all of us that were following the story, you could ask Gio. Kodak Black, of course it was Kodak. Goddamn Haitians, we going outside. He was really trying to make a play at Young M.A. He was making her feel uncomfortable as hell too, which was funny as hell to me. But yeah, he was like trying to really make a play.
He was
serious.
He was
dead ass serious. Listen, as a South Florida native, the Pompano Haitian dudes, Kodak was 100% serious. He would have took down Young M.A. He wasn't joking. Yeah, he would have did it. He would if she would have gave him. If she would have said yes, he was scared.
He would have gone.
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
He would have changed.
You're coming in clear, Nemo.
He
You
was
said he would change her life.
He was trying to convert her. Period.
Yep. He would have been out. He was peeling out. Oh man. Okay, let's do this. Socrates is here. I told Jesse I was gonna let him finish. Els hasn't said anything, but go ahead, Nema. Oh yeah. I didn't even give give you a super chat thingy. Give me a second, and then we're gonna have Nema, and then we'll circle through. All right, Nema, go ahead.
One thing I think we forgot to sum up the whole thing about black men going overseas, that your people's representative. It goes for every
Not
black
anything,
person.
Charles. Almost anything though. Almost.
Okay. If y'all remember H-Rap Brown, I remember watching this clip of his. H-Rap man, formerly known as H-Rap Brown, now known as Jamil Al-Amin Abdullah, who's right now serving prison term.
He passed away. He passed away.
Yeah.
Allah yarhamhu. Allah yarhamhu.
Alhamdulillah, he passed away.
No. I said Allah yarhamhu, which means Allah have mercy on his soul. That's what Muslims say.
Oh yeah, I say inshallah he's in Jannah. Yeah, inshallah he's in Jannah. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Jannah, not Jahannam. But anyway.
Hey, Naima, I'm gonna cut you off real quick. I like how you always bring up some random Black American shit and then proceed to explain like niggas don't be knowing what you be talking about.
Am I wrong for that?
No.
Let me put it this way. But
that name. I've actually offered salat with Jamil Al-Amin before. I've offered salat.
Okay.
Let me answer that question, Naima. No, when it's rightly placed and timed. No, it's not annoying, but sometimes it can be, but not all the time.
I'm
I'm
just
like,
picturing
well,
Neymar over there in Netherlands or wherever he at, just
Norway.
watching a whole bunch of Black American pro-black clips and TV shows and
Oh no, he
shit.
didn't see it all.
'Cause this motherfucker always bringing up random references like, remember that one episode from Sanford and Son and blah, blah, blah.
No, dude.
Hey
I
man,
grew up
listen, hey
watching
Jesse.
some of that when I was a kid. When I was younger, I was especially when I was growing up in the Middle East. I was exposed to Roots as a child. I was also exposed to Eye on the Prize, the program. And then when we moved back to Trevor, we were seeing that they were showing that as well. When I was living in Eritrea, they was also showing some of those documentaries and such. I remember in school where they were teaching us about, the Atlantic slave trade and everything. But I remember a clip on Facebook.
Is L still up here? Did I see
Yeah,
him? Did he fall?
I think he was.
Els, what happened? Els, I was gonna let you start speaking too because if you jump up, but so something I realized speaking of Els and speaking of Neymar, how ubiquitous American entertainment is. Like you know it in theory, but when you speak to people from overseas, they like that's when you really get to know like, oh no, wow, you really remember this little, and it'll be some like obscure whatever the hell that you thought was like limited to the South, and like Neymar bring it up, you like, how the fuck, right? Like, so
Well,
yeah,
the power of black media in particular is that for much of the world, the only black people they see or hear are Black Americans.
True.
Yeah.
So it takes on so Black American media for a lot of people outside of the U.S. take on a particular resonance because it's maybe literally the only thing that somebody who looks like them get a chance to actually see and hear. And so that's going to resonate with a lot of people in a way maybe even more so than it will amongst us who are actually here and living it. And so it doesn't really have that same level of attention that it would have outside this country.
Also,
It's a gift and a curse.
to piggyback what Black Guru said, I can give you.
Let's do this. Neymar finish up, and then I think Gil Gammy was trying to say something, and then we'll get Jesse back. We got Vince up. Els, you let Vince beat you. Vince got quick drama growth. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish him.
Boom, as EGS would do. But anyway, first and foremost, to get back to my point before I piggyback what Black Guru was saying. I remember Sheikh Jamil once said, back in the day, in a clip I saw on Facebook a few years ago, he was talking about Black people, you will never be afforded individuality. They cannot see you as an individuality. If they were going to see you as individuals, they would have to view you as a human being. This is something I can relate to. Why? Because I remember on Norwegian television, one time on NRK, or NRK as they say, they had this Somali author. His name is Dr. Nuruddin Farah. He came to Norway for a Somali literature function that they were having there. While he was, and he had to do this interview with this Norwegian journalist about being an African immigrant. What is the perspective of an African immigrant, especially in the recent years? And he had to say, well, first of all, the problem, I think, when it comes to us being integrated is that we are seen as part of a group instead of seen as individuals. Like in my case, when I came up to Scandinavia, despite being Eritrean here, despite being an Eritrean, I'm often assumed to be Somali. I'm often assumed to be Muslim, which are some of the things I have to, deal with on a regular basis. And when sometimes people ask me random questions about this group or that group, I have to give them a certain level of grace and show patience when I have to deal with that. Because when they interact with me, probably I'm like the first African they've been able to interact with, especially because I sound the way I do. It's very disarming. You understand what I'm saying? So they open up to me a lot easier. I remember mentioning one time when my brother who came to Norway with me, he's like in Oslo now. First time he went to buy a SIM card, and of all people, it was an Asian woman who did this to him, because she heard his American accent, and she said, "Where are you from?" And he told her, "I'm from Eritrea." She said, where's that? Oh, that's in East Africa. Said, well, you don't sound African. Immediately he looked at her and so what is an African supposed to be like? Now bear in mind, folks, I said this woman was Asian. Immediately she starts talking like a Nigerian. She starts doing a Nigerian accent. So we are aware people are going to have some assumptions of us because we're black, they automatically sure, and they think Africa is just one country instead of a continent. Same thing, that's the same shit you see with people from coming in from Eastern Europe, coming in from Southeast Asia and whatnot. And now to what I wanted to say to Black Guru's point about American cinema and everything, like my parents' generation, who are your contemporaries and a little bit older, they grew up listening to Motown. I was exposed to Motown as a child growing up. Like I mentioned, I've grown up in the Middle East. My dad was in the Army Corps of Engineers, so he worked with American GIs and whatnot in the Middle East. But we had to also learn that but my parents made it a point that we learned that we are who we are, first and foremost. Do not forget where you come from. And we were exposed. Hell, one of the prime examples of American influence in Eritrea, in Ethiopia, was when Richard Roundtree came to the country in 1973 to shoot Shaft in Africa. Shaft in Africa, the sequel to Shaft, was shot in Ethiopia and Eritrea. So
I never
go
knew
ahead.
that. No,
Yo,
wait, everyone, wait. Let's let Naima read this if you don't mind, and then we'll have Socrates and then Vince. And yeah.
You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this like my man LAR. You know, big shout out to my brother down in Texas. I love you, man. You know, I ain't being disrespectful when I do this, but Joe's, thank you for the $5 holla. Now, speaking on the BW and the Latino man deal, that Don Julio and Popeyes is making more sense in the worst way. Oh, Afro National, you ain't shit for that. How am I a single mother? My brother Naima, a single
What? That's hysterical.
What?
We'll get back to it. We'll get back to read this thing. That's funny. Go ahead.
That's what I just read it again. I read it already.
Oh yeah, okay. And thank you for that, Joe's. And for Joe's, real quick. And Joe's, for that, you got one of these.
All right.
Once again, rest in peace. Take off.
Hey, can I get in real quick? See how you had other people.
Wait. We gotta let Socrates and Vince, and then you got a G. You got it. Socrates, what's going on with you?
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
So you breaking up, bro. It look like it sound like a sewer rat got a hold of your extension cord.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Am I good? Am I good?
You're about as clear as you're gonna get, but them sewer rats is standing all on your cord. Y'all never seen a goddamn New York sewer rat, bitch. Them bitches is as big as goddamn Great Danes, nigga.
They're official, man. They're official for real. Yeah, but I was gonna comment about one of the videos you played earlier about the woman explaining, black woman explaining that not the German one, the one that was explaining that black men do earn more than black women, but they
Let me because it's in the beginning. Let me play it for everyone because it shouldn't take that long because it's in the beginning of the clip. Okay, let me play it. Give me a second.
Black men are having a hard time because they can't compete financially with white men currently because white men out earn them, and they also can't compete in their households because even though currently they are making more than black women, not enough to be considered. The gap in income between a black woman and a black man isn't enough for him to get the label of primary breadwinner for his household. So he's on average. So he's stuck in this place where he feels like he can't compete with the white male because he's making less money, and he also feels like he can't sustain his household because even though he might be making more than his wife, the gap isn't big enough for him to say, I am the primary breadwinner for my family.
In America, the black woman out-earns and out-educates your mate. What power do we have over you?
More black women are graduating from colleges, which in turn will mean that they're, of course.
So I let it. I let it go a little bit too long, but go ahead with that, Socrates, and then we'll have Vince. G, give me a second after that because I want to go through L's active comments, and then we'll get you, G. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. So the wild thing about what she said, the most important thing to me about what she said in that little treatise she gave, is the fact that in her mind, black men need to compete against white men and compete in their own households.
Yes.
Right? She said they're not competitive in their own households. So, in other words, not only do I have to compete outside of my house and put the armor on, the shield, the sword, and deal with all that, when I get in my house, I can't put my armor down. I got to keep it on and then fight with my woman.
Yes.
Why in the hell would anyone want that?
And this is the thing to me too. You competing against the white man is not for the betterment of the black community. It's not about even your own children. It's about her being able to walk by Becky and see, look, bitch, look at my Beamer. You came up in a 3 Series. I got a 7. Right? Look, bitch, you or better yet, not even a 7 Series, a X7. Right? Like that's what it's about. It's like, oh, you got a little CLA. Oh, I got a G-Wagon. My man bought it for me. Right? Like that's what it's about. It's really not about the betterment of no one, but their freaking insatiable inferiority complex. That's why I compete against the white man so that I could be the beneficiary of your competition against the white man and you winning, which I don't even think they really I really think some of it is that and some of it is nihilism for you to go out there and get your head taken off. Either way, they feel like they winning, to be honest with you.
Well, no, I think it's the latter. I think they are sending men, white and black men, on a kamikaze mission. Because, look, what's the likelihood that the majority of black men will ascend to a status above the highest status white men in a white supremacist country?
Exactly.
Of which the white people are the majority population. It's a kamikaze mission. It's a suicide mission, figuratively, and in some cases, literally. For most, where you have a country where Elon Musk is worth $300 billion or whatever. What's the
400 and some odd now
that black men will ever get in that position? So, I mean, even just the thought that you have to compare or equate yourself to some other man is just grossly insulting. That I must equate to this other man, or I don't deserve to be a man in my own household. Look, that's not the mentality of a female you can build something with.
Nope.
And that, like with the Terminator analogy, you can't reason with that. You can't, that's not something that, you can have these conversations in social media. I guess you get your views and you get your numbers up. But there's nothing that's going to come out of any real conversation with women who think and say that that's going to agree with that. Any substantial value to
and that's what I'm saying. And listen, and this, I agree with you, Uru, but I don't
got
believe
Socrates. G over here skipping the line.
Go ahead, Socrates.
No, go ahead, G. You already stole the goddamn line from Socrates. Go ahead.
Because I'm gonna just say on what Black Uru was saying, and then I'm gonna let Socrates go. Because
y'all gonna make me forget what I was gonna say, motherfucker.
Oh, go ahead, Socrates. Go ahead, bro.
No, that was Vince. go.
I'm tired of being polite. Motherfuckers take me for granted.
Man, I don't want to step on no toes, bro. I don't
keep some memory. This is what we're gonna do. Socrates, go ahead. Then G finish up. Then Vince gonna have to remember. Vince, write it down. Text yourself.
I'm not
something.
putting shit on the post. No.
Yes,
go ahead, Socrates.
No, Joe. So what I was saying is just like what Black Uru elaborated on is the fact that she even articulates this position is bewildering, because at what point? Because the way she's trying to frame it, it's a problem for black men. It's not an issue with her.
I literally did that.
Right?
Yes, I agree.
It's the fact that she believes that your unwillingness to fight the white man and go inside your house and fight me is the reason why you have an issue. It's like, no, ma'am. No. I don't have the issue. Actually, you have the issue because your thought process is not complementary or commensurate with any kind of domestic partnership or relationship. You're like feral. You're like a feral person or an orc. You're not domesticated. What kind of thought process do you believe in which your mate is supposed to fight you, right? Or fight other people? Like what? Why? And she never really gave an argument except the fact that the black man won't feel comfortable within himself as some weird existential thought process that she cares about the internal life of a black man.
But here's the worst thing about it, Socrates. She's having that conversation. She's having that guy at the bottom there. That's her husband.
There you go. That's what I was gonna say. Yep.
And he's allowing her to say that without any rebuttal, without any challenge, without any in-depth whatever. And again, that's the problem you guys have. It ain't her, it's him.
Well, she's
Honestly,
married.
I want to comment on that.
That's her husband.
What people don't realize is that
Yes.
these spaces with black, like us,
Wow.
these spaces are honestly extraordinarily.
Gio over here skipping the line like a motherfucker. Go ahead before Vince gonna start shooting some shit up. Go ahead, Gio. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna comment on what Black Uber said. Like, he's absolutely correct. If you just want to think about like just population, as far as there are like 2 million, about more of these women than us. Far more of them believe in this rhetoric than us, as well as like you just said, that man at the bottom was her husband. That means they are of the few people who actually got together and were able to stick it out and get married. And even he is letting this type of rhetoric go. The majority of black men aren't in these spaces. They don't agree with or are even knowledgeable of what we're talking about. So as well as it being far less of us compared to our women, even percentage wise, there's far less men that even really care to have these conversations. They will let their woman, like we saw in this clip, say whatever they want to, express whatever they want to, and they will just sit there and say, okay. And we see it all the time in media where you will have a black woman that has a
Wait,
black
Gio. I gotta
boyfriend.
pause you.
Yeah.
I gotta
Go
pause you,
ahead.
Gio, because I don't think it's a tacit okay. This brother might be doing it, but I don't think it's a tacit. I think a lot of these niggas be cheering that shit on as some I'm the exception to the rule type shit.
No, I
don't-
absolutely.
Go ahead.
Well, that makes sense to absolutely agree. Because I mean, either way, what I'm saying is some type of acceptance. They hear this, and I guess you can say, and BJ says it all the time, like the winter soldier chip. I start to realize that holy shit, even as men, you all are letting things that are factually wrong just run wild. And this happens all the time in rhetoric. Is like in these spaces, they say, oh, well, even if what you guys are saying is absolutely true, you have the numbers, you have the background for it, you have the studies for it. Well, I feel like it's hateful to black women, so why are you saying it? Even our good friend FD Signifier, he came on multiple panels and said, well, your numbers are right, your studies are right, your research is right. I just don't like the conclusion you came to.
What did he came up both times to do what, Gio? To freaking tone police me in particular, but the rest of us.
Exactly. So again, here's the weird thing when you think about it. When it comes to propaganda against black men, that's clearly not true. These are things that we can all research in 5 fucking minutes and see that the numbers aren't what they're saying. They're allowed to spread this, and like you said, we have a shit ton of black men either saying nothing or supporting it and just letting, even like this clip, whether it's the wife, girlfriend, or some random chick, they just let it go. And it's
Which is right,
that are factually correct. It's like, oh, well, it's not wrong. We just don't like that you're saying it. Like, this is like some real like mental slavery type
It's
shit.
like
It's really
being in
scary.
those
Wait, Black Roo speaking. Go
It's
ahead.
like being in those World War I bunkers, and you're being attacked, and you're being overwhelmed, and then just as you get ready to mount a last minute assault, the guy standing right next to you stabs you in the back.
Exactly. That's exactly every time. So like, any effort that you
as
did
you're
have,
climbing out of the bunker
out.
with the gun in your hand, and you're getting ready to and the guy standing right stabs you right in the back. These guys,
And that's exactly what they're
right
doing
in the back.
And it's far more of those guys supporting this because they have no problem. Again, like social media, when it comes to at least us, we know that women, they post far more. They, leave comments. They watch it far more than us by large. As well as
mine is Mr. Z, of course, because I got a problem. But go ahead.
Fair enough. Like as well as there being far more of them than us, you have to really think about the small number of men that care about this information, know this information, and agree with this information, and able to actually articulate it, researching and so on. It's not that many of us. The grand majority of dudes are just like that guy in that video. When they, if they do get married, they're still either agreeing with it or are completely pacified because they got what they wanted.
Let me say this, Gio. Wait, real quick. There's something, and I agree with Gio 100% with this. because when I looked at Kim Foster and look at her going back and forth with Obsidian, and you look at her content, and she intellectualizes it, right, just like this lady was attempting to do. Although she probably doesn't have the intellectual, definitely not the education of a Kim Foster, but and you look at Kim Foster's man, and you're like, bruh, you don't realize who you with. Wait, is it me? I don't know her. You apparently know her, but you don't realize like who you with. You don't see what the outcome could be. And it's not just real quick, G. You don't see what this could be for you, not for me. I'm not with her. You are, right? Like it's not just her. It's a number of, and I agree with you 100%. It's a number of brothers. You see them in these relationships. Same thing with Paris Malone. I'm like, yeah, the brother might be Nigerian or Nigerian descent, but nigga, she's calling black men nakers, bro. Like in the other room, she's recording in the other room, calling black men nakers. She's dancing on Terry Nichols' grave. You're engaged to her. You're married to her.
And do you think
she's
that
dancing
black
onto
men do
this?
the same thing? Have any type
Hell
of
no,
criticisms?
hell no.
And she would just say like, "Oh yes, husband, that take care of me and loves me as a black man." I understand. No, and that's the scariest part about it. It's like, wait a second. Even in your own household, in your own relationship, among your own people, you can't say anything. It reminds me kind of that guy who, quote unquote, got attacked at Thanksgiving for saying, he wasn't attracted to black women and so on and so forth.
Oh yeah, I saw that clip.
That would only happen to black men. A black woman by herself could stand in a room full of black men and say, actually, I want me a white boy.
K Michelle did it. K Michelle did it. She recorded herself.
And not only could she do that, but you'd be having black men in that room begging and pleading with her to change her mind. They would be hammering her. They would be, but sister, you don't understand. Sister, we really love you. You can't blame all of us for what Daquan. We'd be doing all that kind of placating and capitulating.
Exactly.
But this is what I'm saying.
Let's let G get in before he explodes, because Vince blowing the gun up. Y'all about to get shot. Go ahead, G. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I always hear us talking about this shit. Man, fuck these bitches. Like, excuse my French. Like, I never understood why niggas cared so much what bitches thought. Like, it was always the older niggas like, you better love that woman. You better put her first. And like, nigga, what the fuck is you niggas talking about?
Wait, G, are you saying this right now?
No, real shit. Like, I be hearing us getting into the debates about all the nonsense these hoes talking about. And nigga, we free. We can go fuck with any bitch we want.
Facts.
That's why I always say I don't believe black women are bad people. That's just how they are. If I want to have a dynasty and empire, I'm going to get me a Jewish bitch.
Wait, G, let me pause you real quick. What you're saying to me is in many ways worse than what Rod says. Rod says they're just bad people. But what you're saying is, no, they're not bad people. This is just who they are. And that to me is way more stinging than saying they bad people.
I agree with G.
I agree with G.
I think there's too much, they're bad people or whatever. I look at it like this is what a mammalian female will do. This is what a lion will do. This is what left to their own devices, they will be the most purely mercenary, merciless, carnivorous, or whatever being that they are allowed to be. But the reason why I say this is it depersonalized, because a lot of what happens is you guys get caught up in your emotions and you kind of personalize all your interactions and stuff.
She turned me down in high school, Black Room. She turned me down in high school.
No,
exactly. Like she went off with the dope boy when y'all were juniors in high school. And you personalize
it. G, we gotta let you in. We're gonna let you in. Let Black Room land. Go ahead.
Personalize it. And you get emotional about it, and it affects your thinking and your behavior and what you think like you're supposed to do with your life and all of that. When if you looked at her like you would look at, let's say, a lioness, right? Or a hyena. That's the popular
better yet
analogy. And a hyena is just gonna do what it's due if it's untrained or uncurbed or unregulated. That's what it's going to do. I think it helps you to more objectively and dispassionately deal with it. You understand what I'm saying?
I feel you, Black.
Yes,
but
go
not
ahead.
the women. It's not the women, Black.
G, you got Harry Finland because we got to get Vince. Go ahead.
It's the men. See, this would always bother me, bro. When I went to look for help when I was being abused and shit, it was the fucking men telling me to shut the fuck up. That's your mama. When we was getting left and being hungry and abandoned and shit, it was the men telling us to hide the shit. Like, it's not the women. That's why I'm saying fuck these niggas, man, and they mentality that we have to please these women and you need to put her first. Man, I'm going to get like we was
Jaheim.
Listen, we was taught that black love shit from the older niggas. Like you nigga, you need to be loyal to the black race, Black Panther ass. And Huey Newton and it was fucking white.
Remember, they
hold
were,
on. Is Jaheim a Xer or is he a millennial?
Oh, he's definitely not a millennial. That's an Xer.
I'm a
Xer like a mug.
But no,
Jaheim like Xer like a mug.
Carry your own weight.
It's not the women who taught us this shit. It's not. Listen though, this is real shit. Let me land, and I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I promise.
Right.
It was not the women who taught us this shit. It was the men doing this shit. I seen niggas tell their daughters that, like I've seen black fathers tell their little girls that, yeah, men are supposed to give you everything and you're not supposed to give them nothing back but a smile. Oh my fucking mama, I seen that shit. Listen,
I believe
bro,
you.
it's these
I believe you.
niggas. That's why it's hard for me to believe these boomer ass niggas, because I seen what they was telling their daughters. I seen
y'all
the
hear
shit
the frustration in his voice,
putting
y'all?
their daughters over their sons, bro.
I know.
I seen that shit with my own. I seen my uncles abandon my cousins while his fucking daughters was having kids by random niggas and moving them in the house and kicking my cousins out the house, bro.
Yeah.
I seen this shit with my
I've
own
seen
eyes.
similar stuff to that. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying for me, I don't even, y'all rarely hear me even talk about women because I love women. Women love me back. Like women, like I love women. I'd never be without women. That's what I'm saying. So it's always these simp ass niggas and this weird ass worship these bitch shit. like, I just don't like, there's no actual, they don't have no fraternity or militarism or structure or order of manhood. It's all a like with a lot of niggas, it's no fraternity, it's no militarism, it's no intellect, it's no higher being. It's all I'm trying to get a bitch. Like, bro, what the fuck, man? I'm sorry. Let me get off the panel, bro.
You talking about these black feminists?
No. He's talking about more than just a feminist.
I know.
G, we feel you, and I think you say it in a certain way, and the fact that how visceral you are when you speak it, I think it resonates with certain people that maybe the way I speak, it won't resonate, right? Because be very clear. I've seen what you're saying, and that's why I said I believe you. I believe you because I've seen it myself. And be very clear, not just from ADOS clearly, but from my own Asian folks, right? Like it is this assumption once again that and it's a twofer, right? It's that she's gonna be the one to carry the family on her back, while also she's gonna be the one that needs a home, right? She's the frail one while also be the strong one. It's like some weird thing, right? Like I gotta leave the house to your sister because just in case something goes wrong and some man does her wrong and right? So she's the frail one. While at the same time saying, well, she's to be the one who's carried the family in case of emergency. I've literally heard on say this shit.
None of them take the broader perspective of not only what it's doing to their sons and the men in their own family, but how it's negatively impacting the environment of men and women overall and over time. When you do that over the course of generations, you're almost making it impossible for young men to be leaders of families and communities. Because you build this overall infrastructure of deference and gratuity to females, which gives them all kind of advantages within the community, within the family, and then they're in a society, hopefully Trump will change this, but they're in a society where then the society is giving all the deference and all the gratuity and the resources and funding. You make it almost impossible for any real amount of black men to actually really sustain any sort of patriarchy, and I'm just using that because I can't really think of any other term that might actually more accurately portray what we will want. You make it almost impossible for there to be any kind of order like that. And then after you've done all that, even after you've sabotaged the interests of black men, then you blame them for the results of all the sabotage you've done to them over the last 3 generations.
But this is what it's deeper than that, Black Uru. It's deeper than that. It's like I played
G, let me tell you how you came in. Let me tell you how you came in.
Y'all gonna stand the pain?
No, because
I
want to speak about the real shit, how it makes, like, I hear us talk about objective experiences. I'm like speaking from a objective, like how people like me feel, like other boys like me feel too with this shit. Like I've talked to other boys like me, other men like me, because we're men now, but it's coming from a place when we were little boys though. Like I remember playing football and shit because motherfuckers told us we was big, we need to play football. But I could not figure out why I'm letting this nigga hit me. You know what I'm saying? Like I never, and I was good at football. I wasn't a chump. I always played varsity and all of that. But I just quit. And motherfuckers like, man, you stupid for quitting because I would rather go play chess or read a book. I was perceived as stupid, and everybody lost interest in me when I no longer wanted to run and jump for a fucking ball.
Because you want to be an intellect?
It was not only the black women, it was the black men. When I was running and jumping in this fast, big, strong nigga that could do all of this shit, man, they all was interested trying to get me on the field.
Because
when I needed help with my fucking math homework, them niggas disappeared.
Because the jock is much more controllable, much more malleable to the status quo of the system, both internal to black people, but also external to, to the broader society. That jock is much more, fits much more into the status quo of what we want to maintain.
Yeah.
So of course you thinking, and particularly being a mathematician, the last thing the society wants is a black mathematician. For Christ's sake, a mathematician is the most dangerous. A black male mathematician is arguably the most dangerous human being on earth. Really.
Let me say this too, and not only that, they couldn't see that it's not just sports that could get you out the hood. I would argue much of what we're dealing with when it comes to black folks is a over-indexing, and Park said this like 30 years ago, right? Over-indexing on black entertainers, because like the black athletes and black entertainers, because this is like the most visible way you see black people make it out the hood, right? And it's it's a very, very, because they're so big and because they have the spotlight, it's something that a lot of people seek. And so they can't really see you making it out the hood in an intellectual way. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Black women are afraid of smart black men. They're afraid of smart black boys.
The gentle brute.
Once you get to a certain level, where it's clear you can intellectually challenge them or be uncontrollable based on how smart you are. Certain things will start to happen to kind of take chinks out of your armor. You got to be something I got to control. You're going to be something that's going to challenge the status quo. So you're right to some degree. It is just this whole thing about how they foresee what your value is going to be to them in the community, but it's also the threat of power and control, or the loss thereof.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I don't really have any.
May I read the super
pushback
chat, please?
Please. I'm sorry about making y'all wait so long. Thank you, Els Active, for this, and go ahead and read this for me, Naima.
All right, Mike. All right. Let me see. Els Active, thank you for the £4.99. I mean, I can't give you a full 5 on this one. Damn YouTube, bloody YouTube. Anyway, studio's full. I think Aquilisa made that vid because black women got her neck and white women are scared to death of them, especially in the UK.
And then let's continue with this one.
She's appeasing them by saying they'll be highly sought after, not because they're in danger. she's speaking in British satire.
Yeah, that's so okay. That makes and thank you for that. Els Active. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to come up now, we got space. But yeah, no, and thank you for that clarification because I think yeah, thank you for kind of giving us the backstory because that video has been flown around. And shout out to Black Uru for sending it to me because that's like one of my most famous videos up here now. And
Which one we talking about?
the the Night Walker, Night Queen, the Snow Walker, Night Queen. Yeah, talking about what talking about what she gonna jump on and whatnot.
But
So get on top of things.
But Z, at a certain point, we have to realize that some of us are not part of this culture. Like I struggle with that. I struggle with that because I'm really from the projects. Like I'm really a project. Like all the shit that's popular right now, that's really what I am, and I run from that shit. And I'm looking at this shit on TV like these niggas is admiring us when we got talked about growing up and shit. Now motherfuckers is talking about being project babies and all this shit.
No, I mean like no, Kodak really is a project baby though. But,
yeah, but no, I am too. But they're not talking about the abuse and the molestation.
Oh no, yeah, no.
And the poverty and the
no, they're not. That's a part of the seasoning.
Yeah,
and that's a part of that corruption is necessary to produce what certain other people will benefit from.
But that's the thing. That's why it's always been such a challenge for me in the identity crisis. Because like the first 4 novels I ever read was Lord of the Rings, and then like I started going down. But I'm in the hood where niggas are selling crack. My parents do drugs. My brothers sell drugs. I'm around killers and shit. And it's like, but I'm reading about these higher concepts of self-actualization and what brotherhood means and what it means to be intelligent and to be part of a guild and to actually achieve more and to be more than what a physical is. But my foray into that was regular fantasy. And then I started going into like just developing yourself, learning who you are. And everything around me is fucking destructive and sexual and redundant. It's about fucking jumping and running and who can kiss and what bitch got a big booty. And I'm trying to figure out the secrets to the fucking universe to be eternal. Like, that shit fucked with me to this day, bro. And I'm 35 and I don't live there no more. I don't go around there and I don't even talk. I can't even talk to people from there. Like, my little brother's in prison and he called me and I just hung up in his face. Like, I don't want to hear this fucking nigger shit. This plantation, dumb ass, who got a big booty or running. Like, I want to talk about how we're about to practice some type of self-development, bro. And this is the challenge we have in the ghetto when you actually can think for yourself and you around all this dumb shit. Like, I don't know, bro.
No. Actually, let
me first. For Els Active, thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the super chats. And I'm gonna ask Black U to read this comment because it's a Chicago Negro reading a Chicago Negro's comment, and I think it's very important. I think it's very important what he's saying here, and it's gonna dovetail to what G was just speaking about. So if you don't mind, Black U.
Sure. Okay. Black male life is overdetermined by first Jim Crow and now the market. And the market tells Black boys to be an entertainer or athlete. And since we don't have a stable in-group to buffer our boys, I guess you'll say they're cooked. Yeah. I mean, I think that's an apt description of what often or frequently goes on, and there's nothing at all in the current status quo that champions anything other than those things. And ironically, I kind of to some degree like celebrate the how the NBA is becoming less Black American. I think that there's a social and cultural benefit to Black men in particular for our having a less presence in professional sports in general. I don't know if we're necessarily moving in that direction in the NFL yet, but certainly we have with the Major League Baseball. Never really have had much great presence in the NHL, but the lessening of the great black basketball player or a great black American basketball player in a sadly ironic way, I think is a good thing. And I welcome it. As much as I love Michael Jordan and his predecessors and Kobe and whatever, I think the less we focus on ourselves as being great athletes, I think it would, for our collective benefit, it would probably be a good thing.
And let me do this. And J Lock says, and thank you for the super chat. I know I'm getting to this super duper late. And he says, Z, look up Duke Dennis in Germany and see how black women react. See black women's reaction. And I will do that. And thank you for the super chat. And you get one of these. Give me a second. Big money. All right. And let's do this for the 10-0. Right. So stupid. and, and once again, thank you for the super. And so I'll check that name out, Duke Dennis. Okay, in Germany, and see black women's reaction. I will. And we read KMS's super chat earlier. El's got 2 more. Okay, we'll get to that. All right. So Mr. Z's at 20% right now. So we got to start moving quick because this 20% gonna go by fast. So let's do this. Mo, let's have you speak.
God damn it, Z.
No, Mo, not yet. You know, right? Vince, I'm sorry, Vince. Vince, go ahead.
I'm about to close my eyes. I'm about to stop busting.
Right. All right. So go ahead, Vince. And then we'll have Mo, and then we'll have Gio. So go ahead. And I know J Lock is trying to come up, so we'll just cycle through. So yeah, go ahead. And Jado is up here too. So go ahead, Vince. You first. We'll get Mo, and then we'll get Jado, and then we'll get you, Gio. Go ahead.
Well, I feel like what I had to say was overshadowed by what G said, which is a very significant thing what he said, because he come from the core of what's really deteriorating who we are as people, things like that. I appreciate what he said, because I grew up adjacent to where he's talking. I didn't grow up in the, but I wasn't too far from the block, and that kind of drifted me away from a lot of what I was going to say. I'm gonna try to get to what I was going to say, because we're talking about the economy, stuff like that, and everything, and that's relevant to what G said, because being socioeconomically disadvantaged, and being told what to do and which way to go, being misled, and in the middle of that, having basically men who are probably the lapdog to a generation of women who basically said, nigga, you better not say shit. I think that I know or understand what G's saying when he sees this hood aesthetic, and we watching the formula of degradation and moral corrosion, being held high, and it makes things a little bit backwards and bizarre, what we're saying in our young men. Now, women, the YNs, we see them crash out, things like that. It's a tragic, and it's somewhat relevant to the main topic or whatever. Because again, I think
it's completely relevant. Actually, yeah. I'll need to cut you off, Vince. It's complete. The reason why she's talking like that is because the black women are talking like that. The reason why the black women are talking like that is because of the environment. That the same environment that G is speaking of. It's just sisters with the internet now. That's all. It's just sisters with the internet now.
Motherfuckers say they want chivalry to be back, but we too nice. Bitch, you confused.
And all that shit bullshit. Where it's like they want. First of all, I've come to find out from being in this space and hearing from y'all. They want everything. They want both. They want Tupac on Wall Street. And,
say that.
They want us to be these things, but then it's like they want two extreme poles of one thing. If you're polarized on one way or polarized another way, and they really like the idea would really the foundation what breaks everything down for me from what I knew prior was the myopia of our people and what we're told to do: live fast, die young. I like I said, I didn't grow up in the projects, but I also grew up in the risk area. I grew up in the Southeast DC area, more so PG than the Southeast, and I didn't know if I was going to live past 25, and I wasn't even like I was not too far from jumping off the porch, and thank God I didn't. So from G just took my mind somewhere else where everything, but it's the socioeconomics and how we're told to perform socially. Like every Spare said, fuck these books, look at my chain,
No, like it's like listen, bro, it's like nothing in our community is about apotheosis. It's not about rising to the level of God. Everything in our community is about the black man sacrificing himself and dying for everybody else.
And get some
I'm
blue
like,
in the process.
damn, all we could ever be is a sacrifice or a work. Like, we can never be the God. We can't never be the motherfucker they bringing grapes and fruits and shit to. We always the motherfucker that gotta move the mountain and split the earth to have fair judgment. Like, nigga, we can't never be
Let
set.
me ask you something. What happened to John Henry after?
We always gotta be Tahuti. We
G,
can't never be
wait,
set.
G. What happened to John Henry after? What happened to John Henry?
Then his heart
Man,
exploded.
you already know, man. Like, this shit is horrible, bro.
He kicked the bucket.
Wait. Because Naaman said it and you said it, Vince. Vince, say that. Vince, say that. Oh, no, I got it before you said. But Vince, go ahead and say that, and then go ahead and say what you said, Naaman. What happened to him again?
His heart failed. His heart shut down.
Thank you, Naaman. What did you say?
He died. I also said he basically kicked the bucket.
He kicked the bucket, exactly, and that is that's what they would want. And remember, I cite this all the time because Dr. T. Hassan Johnson posted this on his channel from Twitter. What are we in 2025? He posted this maybe 2019, maybe 2020, maybe, and it was a black woman who said, "I miss the days when men would work, die, and leave you their life insurance money."
Which is the old version of what a younger woman said on a podcast. We said, I wish I miss men would just protect, provide, and shut up.
But listen, though, this is the great thing, though. Like, this is why I struggle with the brothers because, like, I used to struggle with it, so I'll be understanding the need to be, like, loyal to blackness because for a lot of us, for a long time, that's what saves us is our pride in who we are. When we start reading about the brothers in the civil rights movement and the things that they did and sacrificed for us, it gives you pride to be who you are. When I read about Dessalines in Haiti, like this is why I love the Haitians. Like, that was the first time I ever seen pride in myself for real. Like, that's us though.
Yeah,
like, I feel that too. Because
you know what I'm saying? Then when you go out to the world and it's like, man, what the fuck going on, man?
But to speak to what all of you guys were saying, go ahead.
Let Vince land with that because Mr. Z is almost okay. Yeah, we running down low on that battery. We got some of you brothers that y'all get to the club late. Y'all get to the club late. So we'll do this. We'll Vince, hurry up with that. Mo gotta go because he's been waiting for a while. J Doe just came up. And Gio wanted to say something. So we'll just hurry up and do that. And then if Black Crew's still up, he'll give us the benediction and we out of here. But we got maybe 10 minutes to play with. So y'all go ahead.
I'm gonna keep it short. All right, G. I resonate with you saying too about being loyal to blackness and stuff like that among anything. And right now, my speculation too, I think the way I'm looking at it is destroy and rebuild because this shit looking trashy. And if we ain't the ones who gonna dismantle this shit and take those same bricks and rebuild it, then we gonna just let things fester. That's on that. And again, it's this idea that we're supposed to be looking at us like we're supposed to be demeaning ourselves when we're actually it's like the whole concept of slavery. We're devalued, we're undermined, like we're undervalued, but also we kind of like are the ones who kind of make the bills go. You know what I mean? We're the pieces of the things that make things move. So I think knowing to value ourselves more and knowing that we're kind of being told that we're not really told our value, our worth, and our potential and things like that. And I mean, for me, that's why I appreciate the space because it's a minority of men who kind of realize, like, hey, they're telling me bullshit, And that's.
Oh yeah, my point was basically just kind of speaking on that. The whole, you know, you guys are supposed to work until you die. And I think that, again, I said this earlier, that's a big part as to why when it comes to this space, their criticism isn't what you guys are saying it's false. It's that you guys are saying it at all because it's taking you out of the
I agree
mindset of
100%.
this, you
Hell
know,
yeah.
work and die. That's the whole point. It's, hey, you're basically removing that winter soldier chip we need you to have. And this is thing
And
where I would tell
let,
people
let
like
me
you don't have to go ahead.
let me say this, Gio, because
Yeah.
it's a twofer, right? You're making up for the fact that you're the reason why black women are enslaved, were enslaved, and because you're a man, you're making up for all the I don't know, tens of thousands, a couple 100,000 years of patriarchy. So it's a twofer for them. As black men, you're paying for two like sins that you can never pay enough for. You're paying for being a man and oppressing women over the past 250,000 years, and you're also paying for you're the reason that I got enslaved, you fucking weakling, right? So yeah.
Exactly, and that's used against us commonly. And I got this story from this space, and it makes perfect sense. I don't know if it was from this channel or not, but the guy was basically saying, um, he basically learned that to quote, you don't have to fix the cheap tire to prove your masculinity. And the whole story basically was growing up, his dad will always cheap out and buy like these, you know, cheap little $25, $10 tires, you know, whatever. And every few weeks obviously they would catch a flat, and he actually got satisfaction out of like how fast he's able to, you know, get out of the car, fix this flat tire, rather than just getting a higher quality tire in the first place and not having to go through all those problems. Like when it comes to all, like, you know, black men are masochists, and at least I'm like, that's kind of how I look at that. It's like we're almost thinking we deserve to go through the bullshit, the punishment, the abuse, verbal and physical, in order to be men. We have to, you know, push the mountain and split the sea and all of this stuff to be valued at all. We pretty much, again, have to work until we're dead. Work and shut up. Work, shut up, die. And that's been like the rhetoric and what's been instilled in a lot of guys.
Well, what else would you choose to
100%.
do? What else would you choose to do? And this would be my benediction.
I mean, do it for yourself. Because funny enough,
Yeah.
even what you said, we're told that we're not told our individual values and so on. That's weird because someone always wants something from us. Someone always wants something from us, but we're always told how we're not valued.
We gotta choose how to.
Let's let black excuse me. Let's let Black Guru go with that benediction, and then we'll close out. Everybody will say something last. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, when I asked what would you choose to do, I was being somewhat rhetorical, because I don't think you all know what you should do. You know, I often talk about, you know, what's your life mission? You know, what's the vision of your life, like long-term goal? You're dead in the ground. You know, what would you want your grandchildren? Hopefully, you're blessed to have live to see maybe even great grandchildren. What would you want them to think of you? What would you hope that effect that you might have on their lives? What would you want, particularly your sons, your grandsons, maybe if you're particularly blessed, your great grandsons? What would you want them to think of you?
Right, that makes a lot of sense.
Model themselves after. You know, a lot of this whole John Henryism that black men do, a lot of this quarreling and haggling with black women, with white supremacy, etc., is about an absence of your own internal life mission and objective.
Agreed.
So you end up doing a lot of different stuff, fighting wars that aren't your own, you know, paying bills that aren't your own.
Yep.
Going places and doing things and risking your life, shedding blood for purposes that are not your own. Because you don't have that life mission and objective, not something so strong and compelling that it is the thing for which you focus on. Someone's doing something in the background.
Somebody's background.
It's
My bad.
Yet you don't have something that you're so focused on that it protects you or insulates you from the madness elsewhere. So I think if you don't, and then I said before in the past, you could put your lot with this particular job, this particular organization, etc., and you be a part of its legacy, it be a part of your legacy. You can't do that now in this world. You really have to have your own life goal, your own life mission, your own life objectives, if you're going to have any chance at all against these women, any chance at all against this government, any chance at all against these businesses, because they don't give, none of them care about you. You're a cannon fodder to all of them. So, if you take anything away from this discussion and take anything away from this manosphere, all this kind of thing, man, just really think about, okay, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, who and what am I going to be? Because I promise you, if you develop that and you believe in that and you push for that, dealing with these bitches, even dealing with this society gets a whole lot easier. It gets a whole lot easier for you to make decisions productive for yourself. Now,
Yeah, that's fact. I've been waiting for a little bit. I just want to say something. So, Misha Harazad Ali, she has a book called The Black Man's Guide to the Black Woman. I think we should all check that out. It's free on YouTube. It's an audiobook version. She gives a lot of insight in her interview in 1991. It's on YouTube as well. Check that out. And in our
man, just go get a
community,
new one. No, bro, just go get a new
just
one,
listen up
Mo.
real quick. Listen,
Yeah,
Just go get a
wait,
new
G,
one,
let,
bro.
let, let Mo go because Mo been waiting for a minute, and my apologies, Mo.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Mo. I'm sorry, Mo. No
When I
disrespect,
leave,
brother.
if y'all see I leave y'all in the back chat, I need y'all to give me some type of. You got to remember, like my channel's growing. I'm trying to get some information out. We have the elders here, and so like I saw it happen at Toya. It's happened to a couple of people. It happened to Raj. People come up on your channel and they post, some triple X stuff, or they do something, and then they won't just take that video off. They'll X off your whole channel, right? So like if y'all see I keep y'all in the back chat, it's because I either never seen you say anything in the chat, and I'm kind of hesitant. That's why. So my apologies, Mo. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I understand. You got to be smart. This is your platform. So I think it's important to understand that we, as Black people, typically hadn't been taught to, on average, to vet the women that we date. We go after women for the wrong reasons, So it's easy to understand at times how propaganda can make the woman look appealing to us, but we have to look and think deeper than what we're being shown, because the women that we have issues with today are not necessarily the ones that are giving them the issue. It's the person that's developing the mindset for the woman to follow. And who are they looking up to? The celebrities, the YouTubers, the IG models. It's just, it continues and continues to go down the wrong avenue. However, at the
Yeah,
end of
well,
the
I would say
day,
we in the era of spectacle. So yeah, I definitely hear you on the distractions and
yeah.
look at this way, look at that way. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be like that for a little bit longer. But the best thing about it is isolation gives everyone a chance to look in the mirror and change what you don't like about yourself. So this year in particular, I believe that there's going to be a lot of women that are going to go and look in the mirror and say, look, this is not the type of life I want to live. These jewels ain't bringing me no satisfaction. The men that I'm dating are just not the type of men that I want to be around. They're not like my father. They're not like any men that I want my future or potential son to be like. It starts, with us as men. So nonverbal communication speaks volumes. When a woman isn't acting the way that you want her to, you have to work on the delivery, because if you give her volatility, she'll give you volatility multiplied. I used to work in the club industry. I was a promoter. I would bring in about 100 to 120 girls a night. And Black women were the easiest to bring in. It's kind of unfortunate to see, but it's the truth. They were. And I can see what their value system is just completely controlled. So,
Bro,
I don't.
nobody's controlling that, bro. That's who they are.
You can't say
like,
that though. You
bro,
can't say.
listen, bro.
You understand?
Listen,
We
bro.
all
This is the
operating
stuff
in the
I'm talking
matrix.
about. This is the same mentality I've dealt
G,
with.
your experience
All right.
is anecdotal, sir. It's
Bro, my
anecdotal.
experience is across the whole. It's like, what is it going to not be an excuse for you not to have 5 baby daddies and all these niggas is
Okay, where do you
killers?
think she
And
learned that from?
her grandma,
Where do you think she learned it from?
nigga,
The
her grandma.
colonizer.
Come on, what do you think? Like it
Bro,
continues and
bro,
continues and continues.
I can't go back 10,000
Well,
years. I'm talking
again,
about us.
that's why I said earlier, with all due respect, brother, if you don't have your own mission and objectives, because I don't, at this point, it don't really matter where it comes from. It really don't. I mean, we're moving in survival mode. Things are going away. There's a whole lot of things that supported what they did, whatever decision making they made. It's going away, bro. It's going away. So it's not going to really even matter why they did what they did. It's going to be about what you're going to be doing to secure yourself and those that's closest associated with what is beneficial to you. That's first and foremost. So that's why I said earlier, I don't care how she got to where she got. Can she help you? Can she be a benefit to you? Is she going to be a part of your program or your plan? And she going to stick to it? Can you hold her to it? Can you get her to commit to doing something? And then can you effectively evaluate whether she's going to do it? If you
Find a
can't
good
do
woman.
that, I don't care about whatever number of baby mamas that were in her family tree. That's not of any consequence to me.
Right, there has to be a
Oh, no,
solution. The man
it's
has to
deep
have
like this.
purpose. The man has to have
He
purpose.
making
Let's do it.
excuses.
Wait. G and Mo. We got to get J Do in here.
I'm
And J
sorry,
Do,
brother. I'm
as
sorry.
you no,
I
y'all good.
apologize.
Hey, no, you.
And
I'm
Hey,
tired.
Mr.
Go
Z.
ahead.
Hey, thanks
go.
for having me here, bro. You guys continue the conversation. I should have came up a little earlier because I'm going to go
No.
backwards. So I don't want to move. Yeah, I want to move backwards. But thanks for having
Oh,
me up. Y'all continue.
So
No,
no,
but Z, this is the shit though. Like these excuses, like no, like he'll make
Just
these
find a
excuses. Like, what are they?
solution.
Listen, bro.
wait.
I was
Let.
let me. I'm about to.
Okay.
I promise I'm getting off your panel, and I love you, bro. I love you.
You're good.
This shit too real though. This shit got me emotional, bro. Cause I was just talking to a girl. Like this nigga making excuses about being a promoter. I was just talking to a girl
They're not
that
excuses.
lived with her sister with some mulatto kid going to do shows with promoter niggas while she's sleeping on her kid couch, sleeping on her sister couch with some kid by some white dude. But she's a lesbian and she works at a gas station and she just got paid and went and bought a bottle of Don Julio.
Wait. The sister got a kid from a white dude, or she does? The girl you were talking to.
So no, listen, I was at my homie house. It's his sister.
Okay.
Now, but listen to what I'm saying. She lives with his other sister who got 2 kids by some random niggas in a government apartment. But she lives with the sister with some kids she had by some white dude
Okay,
in
I see
North
what you're saying.
Carolina.
Okay, yeah.
She lives with, listen to the story. This is the promoter nigga. He's talking about
Yeah.
save these bitches. She got some mixed kid by some white dude in North Carolina. But she's out here and she's doing club events with her son sleeping on her sister's couch, working at a gas station because the club promoter niggas only give them $50 and shit. And she working at a gas station. As soon as she get paid, she go buy a bag of weed from the dispensary and a fifth of Don Julio. And we supposed to try to save these bitches, and they're doing this shit out of some type of man, get the fuck out of
AG.
What? Wait.
Oh,
What
and
type
she's a
of
lesbian
hood?
now, though. She's a
No,
lesbian too.
I heard when you said that the first time. What
She's
type
a
of
lesbian with
hood?
this mulatto kid living on
No.
her sister's couch.
Wait, G. There's a reason why I'm going here. Nigga, what you just described is so typical in the and it may not be mixed kid, but still mixed kid from the white or Latino dude, barely making any money, struggling to get by, and now bumping vaginas, once again, this goes back right to what Compassionate said about the market. This is straight market. But think about what you're saying. She clearly was she probably messed with brothers at one point. All right, that didn't work. Then she messed with the white dude, had a mixed kid from him. Now she bumping vaginas. This is I'm picking everything. This is are we going left or right? Yes. That's
But
what that is.
listen, that's not even the worst part of the story, bro. If I told you the whole story, y'all niggas would think I'm lying. So let me just finish the story so y'all can just call me a liar. So the girl that lived, the girl that's a lesbian that do shows with the promoter nigga that buy Don Julio that work at the gas station and broke as fuck with this baby that this nigga want us to save.
Strike 5.
So listen, she lives with the other sister in a government apartment with 2 other kids that lives and who all live in an apartment too is they other sister who don't got nowhere to go with the other sister with a nigga in a 2-bedroom apartment and they got a baby. Like
Wait,
this
so
is
there's
the
4
motherfuckers
sisters
you
or
want
3?
us to save, bro.
Wait, there's 4 sisters or 3 sisters?
4.
So the 3
4 nigga.
nigga
4 sisters, 4 kids, and some nigga that's their cousin, and all of them in the apartment making the same type of excuses. And nobody want to go get a job. Nobody want to go to school.
Wait, G, wait,
And everybody
G.
buy Don Julio on Friday and bags of weed.
Wait, G. You trying to tell me it's 4 adults sharing a 2-bedroom apartment? They all have kids. One of them actually has a man, but okay, whatever. The other 3 have kids with no man. One of those 4 has a kid from a white dude. All of them are sleeping, but not obviously it's 2-bedroom. So they sharing the 2 rooms and the couch and the floor with their kids. So really it's 5 adults in there. I hesitate to call them adults.
Listen what I'm telling you, bro. And they all going out still having sex, fucking niggas, having fucking women doing all this weird ass shit. Like I'm just over there with my man's like, what the fuck? Nigga, I gotta go to work.
Yeah. Pay him the money.
Bro.
Anyway.
But
I
this
think
is
there's a bit of
it ain't unnormal to me because this
misinterpretation
is
though. Because
listen,
I'm not
unnormal to
saying to
me.
save these women.
Listen,
Don't
it's
save
not
them. I'm saying
unnormal to me because
redirect
this
their
is the
focus.
shit I come from. And I know it's and listen, I know it's not the men, it's the women. It's not the men. It's not the niggas doing this. It's the women.
So G, in a way, you saying that it's being enabled and self-perpetuated by women?
No,
Even at the lowest?
listen, most niggas don't got 4 baby mamas.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? That's like it's
Yeah.
not the men actually be trying to attempt to like do the right thing, and it's like this bitch is bored and want a new dick. Like this is what it really is. It's not nobody's fault. They're not bad people. That's just who they are.
So, G, this is I kind of brought this up earlier with the numbers when I was saying like whether they talk about propaganda, stats, these panels, whatever the case is. Much of what you're saying, you could cut off the fat, can be deduced down to literally just a few stats you can find online. Most black men not having children, most black women having children, 1.5 million children being with a man of another race. Like these are all things you can Google that they'll still shut down and not care about. That's why it's like when it comes to having these conversations, kind of like you said earlier, like, you know, why are we still having conversations about bitches? I mean, right. It just kind of comes back around to sounding like ranting. These are problems.
Wasn't that G that said that? That was
Yeah,
G that literally said, "Why are we talking about women?" He talking about women the most.
No, I'm talking about why you niggas want us. I'm saying the whole situation because you was getting over here telling us how we need to go back 300 years
No,
to
I
some
didn't
shit
say
we
that.
didn't
You
even do.
misinterpreted
And
what I
nigga, we been
said.
getting shot
That's not what I
down in
said.
prison and hunted down by these motherfuckers our whole life.
I can tell you had many bad experiences with women. So
No, I did. I
the
haven't. No,
most-
listen, bro. This is the real deal. I'm a
Yeah,
pookie.
okay, this is
Listen,
this
no.
okay,
I want to tell you nigga the truth. I'm a
let's
pookie, bro. Listen, these bitches love me. Nigga, bitches love me. What is you talking about? You niggas don't know what you. Listen, I'm not one of these niggas that's coming up here talking from a point of view.
G.
Okay,
What we're gonna do?
let me
Wait, this
shut
is
up,
what we're
bro.
gonna
Let
do.
me
This is
shut
what we're
up.
gonna
I'm
do.
gonna
No.
shut up, G.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna let Jado go because Jado want to bring us back to another direction. So Jado, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. I was just trying to, you know, cut the fat off the meat, whatever bones, if you would. But yeah, what G is saying is basically just that it is coming off as, I mean, because it is anecdote, it's his personal experience, but just in a roundabout way, yes, like those are the stats. That is what goes on a regular. But now the question would be, well, then what? That's why I've been said in the chat. I'm far more concerned, and I typically do in these spaces when I am talking to people in chat, because I don't really do panels. This is my first one. I talk about exactly like, kind of like what Wisdom said. Have to choose better. Like for me, it's about black male empowerment and betterment. Us just doing whatever we can to do better.
That's awesome.
We know what the stats are. We already know what they're doing. Sitting on panels and ranting, which again, we've talked about this before, it's almost like a waste, because it's almost like we're like fighting against the truth. It's like, are we saying this because we want to think that it could be something different? Or are we saying because we realize, well, this is the truth? Because if so, then what after that?
I think this was what this space provides, is the what after that. What after that for you as an individual? What after that for black men as a collective? What after that? And we're coming up with different answers. Some brothers are saying, I'm going to go to school, get my education, and when I graduate, I'm going to look for something overseas, right? I might do something online. Some brothers are saying SYSBM. Some brothers said, I'm going to try to salvage and see if I can find that needle in the haystack. In America, brothers are coming up with all different type of and that's why the nameless protagonist calls it Mandalorianism, right? Where we come together and be the best point of contact for each other wherever we go, but you come up with the best solution for you using the information that you got from here, and you cobble that together with a bunch of information you got from different places, and you do the best that you can for you in your life without
That's actually a
and what
good plan.
right
Yeah, absolutely.
and the beauty real quick, Gio, the beauty of this space and the information that we provide here is that now you are informed, and the most important thing we could tell you is you're beholden to pretty much like no one, unless you have children. You're beholden to that, where, and going back to the theme of today's channel with today's video, which is you played yourself, right?
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Is that the system, America writ large, this system, black women have all given you their ass to kiss. And what that has allowed, which is not what they might have intended it to, is for you to realize that you're beholden to no one.
AZ, can I say something real quick?
Absolutely.
Real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, and then we got to get Jado. We got to get Jado. Go ahead.
I'm not even going to be 10 seconds. I share with y'all, I grew up with a feminist mother and things like that, right? But in her older age and things like that, she said one thing that reminded me of this Mandalorian thing, where she said, you really don't owe nobody shit. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
After
And go ahead.
J-Dog,
Yeah, you got after name, and I got to close out, y'all. I got to close out in a minute. So let's do this. Jado, you just came up, but guess what? I got a super chat for you to read. Go ahead and read this if you don't mind for me. Okay. Go ahead, if you want to name it, go ahead and read it. But we got to throw it to Jado, and then we'll come back to you. So go ahead.
All right. L's active. Thank you for the 9.99. Thank you, much appreciated, mate. He says, black men pay more in terms of dating also. O'Shea covered how white women are making corn bids for free with thousands of East African civilian black women while you're playing for dates trying to be a gentleman. African casting. What the hell?
Yeah, no, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Bad.
East African civilian. Oh.
Yeah. So
the rate of the bumpy bump is gonna go up.
Yeah, it's bad. They're taking advantage. We already know this. These same dudes, they go to certain East Asian countries. Um, but I think what he's speaking about is one particular dude that's doing this and recording himself, et cetera, et cetera. But they go to Latin American countries, they go to East Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries, and they go to and then they travel across Africa. But I guess this case in particular, East Africa, and yeah, that's what they're doing, and they're recording it, and yeah.
I've actually, come across some shit like that before, so I'm like, whoa, that, and So, but anyway, JD, go ahead, then I'm gonna say what I gotta say.
He has give me 1 second, because he has another one, and yeah, there you go.
Okay. Curse me, Idris Elba when I do this, but all right, mud. Now they've been exposed. They're playing victims of poverty. Kenyan chicks, I asked, confirmed this, saying 80% of them play this game.
Wow. Wow.
You think if it's that bad in Kenya, imagine how it is in other countries.
And by the way, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Els.
Much
God.
appreciated. Thank you for the
How's that?
Yeah.
How's that any different? How's that any different from DJ Pope?
No different. There's no different.
DJ Pope,
Remember, there was an
DJ
African.
KDX.
There was a white dude in Africa doing the same thing DJ Pope was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is no difference. And somebody's gonna put his name down in the comments. There was a white dude who got in trouble for doing the same thing. Did somebody already put his name down? Was it Mike Oliver, King of Kenya? I think that's it. Mike Oliver. Is that the guy?
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah.
Everything that could be. I'm gonna look him up and
Hey,
confirm.
hey,
Go
but
finish,
Z.
say what you gotta say, Jay.
Yep. Go.
Let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Jado, you wanted to say something because I was supposed to say something after that. Jay.
Go ahead,
Just listen.
Jado.
Go ahead, fellas.
Jada,
Oh
okay.
no,
You
listen,
got
I'm gonna say this
Go
though, yo.
ahead.
I'm gone. I'm gone, man. Peace to the gods and more
All right.
wisdom.
Peace,
Hey,
God.
Peace, bro.
peace to the
I don't
wise.
mean no disrespect, bro. Like I'm fucked up
Yeah.
in the head. I got mental problems, bro. Because I really
Nah, you
love black
good. I know
women
you mean
too, man.
well. It's the
Like
first
you
time we
talking to a
talking, man.
nigga. Listen, you talking to a bro. I know them though. Like I never even kissed a white girl before. So this, I'm speaking from a position of passion because I don't believe nothing is wrong with them. I know they're smart. I know they're capable. They can take care of themselves. They fucking survived slavery with us. Ain't nothing wrong with these bitches.
Hey, you
That's
came
why
at
I
it,
don't
one
know
brother.
why you niggas always come trying to give some excuse. Like, accept them for who they are. And if you don't want to deal with them, go get another woman. And I'm not speaking from a position of hate, brother, because I love them and they love me. I'm speaking because I'm just not trying to be that type of nigga that they love, bro. Hey, I'm just keeping it real. Like, I am not trying to be no house nigga, bro. I'm trying to go outside and climb mountains and sail the seas and shit. So they don't like me for that reason, bro. Because I'm trying to go be a farmer and a scientist and a mechanic and shit.
That shit not popping in the hood,
No,
G.
that's perfectly
Exactly.
fine.
You feel me? So
Continue
I don't
on
want
that
you to think
side,
I'm
man.
speaking from a
But G,
position of hate.
very
Because,
important, very
like,
important.
trust me,
Everybody,
bro.
wait, everyone,
Listen,
wait,
I
everyone,
love me a
hostess
black
talking,
chocolate black.
hostess talking. Wait, G,
Okay, I'm done.
wait,
I'm
because
gone. Peace.
before,
Peace to the
wait,
gods.
because
Peace to
Gil
the
Gammy had
gods.
something to say to you. See, Gil Gammy said, "Okay, I guess I'll read it." And he's because you said apotheosis earlier, and I was kind of thrown off too. And Gil Gammy says apotheosis instead of apotheosis.
No,
G,
he's wrong. I
serotonin.
looked it up. He's wrong. I was right.
Right.
Apotheosis is the culmination of a thing.
Right, yeah.
Apostosis got to deal with cells.
No,
I'm a smart nigga, bruh.
G,
I am a
brother
smart
G,
nigga. I'm gone.
brother
I'm
G,
gone,
Wait,
blood.
brother G. No, brother G,
Gal
brother
Gabby's
G,
still there, G.
brother
To the
G,
Let him go.
G,
Let him
G
go.
left.
You lost it.
Wait, everyone,
Hey,
wait, everyone. We're gonna let Gil Gammy say what he's gonna say, because Gil Gammy don't be long-winded. And then I know you're trying to go name it. We'll let you go. We got Mr. Fantastic up here. Shout out to Mr.
Where's Gil
Fantastic.
Gammy?
Gil Gammy's right here.
no,
He was just a bit quiet.
Oh,
But
there
go
you
ahead,
are.
Gil Gammy, and then we get Neymar, and then we got Mr. Fantastic, and we gotta end out in like 5 minutes.
no, I
Go ahead.
wasn't saying that G was wrong. I just put it in a sentence to say what he's talking about the death. He was saying that black people, well, at least black women, prefer apoptosis instead of apotheosis. That G was
Oh,
looking
okay,
for
okay, okay.
apotheosis, but the black women was looking for internal death. Internal death of the cell is apoptosis. Apotheosis is reaching the divine. So that I
Okay.
just put it in a sentence and made it as though G was saying it. That's all.
Okay. All right. Yeah, G. See, it wasn't necessarily a correction, G. Right?
Okay. Z, I just gotta confirm one thing before I say what I gotta say. The gentleman that we were talking about in Kenya, his name is Mike Oliver. He was arrested in Tanzania. He was arrested on his way to Tanzania by Kenyan authorities after infecting 100 women. This took place in 2020. Now, what I wanted to say was this:
After infecting how many, Nemo?
100. Even though it's estimated 100, could be more.
Okay.
They don't know.
Okay.
As far as the snow buddy at the beginning of this, you gotta appreciate her exposing herself to this, because like we say, the internet, social media will expose us all.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the flip side to that coin, as Robert De Niro said in Heat. The flip side of the coin is, yeah, you running your mouth saying all this, but trust and believe, there are white women who are just like you, blonde, or a rubia, as they call in Spanish, or loura in Portuguese. There are white women like you, Eastern European ones, who are on the same in prowl, but they're also going for Western white men, Western North American men, and this is not just to just not just nobody in UK. This is also to West. They're saying they understand that there are women just like her in America and in Western Europe who are talking that smack, and they're like, "We cool, but we're going for your men, and we're going to be quiet about it. We're going to be quiet about it." And this has been going on for quite some time. It's just a lot more are being it's
So
becoming
you're
more open
saying
about it.
it's not just black women who played themselves, but Western women in general. Congratulations.
Western women have been playing themselves.
Yeah.
Especially with a lot of them saying, "I don't need no man," and a lot of the Eastern European women are coming in and say, "Hey, all right, we'll have them."
Yeah. Yeah. But let me read this real quick. And Emerald Edge says salute to G Serotonin and salute to G. Yeah, G is a passionate brother, and yeah, when me and G first met, we got into it. So no, G is cool people. He cool people. He's just a passionate brother, and thank you for that. Right, Emerald Edge. Yeah, let's give you another one. Right, and name it. I'm gonna pause you right here because I gotta let Fantastic go so that we could end out. And y'all right, I do need a supercharger. Look, the Samsung Ultra, the 25 comes out with the 7th. Mr. Z gonna put his order in, but I done messed around and bought some optional stuff I didn't need to buy, and I bought it as expensive.
Get the hard drive,
So yes.
Z.
I know. But bro, especially now, right? Exactly, especially now. And what's going on, Fantastic?
Yo, what up, bro?
Never thought I would see you here, bub. No, I'm playing with you. Go ahead, Fantastic.
Nah, man, it's cool, man. You just popped up in the algorithm, man. So y'all chopping it up. But nah, man. One thing, it is no smoke, man. We got to stop this thing. Of what are we doing, or why are we talking, or why are we doing this? We do this to ourselves. This shit is like cannibalizing. And what you guys don't understand is the same thing we're talking about. You play into it. Shut up, nigga. Make money, nigga. Work for me, nigga. I think you highlighted a comment to where, hey, give me some kids, nigga. We got to get out of this thing, bro, as to where black men cannot express ourselves, bro. I understand, hey, we grew up with, your granddad, great granddad, your pops and shit, and so on and so forth. Stoicism, all that shit sound good, bro. That shit that's old shit, bro. All right, like you said, you talking about a Samsung S25, bro. You would have showed that shit to your great granddaddy. He would have thought you was a damn demon. He would have thought you was working.
Hey, now you would have thought I was working for NASA or somebody. What the hell?
I mean, and just we have to, and I understand that if it's for you and you've gotten what you gotten out of this, by all means, man. Hey, we proud for you, brother. We good, cool, fine. But don't tell the other niggas to shut the fuck up, bro. Because it's not just for us. This is for a lot of dudes that will come after us, and especially these dudes that have don't got what we have and have absolutely no type of positive male influence and contact in their life outside of a fucking football, basketball, or sports coach or something that say their life in their ain't shit ass mama. So
and even those people want something from you. The coach ain't just doing it just to be doing it.
Exactly. We saw that shit with Travis Hunter where they tried to make an excuse for his mom even bringing up the word mistake on this big and nice life. You feel me?
Yeah.
So I know it's hard, man, and people that's been here or something, but hey, you niggas don't go you go kicking on the door of the motherfucking Moose Lodge. The Moose Lodge still around, nigga. All right. Hey, the Moose Lodge still around. They the motherfucking the Masonic Lodge still around. Who knows what the hell going on, but it's still there. So this is our, whatever you want to call it, fellowship, congregation, fucking college, bro. It's a lot of stuff that goes on here. Brothers do business here. Brothers learn things here. Brothers help each other out, network here. Hell, brothers learn brand new things they never had no idea, man. So we just got to get out of that habit of asking, well, why is we talking and why is we yelling, why is we complaining, why is we this, bro? It's a lot of information that gets shared in between that, a lot of gems and stuff that get dropped. And let's get out of that habit, bro.
No, I think what you just said is important. And I'm glad. So me and Fantastic, we're gonna have to debate about this whole Trump shit. I'm willing to go to war about this shit. But but I'm glad that you're here because this space is needed for the young men, and that's something that me and you 150% agree on. That it's really not about us, bro. We middle-aged niggas, right? It's really about the niggas under 35, under 25, under 20 that's coming up behind us.
Exactly.
that the information that we provide for them here and the perspective that we provide for them here, so that they don't trip up on some of the stuff we might have got caught up in, and they can, as they mature, they come out the gate prepared. They're turning 18 ready. They're turning 21 ready. They graduate college ready, right? They graduate and with their advanced degree ready, with their terminal degree ready. And if they meet them a black woman that's on their program, I tell them grab her hand and run for your life, and don't look back,
AG,
right?
when you
But
say
real quick. And if the woman that gets on your program and sticks with you just happens to not be a black woman, well, right? If she beats out the black women, so be it, right? But you have a purpose, you have a calling. Don't. I think something I was told by an elder one time is don't let life happen to you, and that shit has stuck with me since he said it, right? And that was about 8 years ago now, 8 9 years ago. He said, "Don't let life happen to you," and
And
that stuck with me.
they
Yeah.
say you gotta have your mission and your vision and your mission for your life. Because a lot of times we get caught up in dealing with women and dealing with white people and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of it is us reacting to
Yes.
them rather than having a proactive plan in place for us that
Agree
will help us to
100%.
maneuver around the bullshit of other people.
No, I agree with 100%.
Well, I mean,
I agree with
step
100%.
one is getting out of the. I mean, that makes sense because like step one is getting out of the trap, is escaping the propaganda. You have to get out of the bullshit, in order to, I guess, step up and excel from there. Like you have to know, the truth or like whatever facts that'll help you along the way.
I would say this, knowing that as black men, all you might have is other black men, and that's it.
Yeah,
There is no, you don't get no special anything because you're white. You don't get no special anything in particular in the West because you're a woman. You don't get no like as a black man, like knowing you got your Mandalorianism, right? And like there will be brothers that help you along the way. There might be even some random non-black people, maybe even a black woman here or there. But like you can't rely on that per se, right? And get over your resentment about it. Because like that's just what it is right now, and the goal is to put yourself in a position to grease the skids just a little bit for the next black man following behind you.
I think one of the things that
Right.
we are kind of doing without really saying it is also making peripheries for the next person to give them something to consider. Like we kind of like drawing out like on a video game where like the more you move through the game, you get like a map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That
No, yeah.
was the end of that.
Oh, the way you said it, like it ended so abrupt. I'm like, wait, okay.
Nah,
But
I ain't trying to take up too much time. I just got,
yeah.
But next
Yeah,
time,
no, I gotta go. Yeah,
now I'm gonna start hacking off. No,
well, let me say this in a split Jim who said, and this is and this is why I waited to read this because I highlighted earlier. I didn't want to read it because this is the perfect time. And a split Jim says this space provides best practices, and I think like best practices, and y'all heard Z say that. Thank you, a split Jim is best practices, and that's exactly what it's about. That's exactly what it's about, right? Because we all have different missions, we all have different callings, we all have different things that we're into and that we're interested in, and what this gives you is a kind of rough map of how to go, right? Not where to go necessarily, but how to go, how
I
to go
like that.
about it,
I
right?
like
Go
that
ahead.
we don't debate here. Like I stopped arguing. I was a very argumentative
Shit, I don't know about the not debate thing. Mr. Z about that life, but go ahead.
Well, I am too. But look, I started getting a little bit of ease because I had my contentious times with women who had contempt for me and things like that, thinking I'm stupid because I'm black and that it's not cool to be smart and everything I say need to be contested and shit like that. But once I started realizing like when you're looking at like a PowerPoint, you're looking at all the bullet points and they're all different, they're all correct. So two people could be right at the same time. So why are we arguing when we both are saying something that's factual and thinking that it could only be one correct answer, which I think is stupid. I think we're trained to think that it's only could be one answer to a thing.
Are you saying you don't believe in the binary, Vince?
I believe in quantum shit, man.
But yeah, so all right, y'all. So Black Guru, you want to do a benediction part 2? Because we're about to end this on out, y'all.
No, I think I've done enough. Like I said,
benediction out.
Focus on your mission and objectives. Take whatever talents you've been gifted with, and because really that's the best. I think that's the best way to really kind of formulate any real mission and objectives. We've all been gifted in some way, in some disproportionate, in some disproportion to other people. Whether it's our physicality, our brilliance, our charm, humor. Well, whatever kind of gift you have, take that, formulate some sort of life mission around it, and use that to be your guiding light. And because again, I think it really helps you to avoid getting caught up in what other people will try to compel you to do and be. And that's all I have to say.
So
Thanks as always for having me.
okay. Thank y'all for coming up. Fantastic fuck with me. We here now. And did J-Log, look, I done put the link for you twice. J-Log, go ahead. Quick fast, sir. Quick John McGraw. I need you to go quickly. Go ahead, J-Log. What's going on with you?
Oh shit, I just want to say hello everybody in the chat. Hello, Mr. Tex, Uru, and Z. But all I gotta say is this is a good, really deep. I wish conversation. I was trying to come in. It was 10 people up in there. It was 10 people.
Bruh, look, I never knew I could be maxed out like that. Like it was like it was the whole stream practically.
I was trying to come up in there like motherfucking like Bane coming like what the fuck like Juggernaut coming in through the walls and shit. And he just fucking is innocent. Yeah, man. I was trying to fucking come
Bro,
here.
I just want to say to all of y'all, and I thank you for that, J-Log, because I need to say this part. Thank y'all for fucking with Z. I'm eternally grateful. Like pretty much the whole day. Once I hit 100, I've been over 100 for hours. Number one. Number two, the other day I got I think I might have touched 200 live viewers. So
Definitely
thank y'all.
Congratulations, Z, because Edward Anderson also reached 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I saw that.
You are also reaching up there too, man. Something's going on in the algorithm. So I guess the algorithm is changing for the people
y'all know what happened. Yeah. The Google guys got scared. Trump president now. I started seeing it in December. I was like, wait a minute, my numbers moving different now. It was evident to me what happened. It was clear as hell.
Yeah.
Right. So Jay, like I'm happy for Ed, and it sucked I couldn't be part of the 10K thing, but Ed is one of my brothers in the space, definitely. So yeah, and I'm glad he hit 10K, and we'll see how long it's going to take Z. It's going to take Z a little minute, right? Because Ed move about better than I do. Ed me moving about, right?
You know what that means, though. You know what that means, though. Somebody about to go viral. Damn, this red pill Mansfield thing going off the chain, like Kevin Samuels did.
Yeah.
Someone about to hit viral again, and I don't know who it's going to be.
Hey, we pulling straws now to see who it's going to be, but you're right about that.
I'm a speculator. I think it's going to be two people, right? I think it's going to be Passport OG and the way he do the clips. So it might be 2 or 3.
I can see it.
Yeah. So
I can see it. But let me end
in the chat, Z. I don't know if
wait, in the back chat or in the front?
No, front. It's just a short clip.
Okay. I don't even see a link. Give me a second. Let me see if they see a link.
If not, I can post it in the back chat real quick.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be able to show it anyway because I would have to download it.
Oh, okay. It's a short.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to say right quick was what's the guy name up there? G
Serotonin.
G Serotonin said he's actually hit the point. I'm a Chicago man, born and raised, and the thing is, if you was a good, I'm a big built size guy. Play football. I said, no, I don't want to play football because that's not my strong core. What my strongest position was martial arts, because it was a lot of hood dudes that was picking on me because I wasn't a stereotypical authentic black man that they all wanted me to see. I was looking and I was like, man, I don't want to go football because I'd rather go with my cousins do martial arts. So so I tell people, and they a lot of black people discourage you from taking other sports because they look at it as it's not masculine, it's not as rough and tough. They downplay a lot of.
I think it's that, but I think it's also opportunity cost. Like I said earlier, I think they're looking at it like football for them. If you really make it, you make it big, millions, and then the fame and all of that. And I think it's somewhat of a very, not even somewhat, it's a very myopic view of Black success. Right?
I
What
have
did
one
Biggie
other
Smalls say?
theory. I have one other theory, and
Go
that
ahead.
is, I think in many of these areas outside of the major revenue sports, I don't think they necessarily want a lot of African American men in their sports.
I agree.
I think in a purely democratic athletic environment in this country, African American males would run every one of these sports: tennis, track and field, lacrosse, volleyball. I think if
Swimming.
it was a pure swimming
Diving.
in a purely meritorious athletic system in this country, where you didn't have these financial barriers of entry and social barriers of entry, and all these little things that really kind of amount up to white supremacy, really. If these things didn't exist, then you'd have such an availability of talent across the board, that you don't have. That I think Black men would dominate all American sports. Soccer. Oh man,
I agree.
Remember what happened with
If brothers were actually in the paradigm of becoming soccer players in this country, man, come on.
Wait, Black Uru, do you happen to remember, like, even before my time, because my grandfather told me about this, Black men being in tennis, and they saw how fast they were advancing, and they immediately became a class thing, immediately became financial, where they basically locked Black men out of tennis.
Right.
That was a very, very big thing, like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And
Yeah,
Black men were dominating.
that was very intentional. That was very purposeful.
Yeah.
And I think that happens in a lot of sports. Certainly tennis is a high profile, but I think that
I
happens
think we
in a
would
lot
crush
of
hockey too, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in tennis, like
we got one mixed brother. Oh, sorry.
Especially if they start brawling.
We got one mixed brother. We got one mixed brother. I think in Chicago, I think he was the Chiefs. Bufflin, he was mixed. My dad didn't believe he was black. He was a black guy. I said, Dad, he's a black guy. And Bufflin won the cup for that. And they found out he was a black guy. He's mixed. His father was African. His mother was European. And it was like it was like, oh my God, he's a black dude. So yeah, we can dominate. I can see it.
But let me end out on that note, because I think that's a high note to end out on, because we got pretty goddamn sober and bleak a minute ago. So thank y'all for coming up. Love, peace, and chicken grease. We're gonna pause right here. Y'all go check out the Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, because Mr. Z been living life real reckless right now. So we got things to do, right? And I gotta catch up on some stuff. So y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Thank you everybody that came up. And y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.
Club is closed.
Salute.
And we out.
We're the after party.